can do about it.
Swimming around and dry. Oh.
I don't have a partner. Sometimes I feel like my only friend is the city I live in, the city of angels. Lonely as I am, together we cry. I drive on the streets 'cause she's my companion. I walk through the hills 'cause she knows who I am. She sees my good deeds and she kisses me windy. I never worry, now that is a lie. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's hard to believe that there's nobody out there. It's hard to believe that I'm all alone. At least I have her love to see that she loves me. Lonely as I am, together we cry. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. Yeah, yeah. Oh, no, no, no. Yeah, yeah. Love me, I say, yeah, yeah. One time. It's where I drew some blood. I could not get enough. Forgot about my love. I gave my life away. Where I stay.
Yeah, we gotta go get something to eat, man. I'm hungry in the motherfucker.
Hey, yo, man. Damn, what's taking homie so long, son?
Freaking calm down. When you coming? Hold up!
Many men wish death upon me. Blood in my eye, dog, and I can't see. I'm tryna be what I'm destined to be. And niggas tryna take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men, many men wish death on me, dawg. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy mercy on me. These pussy niggas put money on my head. Gone, get your refund, motherfucker, I ain't dead. I'm the diamond in the dirt that ain't been found. I'm the underground king, and I ain't been crowned. When I rhyme, something special happen every time. I'm the greatest, something like Ali in his prime. I walk the block with the bundles, I've been knocked on the humble. Swing the ox when I rumble, show your ass with my gun. Gotta tip a nigga, go ahead, lose your head. Turn your back on me, get clapped and lose your legs. I walk around, gun on my waist, chip on my shoulder, till I bust a clip in your face. Post to this beef ain't over. Many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me, have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men, many men. Wish death sunny days wouldn't be special if it wasn't for rain. Joy wouldn't feel so good if it wasn't for pain. Death gotta be easy, cause life is hard. It'll leave you physically, mentally, and emotionally scarred. This is for my niggas on the block, twisting trees and cigars. For the niggas on lock, doing life behind bars. I don't see only God can judge me, cause I see things clear. Quick, these crackers will give my black ass 100 years. I'm like Paulie and Goodfellas, you can call me the Don. Like Malcolm by any means, with my gun in my palm. Slim switch sides on me, let niggas ride on me. I thought we was cool, why you want me to die, homie? Many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me, have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men, many men wish death upon every night I talk to God, but he don't say nothing back. I know he protected me, but I still stay with my gat and my nightmares. Niggas keep pulling checks on me. Cypher said some bitch done put a hex on me. The Fed didn't know much when Pop got shot. I got a kite from the pins that told me Tuck got knocked. I ain't gon' spell it out for you motherfuckers all the time. Are you illiterate nigga? You can't read between the lines. In the Bible it says, what goes around comes around. Homo shot me, 3 weeks later he got shot down. Now it's clear that I'm here for a real reason. Cause he got hit like I got hit, but he ain't fucking breathing. Many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me, have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men, many men wish death upon me.
To drive to work to pay for this car. Buy this car to drive to work.
Welcome to Yellow Brick Road. I am Jordan, and I forgot to mute this. Now it's muted. I am Jordan, and tonight we're doing videos and stuff. That's right. For all 4 of you. Actually, 3. 1 is my phone, so... People who are not afraid of 50 Cent. 50. Before I get started, don't forget to share, support, hopefully donate to Devon's Journey to Recovery, to helping victims of Africom, to helping out Cohen Daly, and also helping out 2 other content creators, Stevie, aka Redneck Economics, aka Fred from Angel, and also Sleepy J, buy him a coffee. 2 scoops. Give him 2 scoops. You know what I watched today? I watched Free Guy, that new Ryan Reynolds movie where he's like in a video game or something. A lot of cheese, but also some concepts in there. I'm not mad at. Also, could be some little spooky things for more of the people weary of AI. A little bit of chaos theory in there. But yeah, it's not the worst movie ever. All right, see what we got here. Apex Boys first. What's up, Josh? Emblem, what's up? Basketball America. Yes, it is gray this time. Anthony. Mariana. Lucky Burrito. Dustin Press. He's live, bruh. Oh, you mean the All-American Socialist. Gotta open.
Okay, so we're on. We're on now. Okay, it's fine.
I gotta go back. I gotta go back because I gotta open up the. He's not live anymore. In the Just the music to start out. What's up, Mickey? That's right. Hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Misanthropic, what's up? Who sings this? I can't remember. I think you wrote that when the first song was playing. And that would be Vanilla Fudge doing a cover of the band's name, The Supremes. Can't Hurry Love. Or no, duh, obviously not that song. Keep me hanging on. Get out my life, why don't you, babe? Ooh. What's this, Matt Hunter? Skip to the 59-minute mark. There we go. Coordinated, I could do it. Oz, what's up, Oz Whistles? Put your whistle in. Adashanti, the unconditioned state. You know I like my woo-woo. Ben, what's up, Ben? Oh my god, it's YellBRo. That's right. Trent, what's up, Trent? Saw you in the comment sections, bro. Saw you. Brian, what's up, Brian? Swag, what's up? What do you got for me, Swag? What is this?
One of the questions I get.
Why I have hope for Dune. Oh. As far as the trailers I've seen, we'll get into it. I can't wait to do. You guys know I love my movie talk. We'll get there. I'll also give like a quiet review of Free Guy. Maybe like without spoilers. Maybe not. Who knows? Cuddy, what's up, Cuddy? Steve Cutler in the house. Check out Steve Cutler live with Lucky Burrito. Those Sunday vibes on the guitar. Or whenever he goes live, you know. Atrez, what's up? Snell. Jackie. Wait, what is that? I thought it was like a salt emoji for that. I don't even know what that is. I'm just gonna say pause. All right, whatever that is, pause. It's like a face blowing air. Is that a Josh sound effect? What is that? It's a cry for help. Like, whew. Bizarro Caleb Maupin. Oh, where's he at? This guy? No, this guy. That's not bad. I think that actually fits. Bizarro Caleb Maupin, aka King Swag. Hope everyone is good. I hope you're doing good, Lucky Burrito. Oz is clearly drinking coffee. Righteous Bros. Is that a band? Or is that us? Body pillow talk? Go talk to Emblems about body pillows. Gonna make one out of James, apparently. Snuggle it every night. It's gonna be him, Matt Hunter, and a James body pillow. Not Mana Talk James. He's taken already. This one now. Bro, check that drinker dude out. You could do that. He's arfin hilarious. Critical drinker. I've heard of him. Critical drinker is anti-woke. You probably won't like him. Word, Matt Hunter, word. He understands me more than anyone else does, apparently. I'm in the Windy City and she's blowing wind. Pause. Yeah, that's right. Watch out for Morton salt. Just stay inside in the winters because, you know, when they salt the roads and shit, you gotta stay out of there. Where do snails go in the winter? Their shell or something? They rest in the beak of a duck. Sit there. But it's not called the Windy City because it's windy, so I actually just insulted myself. Anyways, hello, Jordan. Hello, Allie. Get it? Insult yourself? I'm glad you're doing good, Lucky Burrito. Tony! Motherfucker! What's up, Tony? Tony, oh! Long day, I'm just here for Q-Port. Motherfucker ain't showing up, bro. Oh. Can I get away with this? I know this clip, and it's fucking hilarious. I cried laughing to this. It's only 2 minutes. I might try it. King Ass Ripper is worth it. It's fucking worth it. Peaches sends his love. The other Peaches, the one with a beak. Duck. I own the rights to James's likeness. I'm only selling his likeness to Emblem Fate to make a pillow out of. So he and Matt Hunter can snuggle it. What are you, homophobic? Why are you getting in the way of that? Come on, bro. There's a fucking Morton salt factory here. Perfect. Actually, that could be like a drone strike type thing, and you know, do like dustification, then turn really big fans on and just salt the entire city. Then she'll be stuck inside forever. I was lurking for a minute while I gathered my weird thoughts. I gathered them. Throw them out there. Throw caution to the wind. Maybe add a little salt to it. No.
There has to be.
Oh, this fucking guy. Twitter refused to ban monsters, reporting it. Donald Trump was. I will just call him Tim. Fuck it. We had our first ever winter in Texas this year. Didn't know what to think when the power was cut off every half hour. Ah, shit. That's poor management for a climate that's changing. Regardless of if you think it's man-made or not, clearly something's like changing. Right? That's yeah, that's my guess. That. And yeah, Tony from Texas telling us about that too. Fucking weird. Nothing prepped for that. Jack, I warned you about the Purple Hearts, okay? Don't listen to that duck. He's only here to manipulate you. I'm hoping all is well with Stephanie. Or Steffi. You mean Stephanie? You mean Red Sea? What's going on with Red Sea? Or not Red Sea. Redneck. Redneckonomics. TV. Sorry. remember those quote bless you. Remember those Klobuchar and forehead my pillows come soon. Exactly. Fair exchange. I give you his likeness and you give me my Klobuchar. Then I can finally get some sleep. Be nice and comfy. Only 1 minute, 30 seconds long from Peaches. While cockatoos having lunch. Wasn't bird eating. But which one's the alpha? Which one of you lower IQs are the gang leader? What are they eating? Bread? Like bread, right? Well, what do they normally eat? Who knows? Maybe they can process it. What's up, Cheetah? Better run. Alright, 5-second rule. I dig that. That's fucking cool. Bitch, where's my breakfast? You didn't put any butter on this, huh? You start getting demand. Thank you, Jack. Where the cream cheese? You would go on YellBRo tour? That's right. Wait till I get Jimmy Dore famous. I'm going on all the tours. No one's gonna hear about it. Denver's been having the world's second worst air pollution. It's all the weed polluting the air with it. Nah. Nah, that's fucking crazy. I don't even know like what industry are in Denver. Probably a shit ton. I mean, also they're higher up in the air, right? Only in certain areas, though, right? So maybe they're closer to the pollution. His internet crashed as soon as he went live. I think he was dancing before he went live. Where is it?
Okay, so we're on. Let me pause this. We're on now.
Someone's got to show him OBS. Play it through the computer. Instead of playing it on like a boombox or something. Allie, no one's trying to kill you. Just you happen to walk into a salt mine. Or excuse me, slowly crawl, slime your way into a salt mine. How's that our fault? What's up, Grey Walker? It's not gay, Matt Hunter is all woman. He just sounds like Dr. Girl. What? Dr. Girlfriend? The fuck is that? My internet kept crashing on me while watching T-Lab yesterday evening after a storm blew in. Where do these basketball Americans coming? We're all over. We're taking over the country. To the attic. Those look like judgmental parakeets? Parakeets? I don't even know. Is that how that's spelled? I don't know. Didn't realize you were so into white cocks, YellBRo. Pause, Steve Cutler. The kid's watching this. Jesus. Yes, they are. They are cockatoos. And the only reason I know that is because it was in the title. Always trust the title. Always. Simple. Big man. Primo Nutmeg. Puss. Primo Nutmeg. Called him an egg, didn't you? Rogan's a thumb. Toe Rogan, bro. That's so fucked up. Call him Toe Rogan. Oh, H.A. Goodman. Eggman. They'll come back in and drop him a thank you note in a minute, probably. I lost the context. Bad memory, forgive me. Brazil nuts, it looks like. What? Alright, I do gotta get started with videos. Make sure I didn't miss anyone. Got everybody. Nail will yeah, just cheer that all night long. Go ahead. And we'll hear it. Nobody will even know that it. You know what I'm saying? Law enforcement taught me to that dang dead. Got the Johnny Bravo thing going. All right, let's get let's get into some videos. All right. Carl Thomas. Here, I'm gonna record this. All right, another live clip. We're gonna talk about Jamal Thomas and the most brilliant statement ever made ever. I'll tell you why it's brilliant. But first, please consider donating to Devon's Journey to Recovery, to helping victims of Africom, to helping out the Australian boy, Cohen Daly. Also support some other content creators. Stevie, aka Redneckonomics. Her Cash App link is in the description box. And also, buy Sleepy J some coffee. Do it now. Do it. All links are in the description box. All right. What's up, cannabis? It's not me talking to weed. I swear it's a guy named Cannabis Sativa in my goddamn comment section. All right, so Jamal took some heat for this comment he made. He's quote tweeting this. Jimmy DeYoung, a religious radio broadcaster who spread disinformation about the coronavirus vaccines, was killed by the virus Sunday. Now, there's a little bit of journalistic, mind-melting shit going on there, because I wish they knew it. I wish I knew what they meant by he was spreading disinformation about it. Maybe he was just cautious. Who knows? I haven't looked into the guy, so I don't know. But regardless, here is Jamal Thomas's response to that news. Good. Couldn't have happened to a better person. Now, on its face, it's like cold, callous, like disregard of another human being, regardless of if you agree with them or not. For me, regardless of if they're a bad person or not, quote unquote bad person or not, like doing like horrible things in the world. It will be a very dark day if this becomes the norm attitude for countering the people who are cautious or straight up against the vaccine. Right? Because that's making a hefty statement. Couldn't have happened to a bit, like, just to note, like, whoa, like someone dying, and your response to that is this, because you stand on the other side of the political argument. And trust me, this thing has been politicized. Sure, there's definitely a good number of people that I've actually spoken with who don't politicize it. They just try to look at it for what it is, regardless of whatever side they fall on. Something tells me guys in this realm, guys like Jamal Thomas, are definitely not only playing the political game, but also the mind-melting notion that science is the way to go, and there is nothing beyond the material, and all those notions, right? You got a double whammy here. You got a religious guy and a religious guy who's spreading disinformation about the coronavirus vaccine. Like double whammy. Bam. Now, if I remember correctly, when I used to watch Jamal, he would say something about some sort of health thing that he went through as a young person. That I believe he went through. And some of his struggles in life. In regards to, like, with his mother. Not him, like, against his mother, but, like, what they had to go through earlier in his life. And far away guess, complete guess, like, Well, not even a guess. Let me ask the question. It's like, did those moments lead to a super duper materialist atheist standpoint in regards to how the world works? Did it lead to that? To where it's like, hey, maybe I prayed and prayed and prayed and nothing happened for me. Sounds cliche, but I'm sure that happens. That's why a lot of people might even fall out of religion, right? How can there be a God when this is happening to you? It's a good question, religious people. It's a good question. Hope your response is something like free will or something. There's more to life than surviving or something like that. Give me something. But, all right. Regardless, I don't miss any. Regardless, Jamal took some heat for this. And read some of these. That's good enough. Jimmy's face, of course. You really feel this way? It's heartbreaking to watch humanity devolve into such ugly creatures. Get some help, please. Hate will continue to consume you. Think about those who love you and how they feel seeing this. You may see some recompense. I never even heard that word. In your future. Am I saying that right? Recompense? I don't know. So disappointed. Be a angry Mets fan right there because they're sucking and the Braves are in first place. Angry Mets fan says, the irony of this guy who so many people treat with kids gloves because of his health, to then see him salivate to death. Okay, so he does have current health problems. Salivate the death of someone else because they don't agree with him on one topic is so telling. Alex Knight is not saying fuck you, apparently. I'm just here for the ratio. Don't know either the poster or the deceased. Here to add to the ratio. There's propaganda. Check out Propaganda Live on YouTube. You don't have to. Wishing death on enemies makes you evil. I wouldn't say makes them evil, but the action, I would call it empty, right? You almost have to devoid yourself of this thing we call empathy in order to make statements like that, even if it's just momentarily. I'm taking my guilt and empathy for another person and their family, or just for the notion of protecting life in general, and just, I gotta throw that to the side in order to make this statement of, see what happens when you don't listen to the vaccine or you don't take the vaccine, see? Chuckles. One of my followers. Jamal, does that mean you want all of us to die too? You're better than this. Shaking my head. Showing like Nazi pose. So yeah, you can see a lot of people not feeling this statement. Now, I wouldn't say I've made the same exact comments, but I've made some comparisons when. Well, all right. Let me say this. See Jamal's comment. You see that tweet there? Let's delete that. Let's delete the name Jimmy DeYoung and replace it with Donald Rumsfeld. Logically speaking, he should get the same exact responses. Right? Everyone should be like, what the fuck's wrong with you, man? Why would you say such a thing about someone? But I could have swore when Rumsfeld died that there was, like, whatever, ding dong, the witch is dead shit. Or, yeah! Another good riddance. Another war criminal going to hell. Essentially celebrations. So it's like, who's dictating who we celebrate, whose deaths we celebrate, and whose we don't? Which deaths are okay? Now, I don't know if any of the guys in the comments here were doing the big cheer for Rumsfeld or John McCain dying or whatever, or saying, hey, can't wait for Bush, can't wait for Kissinger, like shit like that. I don't know if any of them are doing that, but it makes me wonder if he would have got cheered on for replacing that name with Donald Rumsfeld or John McCain or George W. Bush or George H.W. Bush. I'm just saying. And that's like, for me, the reason why I don't cheer any type of deaths like this for anyone. A couple reasons. One would be like, oh, you want them to live so that they have to go through some sort of redemption process that they can not only explain to us, like, how does someone end up in a state like this? Because if you do that redemption process, you're going to fucking figure it out. You're going to figure out, oh, man, I was, whatever, abused as a kid, or my father behaved this way, or my mom behaved this way, or I was picked on in school, or whatever, right? We're going to find out. An individual will be able to track those breadcrumbs back to, like, how they became the way they became, right? Also, another reason why I don't cheer on the death of anyone is because of, well, I put it this way. I really don't think it's the smartest thing and also the most righteous thing to resemble the behavior of the people that you claim to be fighting against, right? You almost look like them, right? Where, no, it's not literal death marches in the streets or anything, right? But it's, what did she say? We came, we saw, he died. Ha 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 ha. Like, you sure you guys aren't like cousins or next door neighbors? That's like a similar, like that. It seems like a cold fucking expression. Maybe it's worth it because it's Rumsfeld. I think I did have another reason why I don't like this. Another reason why I don't like the idea of cheering on other people's deaths, regardless of who it is I have this. I look at people, and I'm like, okay, what do I think people believe happens when you die? And a lot of people in the political sphere, I mean, I'm gonna make a guess. On average, most people say, oh, you die and that's it. Die, lights out, boom. That's the end of your existence, right there. You die, it's over. So it's like, what? You believe that? What type of psychological thing is fucking happening with you to where you could cheer that on for another fucking person? That's what I think it is. I know they're not saying, let's go kill them. But it's like, if you're calling their death a good thing, and it's like, go cancer. Go virus, go. Like, oh, let's throw a parade for that beam that fell on that guy. Yeah. Yeah. What if whoever I've been seeing it feels like I've been seeing this in regards to the Taliban. Taliban fought back and they took out Joe Biden while he was on visit. Yeah, Taliban, yeah. Go team, go. It gets spookier and spookier no matter, like, for me, this scenario's very spooky to me. So yeah, hearing on the deaths of others is, me, hypocritical to say the least. Could get downright creeper status at the most. Like, sociopathic, psychopathic at the most. All right, that's it for me. Don't forget to share, support, hopefully donate to Devon's Journey to Recovery, to helping out victims of Africom, to helping out Cohen Daly. Also, check out and help out Evie, aka Redneckonomics. Her Cash App link is in the description box. And also, buy Sleepy J some coffee. And then when you're done with all that, when you're done donating and sharing the and sharing the links everywhere, pause. Give this video a thumbs down. Make sure I hit the right button. I almost hit stop streaming. That's not good. What if someone means well and is trying to make the world a better place, but they are making it worse? Ignorance. Right? If they have the intention of doing good in the world, but they don't know that fire burns, like hurts and harms someone. Oh, they're ignorant of that fact, which is why they fucked up and set a building on fire, thinking they were doing something good. Like, oh, ignorance. Someone essentially asked me that today, and I'm deferring that shit to you. Well, clip it for him. Well, I kind of came up with this formula. Obviously, nothing fits in fucking boxes like that. This pause, but this idea of moral intelligence, right? Now, you don't even register in regards to this intelligence until you mean well in the first place, right? That's first. After that, it becomes relative of how good you are at expressing that moral fiber, that meaning well. How good are you at doing it? And that's where that score comes in, that relative score. And that's based on how well do you know the world, right? Not just physical, not just matter like fire, but also people. Like imagine running into like a fucking sex dungeon, like, hey man, stop whipping them. It's like, no, I like that. What are you doing? I like that shit. Oh fuck. So if they knew that, they'd be like, oh no, they're just doing what they want to do. They're enjoying that. I don't want to cause them harm. For them, taking away that whip is harming them. Taking away something I enjoy. Pause. I thought sex was already implied there. Like sex is implied, so there's no reason to say pause there. But yeah. Your moral intention plus your knowledge of the world equals your moral intelligence. That's my little formula. I ran into an intelligent conservative and invited him to the channel. Might be later on. Trent. Oh yeah, no. He was in. Trent was gonna get modded anyways. What? Yeah, I was gonna mod Trent anyways. I saw him in the comment section. I'm like, oh, okay, this guy sounds like he actually has something that he wants to say. That's what I do. That's how I choose who to mod, based on like, okay, this person's here, like they want to say something. If I have that belief, you get mods, get modship. And Trent, since you're new, the mod rules is no banning anyone, no timing anyone out. The only reason you have modship is so you can say what you want and also put like video links down. Freak you, Josh. I saw that. Choosy, what's up, Choosy? Oh, hello. On a Tuesday. Chip, what's up? Chip in the club and he chooses. Don't be upset. Don't be upset. Same mentality people use to go to war. You see those guys in Iraq and Libya, etc. They're bad. Yeah, kill the baddies. Let's go to war. In politics, it's mostly implied, but sometimes it's just outright said. Like, remember George W. Bush? We're here to fight evil. Like, he straight up just said that they're evil. We're here to take out evil people. It's like, holy fuck, gloves off. If you don't remember that, or you're too young, or whatever the fuck, please go back and watch the lead up to the Iraq War. I mean, it's straight up looks like the smell in the air is like Armageddon, like straight up. Like I was a kid and I remember like, holy fuck, like there's just like a dark cloud over Earth. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Debs and Franca, are they live? Oh, they're gonna be live. Eritrea, Syria, and the importance of nuance in truth telling. Ooh. Play that. I don't mind. Oh, he did say he was going to be live again. I watched. Dude, like I guess it's like it's not really a documentary, it's just clips from that time period. All of it leading up to it. I posted it in the Discord. I'm just like, I watched that one morning. I'm just like, holy. Like, I remember it as dark, but then you look back at it, it's like, oh, it's really dark, airily dark, and it's like, how do we end up in other wars after that? Like, how were people fooled and be like, wait a minute, this guy's a fucking villain? Like, how is this not figured out in that time? It's so obvious. It's so fucking obvious. Holy shit. Making sure I didn't miss anything. What's that? Science has been hijacked. You might be able to make a case for that, Swag. I mean, the actual tenets and principles of science, the word hijack might make sense. But for some cases, definitely like a straight up like, we're here to take this over, change it around, manipulate it, use it to manipulate people. But then there's what I would think the majority of the materialist scientist mindset is just straight up like mysterium created, like their own fantasies of the world. No, we have to make sure there's nothing deeper than on the surface, that the rest of our shit makes sense. Towards almost pathological. In certain cases, it is like a crusade against religion, or a crusade against spirituality, or even a crusade against mystery, like any type of mystery in the world. Right? They'll take those words, like deeper meaning and spirituality, and they'll apply it to, no one knows what's on that star out there. Mystery. Woo woo. It's like, what? How about the inner universe? Is that a thing? Is that real? Did I miss anyone? Someone say prop? Is prop here? Trent and prop's thing looks so similar. Hope I didn't miss. Prop, if you're here, what's up, prop? That's right. Right. Good job, Anthony. Fuck the Mets. He's finally changing. See that? See that right there? Fuck the Mets. It's just a reality of. It's in our DNA. Scrolling through, guys, making sure I didn't miss. Sir Brian, what's up? Think you doing Moy dirty? No. I send him a link for Discord, and all of a sudden, Random names start popping up into the Discord. And I love Muay Thai, but he will forever have his own fake wrench for the rest of his life. Hunter doesn't whips, but she loves long chains. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's the last one. My people sure are accustomed to sexually pleasing, as you know. As you think of like pump needles for basketballs. Basketball American. Oh, Prop is live? Prop. Mariana, welcome back. Who's toxic? What's up, Ethan Gray? You here? Have I seen you in Franco's thing? Franco's channel? That's right, muck the fets. As we used to say. Franco better start calling for Carnation Revolution soon. Or I got him figured out as he's channeling Leave It to Beaver. What? Rome can kiss my ass. And yeah, they fucking killed Jesus, man. Fuck those guys.
Like Fiorella of the
Oh shit, they're up.
Charlie Alexandra, the two gentlemen from the Yellow Brick Road. And you also talk about your experience in Eritrea and why that issue is so important for you. So you were born there, right? And,
They do like this, guys, so you can see the
so
chat.
You wanna tell us a little bit about that? Why should people
Do like that.
educate themselves more about what's happening in Eritrea?
Yeah.
And
So
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
no, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Oh no,
I
that
didn't
was
mean to
it.
cut you off.
That was the entire question.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So so the reason why I even wrote this particular
Sorry if there's audio fuck up right there.
this particular piece is because
Give him a thumbs up.
I've just been noticing
You
a
got two
lot
thumbs down.
as Eritrea
What
has
do
been
you
in the
watch?
news and Ethiopia. I have been noticing that there has been
Oh, you're
a
Hail
little bit
Satan?
of lack of nuance as far as discussing Eritrea in particular, because
You're
it's
getting
and
modded
I get it because
immediately.
you don't want to seem like you're the one repeating like State Department talking points,
Okay.
right?
Satan has just said Jesus
But at the
Christ. I
same
don't know what
time,
happens then.
as far as the internal stuff going on in Eritrea, I do have personal experience.
Should have known by
as
the
far
fucking
as,
pentagram there.
I was born there, raised there until I was about 7, and then as I write in the piece,
Welcome, Hail
we
Satan.
did have to leave very abruptly because there was turmoil that was going on. Some of it that was stoked by the State Department as far as like just creating issues between Ethiopia and Eritrea, but there was a lot of it that was also that could be put on the Eritrean government. So it I guess like it kind of it was actually a conversation that I was having with Anthony.
Love you too, Ethan Gray.
He sent me like
Hail
a
Satan.
clip or something of
Hail Satan.
I forgot who it was, but no, it was Rania and Danny Haifong talking about it, and it was nothing bad. But I remembered the other segment that I watched on Ethiopia, where Eugene and Rania were talking about what was going on in Ethiopia with Tigray, TPLF, and they covered it really well as far as Ethiopia. But then they got to Eritrea, and they started talking about how
Tim
the
Duncan
regime,
or LeBron?
it's just, it's pretty strong, and
Gotta go
some
LeBron,
people
bro.
who just
Sorry.
happened to oppose it. They
whack.
didn't like the government anymore because they were a strong regime. So that's why a lot of people left or have complaints about Eritrea, and that kind of struck a little bit of a nerve with me. Not so much in like I don't think they did it on purpose to like be hurtful to the people that may have had to leave for internal reasons, but because I do know where they're getting that sort of talking point from, because I have noticed that a lot of the people that have been getting like airtime to talk about this particular issue, especially from the Eritrean perspective, have been pro-government. I
do like Tim Duncan.
It's really tricky because at that point you're just essentially doing propaganda, for the government, and you're kind of rejecting like anything that might be of value that the people who oppose the PFDJ, which is the
I suggest you guys go to Franco's shit.
You're kind of like leaving out
some
those
views and
people's
shit.
voices and just
Hit
listening
that
to
thumbs
the
up for
pro-government
him.
And giving that
Pause.
giving that view. And that's problematic because not only is that's lacking in nuance, but I think it's also it's kind of disrespectful to the people
Matt
that
Hunter, you
have had
really
to leave
don't
or
like
have
Franco,
had problems
don't you?
that were beyond just like, oh well, this is just a strong regime, like that's why they left, where like people have like been thrown in prison arbitrarily without having any trial. Or
I'm gonna talk shit and
just
make arguments and all that shit.
One of whom happens to be my uncle.
So that's why it'd be better to go to
that's
Franco's
the experience
channel.
that everyone had, right, or has with the Eritrean government. And
10-year-olds.
I don't resent those people, and I don't ever want it to be taken that way, because that's not where I'm coming from. However, I do think that you have to show, regardless of like the propaganda that the State Department or NATO and all that, like regardless of that
Tim
propaganda
Duncan
that
fanboy.
they're like constantly just like throwing at you, you can't, because you want to defend certain regions from that, you can't just like completely disregard the internal stuff as well. I can't just be like, well, we'll talk about that later, or like, well, that's not the big thing, because it's like, no, they're both equally as important, equally. Because there are a lot of political prisoners, and if you stand with political prisoners, and you talk about Assange or you talk about Mumia, then you can't just say, oh, it's just a strong regime. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna have to.
So that was kind of a long-winded answer, but yeah.
Of course, you're anti-imperialist, and we, as some of the viewers may know, Rania, and she was speaking to Kevin Gostola, right?
It was so there was that one, but there was another one on her and Eugene's show on Breakthrough News. I think that's what it's called.
They also are anti-imperialists, right? They've had done great work, exposing what the U.S. does to other countries. But like you said, there's nuance, right? So just because the U.S. is trying to take control of a country doesn't mean like if the country takes over that region that they're going to be, this great government.
Yeah.
And you certainly don't align with NATO. You don't align with
absolutely.
the TYT narrative or any of those, synthetic leftists at all.
Absolutely not.
Right.
Yeah. Not coming from that angle at all. It's just like, I'm not coming from that angle, but I also
Pause.
do not approve of, or approve is the wrong word, but I
like Franco. I think he really
oppose
cares.
the government of Eritrea as it stands,
and
the way that it's
agree.
been centralized, and the fact that the people there can't even really, they feel like they can't even really speak out against the government, as for retaliation reasons. So it's very unfortunate, and a lot of it, I understand why they do want to have a standing army, because they feel like they're kind of under attack all the time, whether it be through like Ethiopia, because what happened before. I do understand that, but I didn't include this in what I wrote. But another thing is, if you advocate for Yemen, then you would have a problem with Isaias, because he was allowing the UAE to use a base in southern Eritrea called Asab. He was allowing them the UAE to use that base to drone the Houthis in Yemen. So to me, it's like, because he's pretty close with the Arab League. I think Eritrea is like a sitting member or an observing member. So it's just, to me, it's like, so you can't advocate, you can't say, oh, it's a strong regime, and some people oppose
Monty
it,
Duck
and then
abandoned
go
sad
ahead and
times.
advocate for what's going on.
First, mein
people,
Führer, mein
in
Führer,
Yemen.
also now this.
It just doesn't make any sense, because he allowed that. I'm not saying that they weren't attacking them anyway, but he did a lot. Like you added to it, you didn't subtract from it. So to me, it's like, he's not necessarily an anti-imperialist. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that he needs to be overthrown by outside forces. Absolutely not. It has to come from within Eritrea. Like, it has to. Like, I will never ever say, like, no, just let the NGOs in. Africa. We just need a base for the U.S. in Eritrea. I'm not coming from that point of view, but I am coming from the point of view that he is not the right person to be leading the people inside of Eritrea, and not offering that part of the analysis is flawed. So.
And it's
Yeah.
like for people who can like, I guess correct me if this isn't like a good comparison, but they can think of it as like we don't want the U.S. to intervene in any country. We don't support the U.S. involvement in Afghanistan, but that doesn't mean that we support the Taliban, right? Because look at what they do to their women, what their beliefs are. So it's kind of like that, right?
Yeah, like similar to that, exactly. I think there's just nuance, exactly.
Yeah.
It's because you don't support that, right? Because you don't, especially if they don't want to wear a hijab, or they don't want to live in that type of environment, and they're being forced to. Like, you don't want that.
Hey,
And
the
there's a lot
Taliban
of
is
people
pro-woman
in
now.
Eritrea that don't want to serve in the military, and it's illegal to not want to serve. It's kind of similar to Israel, where it's like you have to you have to do what is it called, the military, whatever, your time, like serve time in the army. It's like mandatory after you turn 18. So it's like, well, how about like what is it, conscientious dissenter, or whatever it's called. Like, what if you don't want to do that, and you go to jail? So it's like, it's not exactly a beacon of freedom for people. And I just think that it's important to understand that part, because like I said, it just has to come from inside of Eritrea. It cannot come from Sweden, from England, from US. It can't, because it has nothing to do with them. It would have to be from within Eritrea. But I think that it is just it's a disservice to paint it as a place that I don't know, like as some socialist beacon of hope in the Horn of Africa, because it's not, quite frankly. So
yeah. So how would you say journalists who are anti-imperialists can approach this differently going forward when it comes to countries like Eritrea or other countries that are going through their struggle, where they have a government that's can be oppressive, but then there's the U.S. that has its interests, or another Western country that has its interests, or another powerful country that has its interests that wants
What's up, Jesse?
to get involved because they want to obtain some resources from that country.
You see my message about that movie?
How would you say that they should approach this?
Free Guy?
What are some ways, some tips you'd give them?
Remember that science video we watched talking about
interview some of the people there,
or was explaining chaos theory?
Prisoners of that country. What would you?
Pretty sure the same thing's in this movie.
I would just at least acknowledge it, or maybe I would say film on. It's probably
instead of a functional loop, it turns into branches, which branches.
Analyzing the whole thing from a historical
point AI
point
has
of view,
sentience
because
now.
He has extensive knowledge of the government and exactly how it came together, and the National Assembly and all that, and he has and he knows about the political prisoner situation. And stuff as well. So I think that maybe you can have the pro-government people perspective as well. You can have both.
Have you taken
I just think that it's okay to have both.
in as a factor,
it's not a crime
as opposed to who the person is,
some of
truly
the negative
deep down?
things that might be taking place, whether it be in Eritrea or in Ethiopia with Abiy and his his neoliberal policies, right? It's it's okay regardless of whether or not they're getting attacked by NATO with the propaganda. I get it. You want to fight that too.
I figured
but you don't have to do it not in a dishonest way, but you don't have to leave things out in order to not conflict with your narrative, because it's about truth, right? It's not about selling a narrative, because if that's the case, then you're mainstream media. If you're leaving things out in order to make a point, you have to address all of it, all the ugly stuff.
Are they all bad at politics?
Right? Exactly.
Who's that?
Too biased, yeah. And it's okay. Some people might like the government, right? And you can say that perspective as well, and that's fine. But you shouldn't demonize the people that might have something different to say about the government as oh, well, that's just CIA talking points, or oh, well, you're just a useful idiot for NATO. It's actually no. That's
manufacturing
pretty rude,
consent,
and
bruh.
incorrect. So.
Right, there's nuance there. Just because you don't support a government from a country in the global south doesn't mean that you support NATO.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
So, just to give some people just some more historical background here, how was Eritrea born? How was Eritrea formed? It used to be a part of Ethiopia, right? How did it become an independent country?
So not necessarily. So Ethiopia itself is kind of it's spun out of the Abyssinian Empire, which was I guess it became Ethiopia in about 1891.
Why
but
are
it was the
women
Abyssinian
naturally
Empire,
attracted to
which was
alphas?
like led by Menelik
Because they
II,
want
who had a lot of
success.
support from the British and the French. The Italians were also involved, but they were more the northern part with King Johannes, which was Eritrea technically. So technically, Eritrea was never part of Ethiopia. It was just more of like it was acquired. Like it was just like a lot of the different regions in Ethiopia that were never part of like the whole of what you would call Ethiopia modern day. They were their own, like
Dubster,
they were
that's
their
such
own
a broad
tribes,
statement
right? Like
that
the
I don't know
Ogaden
where to
region,
start.
or like the what it's called, the Amharas, the just the
I was like,
different
who's
sides.
defined as
They
alpha?
were not, or the Tigray, all of them.
Well, you
But
don't
they
mean all
weren't
women,
just,
so why are there
it wasn't
exceptions?
just all
On
of
and
the
so
unified
forth.
Ethiopia. It was Menelik, and he came and conquered and tried to Christianize and enslaved. So it's, to me, it's like when you talk about empire, you can't glorify it just because they're black.
Fred Hampton
Like,
left us on
you know
that
what I mean? Like,
bandwagon.
because there's
hard
this
button.
weird, like, oh, well, Haile Selassie and Menelik, like just, I don't know, like glorifying or like kind of being like idealistic about what that was.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, that was just repression. So you want this master instead of this master? You know,
Gotta
but
know
no
where the
master.
bread is
Like,
buttered.
so I think we have to be a little bit honest about
let it be
about what that was. And some people will
smothered
say, well,
on.
you know, he was
Don't be
trying
shy.
to unify them in order
Don't
to
be shy.
have
Click
like
it.
a strong bloc or something, you know,
Click it.
against the imperialists. It's like, but he was working with them. He was working directly, getting weapons from the French, or getting money for weapons from the French and the English. So it's like,
success in
you know,
bed?
like it's just like, was this really like a,
Yeah, but how do you get
a
him to bed in the
revolutionary
first
thing,
place?
like they like to tell us, or like are we just not being
Right.
honest with ourselves? Are we glorifying something that we shouldn't? You know, because if you're against corruption and you're against imperialism and exploitation, it shouldn't matter if it's coming from
Start
Europe
with
or
one
from your own people.
I
It's
don't
not
know what you
okay,
mean by
and you
that.
should denounce it and don't glorify it, and don't, you know, just kind of brush it under the rug as like a, it's like, oh well, that's just the past. It's like, okay, and that's fine too, but it's good to understand it. But just to answer your question, so that's how Ethiopia formed, right? So Eritrea was part of that, but it was never really like, Ethiopia was it's, I'm not saying it's a fake country, but it just kind of came together in that way. So when people say like, oh well, Eritrea was a part of Ethiopia and then you guys left, it's like, no, it was never really a part of it. It was acquired, you know, but it wasn't like a, and then there was a 30 years of war to not be a part of Ethiopia. So and that's where both my parents fought. So that they were fighting the Derg regime in Ethiopia. So that they got independence about 1991.
What's PUA?
Yeah, so that's how that formed.
Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah,
and,
for sure.
Alpha out, that's how you get them,
Syria, in your article, you know, you brought up somebody that I've had on this show before, journalist Kavork Almasian from Syrian Analysis.
Mm-hmm.
And you brought up
There'd be
something
weirdos
that,
that just
you know,
want the opposite.
I didn't ask him about because I wasn't fully aware of this information. And you know, when I have him on, I'll ask him about it. I still think that he presents information that, you know, we can
it's the one we didn't get to
about what's happening in that region. But you can let us know, like, what was it that you felt like you had to write about it in your article?
Mm-hmm. So I mentioned that because I was trying to, I wanted to write about the Eritrea thing, but then I wanted to kind of incorporate that because not necessarily because he went on your show,
pickup
but
artist.
because I had known about this before anyway, but because he went on your show,
pickup artist. I got
it just came, I don't know, it just like, it entered into my realm, I guess, or like my sphere where like I'm around a lot more than, I guess, me going out and looking for it.
You're the big brain man. What's
I wanted to make that comparison because
men like
it does feel
titties?
like even with Syria,
it's mom's boobs. That's
there
why.
are certain types of people that tend to be the experts
conditioned
on Syria, right? And I'm not saying that they don't do
break
good
the
work.
condition, you
I'm
might
not
be
saying
like,
that they
I still
they
want
don't
to
mean
like
well,
that.
or that
I'm
they're
going to
vicious
like
people or anything like that. But specifically with Kavork, he is someone that a lot of people refer to for analysis on Syria, which is fine. Like, and he's pro-Assad,
shape,
which is fine. I don't
have
a problem with that. And I'm not even necessarily
being
comparing
molded
Assad
around
to Assad.
someone you genuinely
two different
like.
People, and Eritrea and Syria have two different histories,
that's my
all of
favorite
that.
now.
What I did have a problem with was the way that he was presenting the Syrian refugees that were going into Germany, because that's where he was. And I watched, I think it was one of the videos. It was at one of the.
There's
it was an
timestamps in the pinned
AFD,
comments. Okay.
German alternative party that has a platform of anti-immigration and anti-refugee. I guess he works with them. He does like media for them or something. But he was at one of their meetings and he was speaking. He gave like a 20-minute speech or something like that. And it was very alarming what he was saying. And he's repeated it after that as well, even during or in his videos on his channel. But the video essentially was saying like, or he was saying,
Nipsey Hussle is
he was telling the people in
Eritrea.
Germany that they should do something about the refugees that are coming
born
in
there or just
from
like
Syria,
descendant?
because a lot of them are either terrorists or terrorist sympathizers, and that the liberals are trying to make Germany into another failed state like Syria. So they better, do something about it before one of them blows up a train station in Germany. And it's like, when you generalize a whole group of people like that,
there's women who I generally don't like.
Because now I have to like
titties
look at your
I do
character, like what's going on.
about
Like
that?
your analysis might be great, your information might be accurate and stuff. However, if this is how you're kind of framing
It's all an illusion.
the refugee crisis, that was, of course, like spurred by the fact that like the U.S. or NATO
I would
had
do
targeted
the
Syria,
psychological digging
like,
of your
I
own
don't-
mind and
I
finding your
don't-
animus
I'm
character.
not over here saying like, oh, that's
Meaning
not
you're
really how
perfect
it happened. No, clearly that's how it happened.
representative.
And clearly they do.
Maybe
fund,
that's
like,
the boob
radical
part you
extremists
like.
and stuff, right? But
But
when
obviously,
you're
if you
talking
dig
about
deeper into that
refugees who
animus archetype,
had to like leave their homes
shall
and go to
find
different
the
countries all over the world,
personality
which
to
is
match
huge.
with
Like
it.
in Syria, it was huge. They
Like,
were
no, no,
everywhere.
no.
There's Syrian refugees in
I don't
Ethiopia.
actually like these
Like,
boobs because
they're
they're not
everywhere.
on this person.
It's
or not on
to
this
kind of
person's
group
chest.
everybody as like a
That makes sense.
or like, oh, well, these like the Muslim Syrian refugees, they could be Islamists or they might be sympathizing with terrorists. So the Germans need to do something about this. And the only people that are complaining about the Germans what did he say? It was something like there was a lot of things that were said. I think I made bullet points of it, but the general thing was he had a lot of criticism of the way that the Syrian refugees were behaving
born
in
in the
Germany
US, I think?
and how they were making the Syrians look bad.
That's what
like
Brian
the
said.
rest of the Syrians,
Huh?
the ones that weren't terrorist
Okay, his
sympathizers
parents are
or
from there.
terrorists themselves. This is the problematic trope because if you're gonna and you're speaking to the German people and you're saying that this is the problem, as if like Germany doesn't have any
Like
problems
similar
with
skin
crime that other people haven't committed, that it's
like
just like the
similar skin
Syrian refugees that happen to be Islamist
Huh?
sympathizers, they're gonna like come in and like blow up your train station.
Was it the
It's
lighting?
crazy. Like when you're making generalizations like that, it's so dangerous.
Pretty
It's
good.
so dangerous. Like this has happened before. We've seen this before. And I'm not over here saying, oh, he's a fascist or whatever, but it's just, and maybe he has his own reasons for why he's saying that. But when you do, just remember where that logic leads, because then at that point, you're just like, you're predictive policing. You're saying like, oh, well, it's more likely that these people are going to do this. And it's like, okay, well, isn't that the same thing that Trump said, when he came down the escalator and said, Mexicans or immigrants are rapists and drug dealers and criminals, or what Joe Biden said for the 1994 crime bill, like the speech that he gave on the Senate floor, where he's like, oh,
that's
they
from
have no
Africa.
structure, kids born out of wedlock, they're going to be predators on the street. Like, we need to do something now. It's like, that's very problematic if you're coming from that angle, because then I have to make a character like analysis of you, and I have to kind of question the things that you say, because that logic is it leads to somewhere really dark.
Betas want women with personalities. I think is because
that's
they
kind of
plan
why I
on
made
talking.
that comparison.
What?
Yeah, I do think like if somebody says something that's like problematic,
When you want both,
regardless of the objective,
when you want
information that
both,
they present, that's still something to consider.
Upster, I
person,
guarantee you want
think
both.
if like that's going to influence
Guarantee it.
how they present their information, like will it be biased? So it's just something people should consider. Like you can find truths anywhere. You can find a lot of truths with people who are really objective with how they present information. But it's just, take some things, like for what it is. And
Betas get
always
friend
question,
zoned.
you got to question everything that you get from people.
Yeah,
Like
absolutely.
just
Word.
if you arrive to like the most objective, I don't know, like, you look at all the documents that are being presented, you feel like you have a good understanding of everything that's happening. It's still just only the information that you came across. There could be other information out there that that you have yet to come across. So the journey to informing yourself never ends. But also, I'll ask Kevork about this to see if he's evolved or his reasoning for why he said that. Because I know that in Germany and in the UK and other countries in Europe,
I'm Team
there's
Jordan.
a lot of mainstream
I don't see any J's and
pressure
betas or alphas,
on
so they can
like,
go fuck themselves.
Arab immigrants.
J
and
is clearly the
refugees
best letter.
and trying to group them all together. So I don't know if that kind of influenced him to say that, and he wasn't thinking about how it's
Betas
just
are
like,
get friend zoned
it's
or put in jail
generalizing
for
a group of
rape.
people.
Yeah, he was. I mean, and then he
Oh.
was also saying like the people that have a problem that are like problem fitting in, like the Syrians who are having problems fitting in, are just not wanting to learn the German culture and the norms and assimilate and learn the German language. Like that's why they're having psychological problems. And it's like, bro, are you kidding me right now? Like people had to move from like a completely different place to another place.
These days
Like,
means a guy who naturally
in a
attracts
war-torn
women.
place, yes, caused by the by NATO itself. But it's like you can't just say like, oh well, they're just having problems because they don't want to assimilate.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem. Look at me, I'm doing great. It's like, dude, you know what I'm saying? It's like maybe their psychological issues that they're having have more to do with the fact that they I don't know, they're in a new place and maybe they lost family members and there's like a whole factor of things. It's not just like, oh well, they just can't fit into the norms. I mean,
really?
like what if
you
I
think
was here
Mattingly
saying,
when Michael Jordan
well,
existed?
they just need to learn English. Like I mean, I did it. Look at me. Like it's just I wouldn't do that. Like it's like devoid of
J
any
is the
compassion
23rd letter.
or like empathy for human beings. You know, and it's
that can't be true.
And you can't leave that part
There's only
out.
26
you cannot
letters.
leave that part out. That's the most important
alphabet,
part.
right?
Then why do you do what you do?
How could J be the 23rd?
You know, it's like why do you do then why do you even care about politics? If you don't give a shit about people, or if you're just gonna like generalize them and make talking points to fit exactly what you're saying. It's like I mean, he works with AFD, which is like an alternative. They call themselves right wing whatever party, and their whole platform is anti-refugees and anti-immigration. So that's a little weird. That'd be weird if I was working. If I'm saying like, yeah, I totally, I'm against all these wars and I'm against this happening and that and blah, blah, blah. But then I'm like doing this like culture war bullshit.
Keep those damn sandbags out of my country.
Because then you say you want to build coalitions, but how are people going to want to build
Popped in my
coalitions
head.
with you?
I'm like,
if they feel like you're completely dismissing their plight.
Sounds racist.
And it's not. This is not me being woke or liberal. And people need to stop saying
31
that
in the
people,
Klingon alphabet.
They're saying something a little bit different that doesn't exactly align with what they think. It doesn't mean that the person is woke. It's like me or somebody, a white person, like criticizing Obama, and then I'm like, oh, you're a white supremacist. It's stupid. It's really stupid, and it's lazy. It's just that's where I'm at.
I understand where you're coming from. So my next question is about just about all journalists and pundits, because everyone's going to have their issues, and we can get truths from anywhere. Like I have mentioned earlier, like for example, Tucker Carlson may say some factual things on his show. Doesn't mean that you endorse, that you that you love him overall as a person. Doesn't mean that you agree with everything that he says. Doesn't mean that he is going to present some information that's that's not true. But if there's something that's subjective that he's presenting that can be backed up by evidence, I mean, we can take it for what it is. It's information. Information is information. But I mean, clearly there's still going to be, I think, journalists and pundits
Franco thinking, did I forget to turn the coffee maker?
And that really mean well, when they present information. So I just wanted to ask you, what kind of journalists or pundits do you recommend to people?
Red Sea is being
where they
woke
can get
and
the most
liberal.
Information out of? Or do you say just get information anywhere?
Yeah, I think it's okay to take information from anywhere, but like just don't forget your I don't know, your morals or your principles or your ethics. Don't demonize like whole groups of people.
You're welcome, emblems.
I mean, it's the same thing as like what is it? They were the quote unquote liberals saying everyone that was at the January 6th protest was a fascist, right? it was like an upright, like it was all these the white
They were
rage that
fascists.
Trump stoked, and then they went to take over the Capitol. It's like, that's bullshit. That's not what happened. Like, let's be real.
I love.
I don't. That's not.
As a player.
Yeah, that's not exactly what happened. So it's just like, you wouldn't take that seriously, right? So it's like, at the same time, you don't want to be like, oh well, yeah, like all these Islamists from Syria that are funded, that are being funneled into Germany. They're gonna mess up the country. Do something about your country. Like, before one of these people blows a train station up. So it's just that's all that I was trying to get at. It wasn't like I wasn't trying to be I'm not trying to be, what is it called? What do they call me? Woke. Like, I'm not which is also kind of insulting. It's like, you can't just dismiss someone as woke just because you don't agree with what they said. But yeah, so just a disclaimer though, I'm not coming from like a woke liberal place. But like you said, it's just, I think you can get your information anywhere, but if you remain with if you keep your values and your objective way of looking at things and your ethics, essentially, then I think you can get information from anywhere, right? Like, it doesn't even matter. It could be Fox News. I mean, you should also take into account, like, well, okay, like, from what we know about Fox News, it's owned and operated by Rupert Murdoch. Like, don't you think that there's probably a reason why they let certain things slide and maybe certain things not? Like, there's a motive there. I'm not saying that every single who comes on there is aware of the motives and it's like a huge conspiracy like that. All I'm saying is,
many women are alpha average.
Like, we just have to ask these questions, especially with the network, like, owned by Murdoch, which is like one of the biggest, like news, like.
There are plenty of women get creeped out by
a couple other ones.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Alpha.
we're not exactly talking about
or Chad.
Mainstream news by design,
whatever they're called.
Design is like a limited hangout. Like, they're going to present enough news to some people that's like objective, but then give a whole bunch of other news that'll keep them thinking that the enemy is their neighbor who watches CNN or MSNBC, right?
Well, I mean,
and
like, let's be honest.
They're going to do the same thing about Fox News viewers.
They are, and it's like, okay, so Tucker might have Jimmy on a couple times, right? I'm not going to say Glenn because to me, no offense, Glenn Greenwald is worthless to me, my opinion. But just because all the contradictions, whatever, I have my own issues with Glenn Greenwald. But yeah, just because he'll let Jimmy come on and say a couple things, right? And then the rest of the week, what does he do? Antifa, like, Antifa's like hiding under your bed in your closet, like, BLM is coming for your kids. They're going to indoctrinate them with critical race theory. And it's like, okay, I understand the problems with critical race theory, and I get it. I know why people have an issue with it. But like, is that really the main issue? And also, like, hasn't school always been an indoctrination?
We ask these questions about big networks. We need to
why
ask these same
now?
questions
Why is it now
about
that all of a sudden it's a problem?
smaller
It's always been a
indie
problem.
news networks.
It's terrible. So it's just like, give me a break with like the social,
Agreed.
just like the woke mob. And,
I agree.
Like, the radical left Antifa.
But I agree based on like
that's
what
also just as divisive as
I want to do.
Quote
If
unquote
that makes
liberals
sense.
saying the white supremacists
I want
and the
my questions
fascist
are
Nazi sympathizers
aiming
are
at the
gonna,
human
you know,
themselves.
attack.
That makes it universal.
It's the same. It's like two
Where it's
sides
like,
of the same coin, essentially.
You don't speak
it's
English?
Like,
Get a
cool.
fucking
like,
let's get a
had Jimmy
translator
on
in
to
here.
talk about this, that, and the other.
I don't care
but
if you
then the
work
rest
for Fox,
of the time, Tucker, like,
on
what are you talking
YouTube,
about?
Whatever, you're a janitor, garbage man,
yeah, for sure,
homeless,
and
rich.
I just want to clarify, because Barrett Brown, who I had
Even
on,
the Mets fans,
Barrett Brown, he also mentioned, shared the same opinion as you about Glenn Greenwald, that he thinks he's worthless. He explained his reasons. And I just want to give people a disclaimer, like, I'm learning as I go. Like,
I dry heaved a little bit.
I don't know everything about Glenn Greenwald. I take the information that he says, like, if it's objective.
So yeah, even those fuckers that are square in the middle of a parking lot.
If newer information arises that gives more
universal
to
too.
To the
even the barely humans.
I'll accept that too. So I just want to hear from
Let's
you.
call them humanoid.
What are your reasons for why you think Glenn Greenwald?
Oh, Glenn? I think he operates on like this weird, like, just but specifically, it's a lot of the stuff that he's written before, where he said, like, where he's talking about whether it be like South America, specifically I think Cuba, he was talking about, and Brazil, and one other country, where he was saying, like, oh well, you can't really take these radical, like, these Fidel Castro
You're talking about
sympathizers
politics. I'll
seriously,
put it in a political
just kind of bashing like
purview.
the global South. I don't have the articles with
talking
me right
this or
now, but
that
if
or
you read
whatever
some
it
of his
is.
older stuff on like how he actually viewed people in
Plenty of women
in
don't
Latin
want to
American
be
countries
owned
who
and
maybe call
dominated,
themselves socialists
or
or whatever.
men for that matter.
And he has every right to say whatever he wants, but it's
I
like
think deep down,
it's the way that he was saying it was
you would think
it was
that
kind
most people.
it was a little
I think
a
even
little problematic, just as far
less
as
woo-woo
like his
would
analysis
think that
of it,
people deep
and
down, like to some degree, even if
because a lot of
it's
the
like
South Americans were
narcissistic,
saying
like
that
oh, they want to be like God.
they didn't understand
basically.
this war on
They wanna be
terror,
in
right?
control of
It's like,
everything
well,
in your
they just
life.
don't get it because they don't
Right?
understand that America's under attack. Like
Like-
Bush did what he had to do. He did say this. So I know that Glenn likes to
Back
say
when they
that
fall
he
for,
has
like,
always been against the
becoming
Iraq
like
War
a-
or whatever, but that is not true because
you
he
know,
did at one point
taking
say
a backseat
well,
for someone
yeah,
else.
Bush
Pause.
did what he had to do. Like that's
You almost
just,
look at it as
that's
like
just
a
what it is.
hindrance
Like
or a fault
we can't
or a
we can't let
mistake.
them come to America
Man,
and
I
attack
keep
us.
falling for
Like
this.
they just don't understand it in
Over
South
and over
America
again.
because it doesn't involve them, type of thing. Where it's like, I'm sorry, what?
So you,
Like,
you
what are
think he naturally
Just 'cause we're
evolved from those
friends with
issues,
them
or you
doesn't
think
mean
that
we
this
should
is
be
just a
hush
common
hush.
characteristic of him?
I think it's a common
Agreed.
characteristic to him. I think he likes to
Like I
pick
said,
and choose different things that he'll stand
universal.
up for. Because now, what
At least my
he's
perspective.
on the like,
universal.
well, Antifa's doing this, and well, I'm just being a journalist.
That's why
I'm just being,
betas hold their
I'm
hands.
just trying to
when the
remain
alphas
objective. But
wreck the
he's
women,
always been kind of
all
like
being cucked.
in my opinion. He either, I don't know if it's
Word.
disingenuous, dishonest, or just poor takes, like very poor takes. I really don't like to give him a lot of credit because he's also never explained anything he said in the past before. People just kind of brush it under the rug as like, just, and then also, I mean, not to mention like The Intercept being pretty much like a honeypot that has put many people in jail. So
Which I discussed with Ryan Grimm earlier.
Oh, okay.
I brought up Reality Winner, Daniel Hale, Terry
Okay.
Albury. I was like, how can you still work for an institution like this? Is it safe for whistleblowers given this track record? And I asked him, I was like, are you going to
Women
look
want
into
to
Piero
be
Miniar?
dominated.
Because I
if
showed him the
she'll
Whitney
get
Webb
with
article
that
telling
man.
him how these are the things that Piero Miniar has said before about whistleblowers.
And there's just no
before
existentialism in
The
your
Intercept was
philosophy, is there,
created.
Dubster?
So how can a whistleblower feel safe giving
It's all
information
programmed,
to a journal outlet
pre-programmed,
that's owned by this
pre-packaged.
guy who
Have
has
fun.
said he doesn't like whistleblowers?
You'll enjoy virtual reality when it
yeah.
comes out.
So
it's
It'll
interesting.
be
And then
actually
now he works
replicating
for,
your idea of
because now
women,
he moved to
right?
Rumble.
Of
Glenn
other
Greenwald, he
humans.
moved to
Glenn
Rumble,
Greenwald, yeah.
which is I think Peter Thiel is an investor. So
That's
it's
important
like,
to point out because I talked about Rumble, with Shadow Dan and Charles and Marcus.
Flashlights?
I didn't know it was owned by Peter Thiel at the time.
oh, no, I don't think it's owned by him. I think he's just like
the
he's
little
kind of leading the
commercial.
way, like he's investing in it, and
Yeah.
and I think on Rumble you're not even allowed to talk, like you're not allowed to disparage
Servitude can
people
be
that
noble as
also are on Rumble.
If
So like you can't
unforced, if
say anything
that's
bad about someone like a
person's
content
true will.
creator
Oh,
in
yeah.
Rumble, which is kind of odd. It's like, is that free speech?
For
I'm
sure, there's
sorry.
people
Because
that
it's
want
like,
to
you can
be,
say all day long, like,
they
oh, well,
want
we
to
just need to
be
be
in
worried
that
about the people
role.
at the top, right? Like, just the
whether
1%
it's a
at the top.
damsel
Okay,
in distress,
that's fine.
or they want
Absolutely,
to be
I'm with
just
you there.
dominated by
However,
some
if there is
savage
something wrong
female.
with the people that are right next to us, maybe like just like a tier, like as far as like
That might be
influence
me.
goes, like platform,
I think I
um,
want to be just ravaged by
criticizing
a
them
savage
doesn't mean
woman.
that you're doing a disservice to the
Amy
movement
Klobuchar.
against the 1%.
Picked right. I
at
picked
all.
correctly.
Like and also criticizing someone is not smearing. It's not the same thing. It's
Yes.
not attacking, especially if it's coming from in good
Yes.
faith.
Yes.
So
Smearing would be
Yes.
if you bring up exaggerate information, or you give misinformation about a person. So yeah, that would be smearing. Like if you're
Yes.
being
Yes. And
dishonest
yes.
about a person's credibility.
Yeah.
And so Glenn, he moved on. Glenn Greenwald moved on from The Intercept. He's now on Substack. But you still think he's worthless?
I mean,
So
I just don't
wanna
really.
see-
He hasn't done
I
anything
just
for
wanted
me.
to ask,
Yeah.
like, if
Yeah.
you think he is, so then you might think that there's someone filling in that spot where he does some good work who's doing it even better.
Mhm.
So I just want to ask, like, who would you recommend that's better than Glenn Greenwald as a journalist?
I'm not saying that you shouldn't listen to Glenn Greenwald or don't read his stuff. I'm not. It's not me saying like,
Okay.
you know, like, oh well, like,
Yeah.
no one should like boycott Glenn Greenwald right
I'm not
now.
even sure,
Whatever.
like,
It's just
that
this is for me
even
personally.
qualifies,
Like,
like,
I
who's
don't
a
really.
better
I just don't
journalist?
find
It
any
doesn't make
value in
sense
a
to
lot of
me.
the stuff that he has to say
I
because
get
it's a
what
lot of
that
the
would
stuff that
mean,
has already
but,
been
like,
said. Go to Whitney
what
Webb
information is
because
correct
as far as
versus
just
what
like
information is
the
incorrect.
like the stuff that he covers, he
And I
probably
understand
covers
saying,
a
like,
lot
this might
better
be
and more in depth,
correct
like
more than-
100%.
I get
So
that,
it's just
but-
to me, it's like it's because he'll say things after the fact, or like when it's safe to say something, or like he'll take on an issue that
I'm a
he
lesbian?
knows will get him
Maybe I
like,
am.
some sort of I don't know. It's just weird the way he moves.
That's right. I do
Like,
have
I've
different rules,
observed him
don't I?
for quite some time. I don't really pay much attention to him anymore. I'm not over here trying to say like we need a crusade against Glenn Greenwald. I'm just saying I don't fucking like the guy. So that's my opinion. So yeah, that's where I'm at. Yeah. But I'm not. But as
It'll
far
turn
as,
into that.
like you said, someone that I would recommend probably Whitney Webb. As far as
Right? She's
as,
saying,
the kind
I'm
of
not
the
asking
kind
for a
of stuff that he
crusade against
discusses,
him,
like
but
surveillance,
it's going
and,
to turn into
stuff
that.
like that. But Alison
That's my
McDowell is
true
probably one of my
belief.
favorite journalists. I
Gonna
know
be
people
some
have
sort of
issues with her,
moment or
but as far
some
as, like,
sort of
covering
issue or
things from, like,
something
like just
where he
like
disappoints
a global
the
perspective
crowd.
in detail,
And the
like
crowd turns on
excruciating
him.
detail, and kind of giving
And
you
then it's
like
crucifixion time.
different rabbit holes that you can kind of saunter through.
Truly believe.
I would say Alison McDowell is probably, if not my favorite, one
Plains
of my
the
favorite
hat.
people. As far
Yeah,
as
Boston does suck.
information
Fuck the Celtics.
and analysis.
So you think that these people go a step further in like what the area that Glenn Greenwald covers, like what he talks about, like you prefer journalists that go into more depth with the issues, and
I think it's weird
who
that
don't have as much
like 100-some people showed up to see Ryan Grimm get
not
like
or-
wrecked,
or who
and
has,
only
like,
20
at
people
least-
showed up to see this.
Or you can at least like address the stuff that you said in the past, right? Like at least address it. So it's not no one has to be perfect all the time. Of course, maybe he was writing that stuff.
I thought there
and
would be more of a balance
he
than
was really
this.
thinking about what he was, or he's changed his mind. But at least address it.
Yeah.
Because I've never seen anyone ask him questions. He goes on Jimmy all the time. Never
But
really heard
Not that
any
that
questions
Ryan
about that.
Grimm's
He
a
doesn't
bitch.
really get any questions
And then
about
you'll
like,
bring him
well, why
over
did you
again.
stay at the Intercept for so long? Like, why did all these people get arrested? Like, what's going on? It's just more like, oh, this is the
that's
greatest
something to
journalist.
consider.
It's like, is it? Is that the greatest
Dot,
journalist?
dot, dot.
Is it?
Jackson
Is Glenn
Hinkle
Greenwald
flips
the
off
greatest
old
journalist
woman
at
at
Give me a
crossroad.
break, you know? That's just where I'm at. But again, that's my opinion. I'm sure people have different opinions, or maybe they find value.
Sorry,
in
cannabis,
Glenn
but
Greenwald,
fuck
but,
Boston sports.
I do not. So
Fuck 'em.
Yeah, because it's for a lot of people, it's like
Fuck 'em.
what, the best that they've seen is Glenn Greenwald. They don't know. They probably don't know Whitney exists, or haven't looked that deep into her work.
Right.
Or have
After we
looked
knew
deeply
Canada,
into,
Fenway's
Alison
next.
McDowell, like you mentioned, or looked into like Muna, Alabama.
Mhm.
I want
Yeah,
City
Muna,
Field
Alabama.
to
I
stand
know
as
that-
just a
like,
monumental
they don't know that
embarrassment.
they
Let them
exist.
stay.
So how can we get some
We
of
can
these
point and
people
laugh.
who, the best that they've seen is Glenn Greenwald? How can we get them to look more?
well, can I
into
just
these
ask
other
like,
journalists?
why do you think it is that people even think that he is the best that they've seen? I'm curious. Like from your point of view, why do you think that Glenn Greenwald is what people perceive to be the best that they've seen?
Based off of like if they present, if he releases information that like exposes what the US does, like with their imperialism and stuff, and they're like, damn, like this is all I'm seeing, like I don't see any other journalists covering this in this much depth. But then like you can be like, oh, I've seen this other journalist go even deeper.
I think they're
than Glenn
promoted a
Greenwald.
certain. The guy's promoted a certain way.
Or I don't know. How would you
Image of
recommend
it.
like telling
Yeah.
people?
Started on
Well, I
Democracy
was going to
Now.
say, like, I don't,
When
because
Democracy Now started
a lot of
looking
the stuff that he
bad.
says, it's like
Switch
stuff
sides
that
to
people,
this
well, maybe it's
guys.
just me, but it's like
If they
stuff
started
that
looking bad, switch
pretty,
over
you're pretty
here.
aware of already. Like to me, like he doesn't really say anything that extraordinary that I haven't heard before, that hasn't been said by like whether it be like the indie, like
Let me
super
answer
indie media people,
for Franco
or
here.
just like in general, like it's common, or maybe 'cause I'm,
Clearly,
like,
he knows that there's this culture war thingy
I pay
out
attention
there.
to this stuff, so
and
I
clearly
have a
he's
different insight into it. So maybe
either
he is good
picking
for people that don't really pay attention to
or
these
working
things.
within the narrative, or
Perhaps
straight
that's
up
what it is,
selling.
but I just
within the
don't
narrative.
like. It's very strange to me. I just
Oh shit! What's
So
up?
they compare it to like
Or
mainstream
now what's up?
media, and then they say, "Oh, this
Thank
guy's
you,
calling
Anthony.
out mainstream
exactly.
media."
Okay, so that's exactly what it is.
For
Like,
the
so relatively
$4.99,
speaking,
you
he's
cheap
great,
fuck.
right?
Can
If
give
you
us
compare him to
$5?
mainstream media.
It's gotta be
But what does that really
$4.99.
mean?
I know, we don't even get the money.
They're so garbage.
It's a low bar.
It's a low bar. It's a very low bar.
Here's how YouTube
So,
donations work.
it's just
You have to
yeah,
make
that's
at
just where-
least $100 a month
I
for
think
you to
that's probably
even
what
get
it
the
is.
money.
It's just they're comparing it to
So right
mainstream,
now
which
it's
is
just
so
sitting in
terrible
Google
that they're
somewhere.
like, okay, like this is great.
No, they
Like,
take
all
it
right,
first,
well,
and then if it doesn't add up to it.
there's stuff that's a lot better, or not better, but maybe more in depth. But yeah, I honestly haven't been paying attention to what
thank you,
Greenwald
Anthony,
has been
thank you.
talking about as of recent. I just know that he was complaining about Antifa, and I'm sure there's stuff to complain about with Antifa. I'm not saying that it's like an innocent
I gotta
group
switch
or whatever.
it. I gotta
but
switch
it's just,
to
it's just more. It's just the culture war stuff.
Streamlabs.
It's so boring. It's so boring to me. It's like, it's like,
People are moving on from that.
Yeah.
Now, so it's like, bro, like, why are you still talking? It's so divisive. Like, focus
is.
on more, focus on like what the U.S. empire is doing to other countries. Focus on what the U.S. empire is doing to its own citizens.
because Franco won't challenge
civil
her
liberties and all that.
on a goddamn
and all
thing.
these billionaires and how shady they are, and how surveillance is being ramped up. Like there's other issues that we can talk about, or solutions, like what's the best path forward? How can we depower the corporations? Which methods are the best methods forward? Is there a problem with too much direct action? Is direct action the best thing we can do? Like that's
What's up,
stuff
Stevie?
that we should start focusing more
Yeah,
on.
they're
rather than
bad.
something that's going to be divisive with like your own neighbors.
Exactly.
That you have more in common, and then the
Yeah, I mean, you can point
politicians that
out.
people.
So it's like if
And
we
you
just
can-
stop,
you can point-
if we just said, okay, we're
Sorry,
turning
to
off
interrupt.
super jets,
but that
YouTube
doesn't mean
just
that you don't
keeps
have to
your
point
money.
out like if something
Doesn't
does
it doesn't
off,
give it back
know?
to you.
Like
They
just
just
because
keep
someone
it.
is also
Like
a content
what?
creator like you, or might have a smaller channel, or what have you, it doesn't mean that like you have to.
So when you see all
like,
the
for sake
hustling
of,
and
like,
bustling for fucking
staying,
super jets,
I guess
there's another
cordial
aspect
or
to it,
staying
right
friendly and
there.
not wanting to like rock the boat or have like any
you gotta
kind
get
of,
that. You gotta reach that
friction.
whatever
It
$100
doesn't
threshold
mean it
after
doesn't mean
they
that you
already
can't
take
point
their
out certain
percentages
things
out.
that
I
maybe
believe.
are wrong that you see. Like
I'm
another
sure of that,
example,
yeah.
like people don't like this, but I mean, Gray Zone is another one where I do think that they do like really great researched, like in-depth, like pieces, right? And it's awesome, and they do like they cover foreign policy all over the place, like whether it be Eastern Europe, like South America, or I think Myanmar. They covered like Myanmar, certain parts of Southeast Asia, but they have never covered sub-Saharan Africa, ever. Never talked about Africom, never talked about Somalia. And they'll say all the wars, like, oh, we need to get out of Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria and like all this stuff, never mentioned Somalia, which is a problem because Somalia has been under duress even before Syria and Libya happened.
What?
So it's just weird. And if
Hit
you're
zone?
like, why wouldn't you
Fuck is
mention
that?
Africom? Like, that's weird.
Making
The
fun of
first time
Gray
that they
Zone?
ever released an article on it was recently. And it was a very well researched, like some of the framing was weird, but it was a great
Who
article.
covered it?
It was another guy that they had come in, I guess, that they had write for. Yeah, so it wasn't like Ben or Max or any of them, but it was somebody else that they had write for Gray Zone, and they wrote about Somalia. But that was the first time that I ever saw. And how many times did Donald Trump drop, or do drone strikes in Somalia? It was it was an insane amount. I think it was like 200 and something times in like 2 years, and he
Sure, fuck
loosened the
we
rules of engagement, where like
Don't forget
they were
about
able
Sudan
to,
as well.
attack more people, because I think it was like, oh, anybody who looks like they're 25 and of military
Sudan,
age, like
for sure.
you can engage. Essentially, he just like loosened it. So
Congo.
they really didn't have anything to say about that. So I just thought that was odd. It's like, well, why? That's like 1.3 billion people.
Here it
That's
is
like,
again. What?
How come? What's up? What's going on? But
Yeah,
What video
no
is
one
that?
really answers. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting you mentioned.
You linked
that.
the video, I
I'll
opened it
go
up
check
already.
to see like.
Or are you talking to
Somalia,
someone
like, on their
else?
search to see if they like brought it up, or Africom.
Wow, I knew they took a
But yeah,
percentage,
like,
but then they're taking money off the top.
People will check for themselves, like, have they, and
Bunch
why
of cheap
haven't they?
bastards.
Is there a genuine reason? Like, is it because they're not they just don't have enough time, because they're focused on in-depth research on other stuff?
That's right. If you make
But if you're covering
$99.99,
every single region and you're like
It's
leaving
YouTube's.
one part out, it's kind of weird. It's like it's weird. And I mean, I've never really heard Jimmy talk
And
about it
there
either
are
until very recently. where I
shit
think he
ton
brought
of
up, like,
fucking
the
loopholes you got to
strikes in
go through
Somalia
just
or
to
whatever.
even get it
And I'm not saying
monetized
that
in
he
the
has to
first
cover
place.
everything, and this isn't me saying like, well, why isn't he covering the things I think are
Amen.
important? Like, it's not that, but it's just kind of weird considering like the fact that the U.S. sent Green Berets to Mozambique back in March, and there's really not been a piece except for Danny Jerson, who went on Facts on the Ground to talk about it with Jesse. So it's or he'll like I think he talked about the Congo too and all these things, but it's like if like as soon as you see Green Berets are being deployed somewhere, you should be paying attention. That's an operation. The only time they ever get sent is for special operations. It'd be like the same as like Navy, you know, the SEAL Team 6 or like Army Delta Force. Like it's you have to look into the 127 Echo programs because that's how they build
the article.
These proxy armies. So it's
where it's like they look like
because I saw that in March and I'm like, what? What's
straight
going
up
on? Like,
armies,
Green Berets, like that's weird. Like that should be like that
government
should be an
armies,
automatic like
all of a sudden start
if you
looking
cover
like,
foreign policy, that's an automatic red
mercenaries.
flag. If you cover anti-imperialism,
like
that's an automatic red flag. But because it happened in Mozambique,
as far as like sending like
there's
small
no word.
units
and
of
it's
guys
and I'm not
to,
making this like a racial thing.
infiltrating
I don't think it's because they are
these
racist
African,
or
like,
what. It has nothing to do with
conflicts and
that.
shit.
But I just do find it very odd that those things don't get mentioned. So.
Well, if I ever get the chance, I'll ask them about it.
He
like,
goes bitch ass in the chat.
Because you don't have time, or is there some other motive? You know,
I mean, they cover the other stuff. What? How many times? Like a week? They talk about Syria every week. Not because Syria. And I'm not saying like, oh, why are they only talking about Syria? But it's like you've been covering this like every week, all the time. Is there nothing else going on outside of Syria? And that's not to say that it's not an important topic, but there's a shit ton of stuff going on. So I'm just trying to understand, like help me understand because it just seems odd because there's a shit ton of stuff going on outside of like the approved topics in the paradigm that they have manufactured for us to discuss. Like, and for me, like I'm just I don't operate that way. Like if I think something different about a certain thing that's being discussed, that like I'm not gonna just sit there and be like, oh, okay, well, yeah, they're probably right. No, I'm gonna verify it for myself.
Have time.
So.
I'm tripping.
Yeah. If there ever is something like that, are
you lurking and waiting for that?
For example, I'm just saying like for myself, like I don't know if the gray zone does this, but I think one thing that people could do, like if they're getting the criticism that, oh, you're not covering like enough issues, why aren't you covering this?
I would agree.
Like, I'm sorry, I don't have enough time. I don't know enough about that. I could probably bring somebody on. Thank you.
I would agree with that
for recommending that.
And talk about like
if I
frontier.
If I just never have the time to cover an issue, I can just be like, I recommend looking at this other source that does focus and specialize on that region.
Like Belt and Road Initiative.
But I don't know. I would do that.
There's so many.
Yeah, absolutely, or that too.
Like
check out
that part of the world.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Like blatantly obvious.
That's a good idea too. I'm not saying that they have to be an expert on every single region, and that they like, or that it doesn't take away from like the great work that they have done, right? That's not what I'm saying. It's more just like if you call yourself a geopolitics like expert, or and when you understand how the global, how the globe works and like all these interactions and whatever, but you leave out all of sub-Saharan Africa. To me, it's like, okay, well, why?
Yeah. Weird. That's fucking weird,
you're talking
bro.
about South America. You're talking about Southeast Asia. You're talking about Eastern Europe. Like, why would you leave 1.3 billion people who live in sub-Saharan Africa out, especially when there is a
I didn't see Nico this whole fucking time. Then all of a sudden she's saying, well, the gray zone doesn't cover this or that or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, like I said, if I ever get the chance,
and all of a sudden, they don't have time.
Check to see if they
don't have time, bro.
Come
on, bro. It's funny. Come on, man.
Sub-Saharan
It's
Africa.
just
I would say probably Black Agenda Report.
You're a gay fish, man. Don't you get it? Come on, get it, man. Come on.
Hood Communist covers a lot of the issues that happen.
That's weird. That's fucking weird to me.
So I would say check those 3 out. We do pretty good work.
Don't cover Eastern Europe.
And some of these, I know Black Agenda
quite as much as they cover Central
they have covered, like, China,
South America either.
They cover a lot. Yeah,
Are
they
there
cover a lot of
regions
regions.
that they leave out.
Probably not. Black Agenda Report?
Yeah.
No, I think they cover pretty much like Middle East, South America, Central.
They
Went through.
have covered like China. They cover.
Yeah, they
other
cover a lot.
regions.
Yeah,
Are
they
there
cover a
any
lot of
regions
regions.
that they leave out?
Probably not. Black Agenda Report?
Oh.
Yeah.
No, I think they cover
No,
pretty
he's-
much like Middle East, South America, Central,
That's, Danny Haiphong.
Africa, Asia.
Go
Not
China,
really
go.
sure.
Go,
Maybe
China,
they might not
go,
cover
go.
Australia, but I think I was thinking more like the global
That's
South
That's the
without
Danny
Yeah.
Haiphong. I'm being
the
facetious.
like
Oppressed nations.
yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
It's just more like the targeted, like the like just
The targeted area.
yeah, like the targeted areas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about like smaller content creators, like that are still learning? Like I
mean, that's
personally
fair
still have
enough.
A lot to learn.
That can
Like,
happen. What he's saying right there, but it's like,
for me, and I'm sure.
are
for
you
a
in
lot
the
of
gray
people in the
zone to
audience,
defend that?
like, a lot
Or
of the
should
information
those
that you
guys
give is, like,
tell us
new to
why
me.
they like, oh fuck, we
Um,
missed something,
I would say the Convo
So-
or
Couch.
fuck, we fucked
they're
up and
pretty,
didn't cover
like,
this,
I
or whatever the fuck.
definitely like shout out to the Convo Couch like every time just because like they're pretty good about being
Yeah.
like well-rounded as far as putting out information, especially
And they've
on
had
foreign
Philman
policy.
on.
Yeah,
they've
they
had,
have. Yeah, they
discussed
had Philman on.
Ethiopia.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the ones that because
Donald
you
Duck.
have to also understand some of them like
That might
for
be my
example, me,
favorite
like, I
YouTube
didn't know
account.
everything.
Donald Duck, bro.
The ones that I would
It's just
base
silly.
my information off
It's
of at the
like
time.
innocently silly.
I
It makes me
watched a lot
giggle.
of Kyle Kalinske and Jimmy Dore,
Mhm.
and Nico House.
Max Blumenthal went on
so a lot
Nico's
of
show today.
Where I came
heard
from
about it.
came from just that, and then as I talked to more of my audience, I started learning more about other outlets like Last American
Nico's never in
Vagabond,
Franco's chat.
um,
He was
G
in
Web.
the Ryan
And so
Grimm
that
thing. I
expanded
saw
my
that.
knowledge. So I think
But,
with like
I don't
smaller
know.
content creators, some people got to be more understanding of where they're coming from. There's not enough that they know yet, but they can learn over time.
That's just weird.
Absolutely.
So it just comes down to
Imagine not being
genuineness,
employed by
sincerity,
Pepsi and you're just like, hey,
and
why you gotta talk about
know,
Pepsi like that?
do
Like,
they come from a good place?
you
Are
work
they
for them, or-
meaning well? when
Yes.
they,
No.
Try to present information as best as they can.
Bay your thirst, man.
No, you're right.
That's
And
Sprite.
I think that another thing, like just like to add on to what you were saying, like everybody's learning, right? Like I'm not perfect. I don't have everything right. I don't know I don't know all the things. You know what I mean? I'm just saying like from what I'm observing, right? But at the same time, it's like if someone does approach you
Get
or
that
people say,
critical
oh, well, you're not
race
covering
theory.
this or you're not covering that.
I get
Like,
that
the
critical
for the
race
response
theory
to
is
be like,
just
well, make your own show. Like,
vapid
okay, you can say
liberalism,
that.
but
Or
why
maybe
is
you
this
could be
an
like,
argument
okay,
we
like, am I
already
missing
teach?
something? Maybe this person has a
Vapid
point.
black
But to just
history
kind
in
of dismiss
school.
them as like, oh, well, that's just a
Why is
troll,
this a
or like,
fight?
oh, this person's just like trying to dictate how I do my show. It's like, okay, well, but like if we're all trying to figure this thing out, like just to kind of dismiss the
I hear
person as
that.
like, well, make your own show or like
Once
write your
again,
own shit. It's like it's
Conditioning.
not very kind. Number one,
A lot of conditioning.
and it's
a lot
also
of
it's
be real
it's,
narrative management.
It's not it doesn't show any
Make that
humility.
the forefront.
You know what I'm
It's
saying?
not the best
It's like
answer
bombs
to
going
give.
off,
Yeah.
but
Like,
you
you
make
can- you
critical
can
race
just,
theory #1 topic
You
for
can just
the
be
news
like,
cycle.
where can I find more information on this? Or you can say, sorry, I'm currently dealing with a
But
lot
Franco's a
on my
fan.
plate,
Something
so I
called
can only
Black
cover the
Agenda
ones that
Report.
I feel most comfortable.
What would a
covering 'cause I
person,
know
a
the most of
fan
these
of something
issues.
called the White
But
Agenda Report,
if there's
be called?
others that are covering it, then let me know.
If Danny
and I can
Haiphong is like
recommend it.
Asian or
I
something,
mean, it's
bro.
the same thing, right? Where people were
Not a
like
black guy. And
who
he's
were
like
trying
the
to get
most famous guy there.
the bigger platforms to cover Julian Assange, right? People would be in their chat like, "Hey, can you cover this? Can you cover the Assange? Can you cover this?" And it's like, okay,
I think he
like
assumes.
I
like,
have no
whatever.
problem with that because you believe in that cause, like you think that's important, right? So you approach people about it. It's the same thing. Like just because it's not exactly that, it's not the Assange thing or something else. It doesn't mean that like if you do the same thing because you want to get the larger content creators to cover the things that you think are important. So if somebody else is doing that to you, like have the same courtesy that you would want that other person to have for you.
Partnership.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not like it's not about oh like this person's just trolling me or like they just like they're trying to dictate how I do things. Sometimes it's not about that. So
It's just the issue is really important to them. They want more people to know about it, and
Nico was
the
covering
person
for
has
Max.
that platform. And some to say
I don't know.
like,
Just she
"Go make
started.
your own platform. It's
Right.
kinda like
I
the
didn't see him
response
at
I
all
was
in the chat.
getting
Maybe
when
he
I was
just
in
popped
DC,
into
like,
the video
"Well,
out of
what
nowhere.
have you done?
Yeah,
What
oh,
have
I
you
saw
done?
that.
Why don't you
Yeah.
run for office?" And it's like,
Started talking
saw
about
that.
Some
what the
people
Gray
don't have
Zone wasn't
time
covering. I
to be
believe.
doing like people have like 9 to 5
All of a
jobs and all
sudden,
that. Some people
can't
just
cover
don't
everything.
have the personality or energy or passion to be running for Congress,
Benjamin.
or some
Or
people
money,
think that
or
it's a waste
yeah.
because they see that everybody
He's
who
a
runs
part
sells
of our
out.
sports club as a
We're
b-ball
working class
American.
people. We
Ping
don't
pong
have the
Americans are
platform, we don't have
allowed.
the time.
Like Danny and
So it's kind of
DJ.
unfair to criticize people and be like, well, why don't you do it?
Yeah.
Right?
It's
It's like telling somebody like, I didn't like that movie. Well, you make a better one.
So make a better one. Exactly.
With what? Like, I'm not a director. I don't have the resources. Like,
Like
come on.
what?
Yeah.
It's like a little silly, but I don't know. I think it literally just comes down to like, and I'm not even the best at this every time. Like, I know I could be a complete asshole.
I
Like,
shouldn't be that
I
loud.
know this, and I try to do better. I really do. But I think it's just like treat each other with like just as much empathy as possible, regardless of like whether the other person's coming off like a lib, a shit lib, or a right winger. Like, it's just treat them like human beings.
American.
That's
or
all.
racist.
So any final messages you want to leave to everybody who's watching?
No, I mean, I think we've pretty much covered it. I guess I'll just go ahead and say I'm not a NATO shill. So just to clarify that, I'm not a liberal. I don't work for the State Department. Don't have any association with that. This is just like my views. Just in case you get the the pro government people in your comments.
Not the U.S. State Department.
Just
right?
want to put that out there.
All right, Seb Solomon, thank you very much for being on the show.
Donald
Duck, yeah. Red Sea Cactus. And one more time,
one of my favorite.
You can find her on Medium. Her journal
counts ever. Donald
Solar
Duck.
Tsunami, right?
Solar Tsunami is my moniker.
What do you think? Friday night fight. Friday night fight night.
Thank you.
Red Sea and Dubs Are Bride on the Franco Show. I would drop a golden egg to see that. All right, there you go. See, look how much work I didn't have to do. I love it. YellBRo is a baseball American. Listen. Yes. Well, if you think about it, I'm part baseball American, part basketball American. See. I'm part indigenous, part slave. What is America's actual pastime? Baseball. And it's parasitical. It makes me a mixture of both. All right. Oh, I missed. Up tender. Pause. They have an Asian, but the fact that the Bula Boys, led by a Mexican, did not make them not racist. In fact, you liberals mocked the hell out of that argument. Why do you tag me with statements like that and say I said something when I didn't? Manhunter. But Danny Haifong's like the face of the fucking Black Agenda report, where it made me think like, oh, it's not even about race. Like the black stands for something else. I could be absolutely wrong though. At your back, Red Sea, Anthony, and YellBRo should play Among Us. Who's up for it? Listen. Like a guess the murderer game. Yeah. Means it's a good game. Kid Rock. When Tender joins the chat, the hate follows. The hate follows. The chat. The chat. The fleur. Alright, here's some woo-woo. Power of positive thinking. Pravrajika Divyana da Prana. I probably fucked that up. Here we go.
What you repeatedly imagine, you will actually create. Tomorrow, it will be there in your action. It's just a question of time. Because human imagination is very powerful. We have been given tremendous cognitive capacity.
I'm not playing Among Us right
the human
now.
brain. And what you will imagine there. Today you may feel it's just an imagination. In a few days it will be your action. Look at the things around you. All the things that are around you, just take a look. They were all thoughts in somebody's mind at one time. They were repeated, they became intense, they had to manifest. That is why. And they
I'm gonna have to rewind. I got this. Don't drink unless you want to be blowing liquid out your nose. I don't even. Oh, okay. Woo woo, is that like quack quack? Yes, but better. Way better. Here we go.
Repeatedly imagine. You will actually create. Tomorrow it will be there in your action.
Yes, but flying and destroying a duck pond.
It's just a question of time. Because human imagination is very powerful. We have been given tremendous cognitive capacity. The human brain. And what you will imagine there. Today you may feel it's just an imagination. In a few days it will be your action.
It was a request.
Look at the things around you.
That's the context for the video.
That are around you, just take a look. They were all thoughts in somebody's mind at one time. They were repeated, they became intense, they had to manifest. That is why. And they became objects. They were created. So what you imagine intensely and repeatedly, you are going to create. So beware. Take charge. What you think, you will become. What you feel, you will attract. And what you imagine, you will create. So how important is your thought process? Everything begins from within yourself. Please
Many
grasp
gurus
this.
and religions come from
The
India,
outer world,
just saying.
Vivekananda used to say this, it is the world of suggestion. It arranges itself according to the intensity of your vital energy, whose expression is thought, whose most obvious expression is your thought process. How intensely that took place, what went on there, will create, like a jigsaw puzzle, it will create the situations of your life. It will create the ambience around you. It will bring the people, the kind of people you want around you. It will draw minds to you or repel minds. You create the initial situation within yourself, and accordingly things are arranged around you. So understanding this, become positive. This is the most important thing you should do in your life in the current situation.
Perception is
Don't dwell
reality,
on
is that
any
what
form
she's
of
saying?
negativity. I have already, I think many of you have seen that small video which we created on positive thinking, miracle of positive thinking. In that small video, you will find affirmations for positivity. What kind of affirmations? Which I told you just now. All is well with me. All is going to be well.
The law
Let
of
this be
manifestation.
the
Something like
constant
that, probably.
kind of
Law of
dialogue in your
attraction.
mind.
I don't know. I've never
Monologue which
seen
you
or
have.
heard of this person
It should
before.
be of this quality.
This is all new
is
to
well.
me.
Look at the bounties of my life.
Perception is objective?
All good has come to me.
No, I disagree with
I'm so
that.
thankful and grateful. I'm a child of God.
Reality is determined by
Everything
a
is
person's
working for me.
perspective.
If you get used to this,
I disagree with that.
you know, a whole lot of positivity will come into your own mind and you will radiate it around you. Let me tell you a wonderful story here. This story was told by Sri Ramakrishna, but we will draw a whole lot of things from it.
There's baggage below the
See, it is the story of a
conscious
woodcutter.
mind.
At
That's
one
why I
time,
disagree with that.
this was a regular profession in villages. So the woodcutter would go to the forest and cut wood, and you no more have it like this because
we all experience our own realities. I agree and disagree. I'd say the egos are all living their own individual realities in a way. But I do believe there's a collective conscious and collective unconscious that are all a part of and observing nature simultaneously. But our egos are the things that create the divisions and illusions of each person in their own perspectives. We would want it that way, right? More fun that way. Like, I don't want to be great at playing piano. I want to be great at this instead. I want someone else to be great at piano so that I can enjoy someone being great at piano. Or enjoy someone being great at anything. Sorry, miss. Reality that you can understand. You're spot on, but this could be dangerous to people who have been, say, gaslighted. We'll find out. As far as, like, more detail on where she's going with it. People have different perspectives. Oh, yeah. That, yeah. At least egotistically, yeah. Unless, or I would say it could be both, because it could be our individual egos all experiencing something, and then it could be, oh, what we actually are is the collective of one giant organism, or Godhead, as David Icke would call it. Then that would be, they aren't different perspectives, they're parts of an entire whole. It would be one giant perspective. Pause. Whole as in W-H-O-L-E. Not H-O-L-E. Kind of implied, I don't know. If you believe positive belief about reality, you will tend to act positively. Positive beliefs turn into positive thoughts and positive feelings, and thus positive actions. You can attempt to be positive, doesn't mean the result will be positive. So I guess subjective notion of positive, yeah, that sounds possible. That if you're really trying to do that constantly. I'm not. I think negativity is worthwhile as well. I like saying the Mets suck. Or making a dark joke. Or whatever. Alright, Tender. Operation Trade Winds. Collective militarized white supremacy in the Caribbean. Oh, okay. Black Agenda Report. Got dumped out of nowhere. Two realities can coexist. Yeah, that brings up the the notion of, once again, the idea of being separate, but also we're all just we're all little pinpricks in one pupil, right? So all of us looking at something actually creates the entire picture, or all of existence looking at something. Just something, just an idea to look at. Unconscious perception is definitely a thing. Agreed. Oh, woo-woo is taken over. Baggage below the conscious mind is called the unconscious. Yes, it exists in everyone, and the moment we deny that, we are denying our own shadow. Agreed. Even on a practical level, they would have to say it's there, right? Because people dream. Even the materialist of materialists will agree there's some form of subconscious or unconscious. I'd just say subconscious. Unconscious kind of implies that you can't actually see what's in there. Subconscious implies it's just below the surface. Go look. There you. What we see is not reality. What we see is our perception of reality. But if you're the things in the subconscious, if that is, let's say that's actually seeing, right? Because your subconscious is picking up more than your egotistical acute vision, right? I could be looking at a TV, but it's also picking up the light over here and the box over there and blah, 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 the cocaine on the table over there. An interesting take on ego. Yes. Ego is part of our perception. Ego kind of, I don't want to say it shapes, but it's where the perception is, right? There's consciousness, like being lucid and aware, and then your ego is the editor of what you're actually it's the editor of what you're actually conceptualizing, if that makes sense. Right? Perception is just a gang of fucking concepts all smushed together, right? Of, wow, he's tall. And it's like, okay, your ego had to learn the English language. Time had to exist, and the ego kind of manifested that. Then relativity of height. Then he. And like all these concepts. And then difference between he and, let's say, the wall. Or you say he's tall, but even though he's inside of a house, which is clearly taller than the person, but you're only focused on the person for some reason. You say he's tall, like concept on top of concept on top of concept. Where the ego is, yeah, or what it does, or what it collects, if you will. Yeah, ego is required for perception. You must be able to differentiate self versus, might have got lost. Oh, self from non-self. Yes. Well, the ego must, in order to create a narrative or a concept, and then that's where perception comes in. It can limit us or it can benefit us. What can? Okay, the ego, I guess. Yeah. I think the ego will purposely limit. And you would want it to. When I say limit, it doesn't mean like limit on information. It does mean that too. Because if I see the only way to actually intake everything would be constantly in the now, which means you don't have time for concepts and even symbols for things happening. The perception and the concepts have to go away. If the ego doesn't have limits on it as far as what it's perceiving or what it's seeing out there, right? It is the limiter, and it has to have those limits in order to, you know, in order for me to focus on the can on the table instead of see the whole fucking picture and all the internal aspects as well simultaneously. I'd be like, whoa. It's probably like what it's like being like really high when you see the whole picture and also the internal aspect too. All of it flooding into the ego. But yeah. Yeah, we should make a habit of making the ego a friend. You just gotta, right? It's not, first of all, it's not separate from you. So when I say a friend, like, it is you. It is an aspect of you. But you want to, what you want to do is develop it like a muscle. That's what I would say. Bullshit. Ready. But yeah, you want to develop it. You want it strong. You want it to be the fucking gatekeeper. You're not getting fucking through here. Like a bullshit idea. But YellBRo brought up a good point. I always do, Ed. I always do. An ego and a superego walk into a bar. The bartender says, I'm going to need to see some ID. Oh, Donald Duck, you silly goose. Fuck. No. Fucking cat. Stoicism is way, way, way more practical than this. It says all that is good or evil is in us. The outside world and other people not control. So should be neutral to you. That's lazy. In my opinion, that would be a lazy notion in regards to other people. Right? Even then, you're still judging them. When you go to the gas station, right? And you get a cup of coffee, and you go to the counter, and you say, the guy says, "All right, give me $1.50." How come you're just like, "Hey, here, $1.50. Take my coffee and walk away." Oh, there's some sort of like trust or something there. Some sort of socially conditioned version of trust, or this is the way things work, or something. There's some sort of unspoken contract going on between people. But I would hope from experience you'd also recognize someone can break the contract, right? And be like, no, here's, how much for the coffee? $50. Like, wait, what? That's not the norm. Why are you stepping outside the norm? What's wrong with this character? Is he trying to rob me? What's going on here? Is he joking? Assessment, assessment, assessment. Yeah. Now, what I would say, instead of calling them neutral, what I do is say, I don't know. I don't know. But based on the evidence I've seen around me, this would be my guess. Right? What's that? Rumble? Oh, the thing Tulsi Gabbard or whatever the fuck. And Glenn Greenwald. I'll check it out later, maybe. The tendency of the alchemist to transmute the negative into the positive. The clear-cut path to happiness. Now, I get what that means, but I'm defining positive and negative in different terms. Right? I'm defining it in regards to like a battery, where it's like, ew, this whack side of the battery, and this is the good side of the battery. Like, no. You kind of need the negative and positive sides of the battery. Kind of like that. That's how I'm like, and negative is just a healthy aspect of life to me. It's needed. In fact, I think it's desired. Deep down, I think it's desired. And I think it's I think it's possible to where you have someone who's just like they got the perfect house, job, person they're around, all that shit. Everything's perfect, and then they like subconsciously walk right into the fucking coffee table and stub their toe. Like, fuck. Right, to like create some sort of, I need to knock down my experience to build it back up again type shit. I suspect the people that enjoy their job the most, like even just a basic social job or even something you're not even paid for, just something you enjoy doing, I bet they love problem solving within that genre of what they're doing. I bet they do. Or it's like an athlete of like, how do I figure this out? How do I get better? Or fucking mechanic or something where someone's doing something they love. Like they really love it. They probably enjoy the problem solving aspect of it. Even if they feel like they reach perfection, they're gonna look at someone else's fucking problem and be like, I'm gonna help you fix this. Like that shit. I can go on it. This would be number 2. Yeah, I know. But yeah, I know. But yeah, woo-woo stuff would be like my number 2 thing, to where I could just keep talking and talking about it. I think movies is number 1 for me. Or not movies, but art. Like I love symbolism, and I love artists trying to say something. From cheesy to all-time great cinematography and all that shit. There, I like finding. The unconscious is not just baggage. Buds. Things budding. Yeah. Well, when I say baggage, I don't mean your evil, dark thing you're hiding from yourself. Like, no, it just means things you carry with you. That's what I mean by baggage. I'm sorry if that meant, like... Usually that... Yeah, alright. Fair enough. Usually that word sounds like, you're carrying some sort of, like... Here's where I hid the body. Like, some shit like that. But no, I mean... Or, like, mom issues or whatever the fuck. No, I mean more than that. I don't mean just repress things. It's also some very positive things, I'm sure, of people who have a lot of baggage with them that don't look at it. I bet in fact, I'm very sure of this, that there are just oceans of beautiful shit about themselves. But they just got to go in there. They got to go in there and find that too. And usually, my guess, once again, this is what I feel like I've had to do. You have to go through that muck, those negative things about yourself to get through there to see the positive. I do concede that our perception of reality is in the mind, but for human beings, the mind is all. I like to get a little more woo-woo. I like to add like an aspect of like a soul or something like that. Like, if the mind and the heart is the moon and earth, the soul would be the sun of how life grows on those things. That makes sense. Some things are best explained with, art. Why I like art so much. Art Bell, that is. Alien radio guy. Yeah, the classification of subconscious as dark and possibly negative was what I was questioning as well, but I don't think that's what you meant now that I see more. No, yeah, subconscious is dark. Dark does not mean evil or bad or negative. It just means it's hard to see. Right? It could be something really cool about yourself that you haven't quite discovered yet. You get a sense of it, a whiff of it, and hopefully one would travel down into the darker aspects to find what that is. Because believe it or not, some people say, fuck that, and turn it off. And we never get to see that awesome thing. What do you think Franco or anyone on the left say if I told them I get my facts from someplace called the White Agenda Report? Yeah, you should ask them. I think they'd look at you sideways. And if you explain what it was, who knows how they'll react. Have you seen the split brain studies? No. What do you mean split brain? You mean like left right hemisphere? Or do you mean them actually like cutting a brain in half? Dark does not mean evil. It means not very well lit. Yeah, that's basically what. How people can know things without being conscious of it. Well, typically, our notion of conscious is, like I talked about before, that acute attention of the ego, right? We dream every night, but because the ego is not privy, every single time or throughout every moment of the dream, does not mean what happens in the dream does not play on the ego. For sure does. So yes, it is there, but just speaks a different language until your ego can learn the language of that. Which is usually like, hey, ego, shut the fuck up, sit and just listen. As soon as the ego starts going, it starts trying to conceptualize everything it's seeing, and then all of a sudden, now it's just your ego jerking itself off instead of actually experiencing something we call the subconscious. Right? Also, I make that distinction between, I don't really say unconscious. I would mean subconscious, just below the acute egotistical level of consciousness, thus below. I'm probably so far behind in the comments, bruh. Sam Kane, what's up, Sam Kane? Right, we like to think that we're all individually working same body of knowledge, but without compensating for it. We're all victims of our own myopy. I think I get what you mean. As far as it's like everyone pointing to the sky and say, yeah, that's blue. It's like, yeah, we all agree that's blue. Meanwhile, we all have our own distinct, even concept of blue, of a color. We try to put it into a box for the sake of communicating. Yeah, we all agree, blue. Gotcha. The information arriving at the left side can be talked about. Well, the left brain is, if I'm getting this correct, the analytical. What's up, Iron Chief? And Nikio? What's up, Nikio? But, yeah. Fuck, where's your comment at? Yeah, the left side of the brain, I believe, typically is your analytical side. And your right side is what, the abstract, correct? I believe. That's what I heard in my conspiracy theory days. Gonna jump. Develop your ego so you can. Hang in there, Josh. I gotta scroll back up. What's up, Joseph? I hate my tablet, but develop your ego so you can channel it correctly. Channel it correctly. Agreed. Develop your ego. Yes. Yes. You want both. You want it to, right? Because if the ego is this thing that makes separations between things, it's almost works in a separate. It almost has a duality to it itself, or even like a splitness. So, you know, you want to be able to, where the ego is focused on something, right? You're like drawing, or you do glasswork, like doing glasswork, right? Not just for the art, not just for the sake of art, but also for the sake of, like, you don't want to burn yourself with the fucking torch. So you want the ego to be acute at certain moments, but you also want to, like, all right, just got off of work, I feel like just chilling and just letting the ego just be like, fade out, chill out, not to be in control of everything or be the most acute point of where my mind is at. Also, like sleeping. Sleeping does that as well. Go into sleep mode. Not form words around the idea they cannot express. They have that can act on it. What do you mean by that? You can see that information arriving on the right side. They'll be acted upon. Yes, okay. Because people cannot form words around the idea they cannot express. They have seen, but act on it. Yes. Yeah. It's essentially like, in the woo-woo sense, right? Certain things are kind of like, okay, if I took like a kind of Jungian model of the psyche and worked you backwards from the most surface aspects of the mind to the deeper aspects of the mind, or the more abstract, the more chaotic, whatever word you want to put on it, the further back you go, I'd say it's more and more difficult to put like a language or a barrier on it, because it's less tangible to, like, where you can just see it clear as day or grab a hold of it or whatever the fuck, right? To where, even though words are symbols, but we have more of an understanding and context, right? When we say like table or can or something, as opposed to something like love. Well, what does that mean? Right? If you say table, I can say here's a table right here. Say love, it's like it might be so far further deep down where it's like it's almost like formless concept. Like how do you explain it to another person? You don't say it is this. Usually with concepts like that, you say, it's kind of like this. You ever like you know, I don't know, walk outside and find $20 on the ground? Yeah, love. You know that feeling when you see that girl for the first time? Yeah, love. It's gotta like probably be attempted to describe it like that, which is why Jordan loves artwork so much. That's why I don't get impressed with like politics in film. I'm impressed when you can really good at explaining an idea that's not supposed to be able to be put into words. You could just symbolize it so very well, in my opinion. Let's see. Ego is necessary for planning. It is where the imagination resides, but it is not the totality. You can stand your awareness outside of the ego. I agree with that. And yes, in fact, the imagination is super duper important to me. Super duper duper. And I think it is something that you can actually develop. You can develop and let go. It's like a practice grounds. Not only for, it's like practice for both aspects of the thing the ego has to deal with, right? External reality and internal reality. Right? You can imagine yourself being angry. And you can imagine what you would do when you're angry. Or happy or sad or any of it. Just like you can imagine, instead of going emotional base, go physical base. Hey, if someone just walked up and slapped me, I can imagine if someone just walked up and slapped me, then I can imagine an emotional reaction to it. It's like, imagination is super duper duper important. Which is why we all need Neuralink. So we can kill that fucking thing and Jesus. Also remember language limitations as well. Agreed. Americans particularly represents binaries without fully understanding the relevant concepts. Relevant concepts are what materially affect people. I disagree. They're both important. It's almost like what's his name? Trainer. Hobby. It's kind of like the two train to where it's like you say the material and the non-material working hand in hand. They're on two different train tracks, but they're moving at the same rate of speed directly next to each other, completely parallel to each other. You know, constantly. And it's like, those non-material things. Those non-material things, all of them are relevant and even extend beyond concepts themselves. Like something like love, or happiness, or sadness. It's not, I don't think those are concept, then thing happens. I think it's thing happens and then we try to develop concepts for them. If that makes any sense. How many language suggests associations that may also be impacting your ego, decisions in ways you may not be as conscious as sometimes versus others. Yes. Yes, agreed. But yeah, conditioning is going to play a large role in that. If you're saying what I think you're saying, I just wanted to let you know that I don't watch you all that often because I feel like I am in an echo chamber. The same with Bo of the fifth column. I'm in an echo chamber? How dare you? Fuck. Really? What do you think I say that other people are saying right now? At least in this space. Oh, are you saying that you feel like you're in an echo chamber and you just get lost in it? I don't know. I don't feel like there's many. Like, I'm bragging right now. I don't think there's many that do what we're doing here. Because we can do her shit, but also talk politics on the side and watch an MMA fight after. And talk MGTOW. Alright, not so clean and dry. It's not like 100% conscious and 100% subconscious. No. There's no. It's not daytime, nighttime. No. It's merge. It's a merging station. I would say for like what the ego is doing when it's like, right? It's the thinker and then the observer of the thinker, and then when the observer starts working below the surface, there should be a different name for that, other than because ego. I'm sure you can take the ego and compartmentalize that into different, like, here's a description for this aspect, for this aspect, for this aspect. I've heard people say something like ego awareness versus the ego itself. Like, that would require a lot of work, and I'm too lazy to do it. Do it yourself. Ego is more than autobiographical self. It runs on narrative within a worldview, and all worldviews are incomplete and often inaccurate. Not necessarily true. See, I can account for the entire universe, the entire non-universe, and I can account for all of existence and non-existence with 3 simple words. I don't know. Now you're accounting for it. Thus, that is a complete worldview. That accounts for things that we don't see, or do see, or will see, or haven't seen yet. And on. That sounds vague, but it's an actual. I would say there's something to that. Right? And to not think of ego as a necessarily good or bad thing, but the connection and understanding of it develops a useful, again, not necessarily good or bad tool. I wouldn't call it a tool. I would call it an aspect of yourself, but I get what you mean. And yeah, I'm not putting it in good or bad territory. The ego within your own mind, your concept of good and bad are going to dictate whether you consider your ego to be good or bad, I guess. Right? Because you'll have all the context within your own mind. No, I'm referring to the fact that I agree with him so much. It is an echo chamber. Oh. That's a compliment. All right, good night, Ed. Ed in the bushes, lurking. The insights of Antonio Damasio are very helpful when dealing with notions like the ego. It helps correct Freud's mistakes. Okay. Well, here's the thing when we're talking about ideas like this. I'd like to hear, like, if it's someone explaining their own idea of it, then we both agree that we're both human. We both have some sort of mind. Then we could start piercing through language to figure out what is the, like, okay, oh, so when you say this word, you mean this word. For me. Really, we are saying the same things concerning polarity. The negative creates the positive, and vice versa. The problem is that humans get stuck in the negative and can't transmute back to positive. That can happen. Yes and no. I get what you mean. I get what you mean, but it would end up becoming relative, right? Where, relatively speaking, a not bad day could be considered kind of like a good day compared to what's normally a bad day. I think it's kind of like a yin-yang that'll constantly follow at every level towards something relatively playing off of something else. I get what you mean, though. I get what you mean. In alchemy, that is, you need more salt. Salt is the better essence. And barbecue sauce. Alright. Sam Kane, welcome. Welcome to Modship. Where are you here? I'm just going to use my... A lot faster. Shro, what's up, Shro? Make sure I don't miss any. Oh my god, I'm so far behind the count. I'll get there, guys. I'll get there. Couple rules, Sam. No banning anyone, no timing anyone out, no blocking anyone, none of that shit. The only reason you're a mod is so you can say what you want, and also put video links down if you have something you want to share with the group or share with someone else or you want me to react to. Also associated with tears, etc. Okay. Symbolism there. Is porn art? It can be. Oh, it can be. Is it an honest expression? Is it an expression from something or something that is coming from an abstract place, right? Meaning it's beyond the material. You have two people who actually be feeling something for each other. It could be saying fuck you to whatever, to any notion. It could be like a, forgive me, but it could be like a fuck you to something like an orthodox about society or taboo about society. There's so many different expressions there. If you're honestly expressing that, then yes, it's art. In my opinion. As far as what I qualify as art. Right? You could just be a dirty freak. I enjoy this. So does everyone else. We all enjoy this. Bam, there you go. Artist. Why did young Freud wear women's clothing? He kept trying to get into his mom's pants. You silly duck. Baggage is usually repression. Yeah, and you can repress positive things as well. What do Samuel L. Jackson and Sigmund Freud have in common? They both call everyone a mother freaker. Who is this? Where did Donald Duck come from? Fucking brilliant. Subconscious conducts major choices for us, sees subtle things, and we don't see. And we don't see, we are not seeing, not adjusting our lens. Oh, yeah. I mean, as on the surface as it gets would be something like reflexes, right? That's happening very fast. As in, someone throws something at you, and you're like, oh, duck. Look at how, that's not just object duck. No, there's a concept behind it, but it's happening so fast that it ends up, no words for it, just in the subconscious. It's below the surface. It's not your ego saying, oh, look, object moving at me. Object moving fast at me. I must duck now. It's more of, it's happening really fast. Like unspoken. Where it's, right? You have the concept of an object. You have the concept of someone throwing. You have the concept of physics. You have the concept of pain. You have all these concepts in mind as you're ducking from the object. Otherwise, you'd be like, right? Like someone who's just alien to all of our lives or something. It's like, ow. Now, next time, they might flinch. And as time goes by, they might get more and more used to it. Your baggage is your burdens, and it must be shared. This is how we create empathy. Your burden is your baggage. Or your baggage is your burdens, sorry. And it must be shared. This is how we create. I disagree. It doesn't have to be shared. What it has to be is that you have to become conscious of it. Someone's going to have to fucking do it. Recognize, oh shit, someone can feel like this. Thus, I make the guess that this other thing here is human too. They have similar faculties. Boom. Even though I don't know your particular circumstance, I can still empathize with whatever you're going through. Even if I don't know exactly what that is. Right? Because there's plenty of people that smile but are sad. Right? That happens quite a bit. So it's like an unspoken empathy. Covering all bases. Max is a brilliant artist. She's also mad as a meat cleaver. Jesus. Salt and suffer balance. Winter roads. Is it a debate with Qport? Oh no. Nah. Qport couldn't make it. Actually, he like disappeared. I don't know where he went. Darkness has got bad PR. It needs an agent. What Batman's for? He's dark that you cheer on. See? I don't think there's anything cool about myself. I'm just me and have a bit of will and determination when I have to deal with things that others find difficult but not impossible. I think that's Tony humble bragging. Means there is something cool about you, and you fucking know it too. That. See, I got you. There's something awesome about Tony, and Tony knows it. Even if he represses it from himself. You never get your ego to shut up, but you can learn to ignore it for a while. Nah. Get it to quiet down. You want it to go with you. Right? You want to acutely, consciously experience something about yourself within yourself. You know how fun lucid dreams are? They're fucking amazing. You can have bad dreams too, but you have like a fun dream, you're lucid through it, fucking awesome. You want to be there with your eyes open. That we are God's. You know, same old Iron Chief, chilling. You guys can't do this. You can see exactly where I'm at. He hasn't annoyed. Left brain, right brain difference is mostly oversold. Well, I don't put it. I get the argument. I don't put it much. I get it though. I get it. God only ever told me a couple things. 1, be still. 2, all is well. The universe. 3, the universe is all dimensions, floating from all dimensions through all of time. It is the will to be. All else is just talk. Okay. I don't mind that description, that like type of poetry. At the same time, I want to like miss a shot that I can actually make it. Whatever. I want it all. Was the sky blue before the birth of human consciousness? Were there such concepts as color? Concepts require egos. Did anyone develop their ego enough to have as much of a complicated concept? I'm sure. I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure with like animals hunting. Straight up like, that color's foreign. Let me slow down or maybe back up or get my claws out or wherever the fuck. May not be as complicated as what we do now, where we create concepts just for fun. But yeah. I think that is most helpful is that we realize 7 hermetic principles. Pretty well sums up what we think of as consciousness. I don't know that one. I've heard of that. 7 hermetic principles. Like Hermes? Sure to say. I just haven't. I just never dug into it. There's probably a Braves game on. Huh? I'm not sure I know that one. Shrek is love. Somebody once told me. Oh, okay. Stevie. What is it? It's porn. It's porn. I didn't see Shrek as a kid. Did I? I didn't see Shrek as a kid. I love it as an adult. Actually, like, in fact, it got double, kind of like double entendre into a movie called I Am Legend. And Shrek is in that movie. And it's like, huh. Used another movie to add to the message of the making right now. Yeah. That sounds like something Stryker is gonna have to fucking troll me with for me to watch it. Hey Jordan, I found bunnies dancing in a field. Really? Ah! Words can only be about things. They cannot be the thing. I cannot pour a real coffee into the word cup. Agreed. Agreed. Words are symbols. A deeper meaning, right? Even if the deeper meaning is only basic level, right? Practice for doing something well, more ideal. Oh, imagination, fantasy. It could be practice. It could be enjoyment. But it could be like it's so that this thing we call expression isn't left in the cold just because whatever, you can't physically run anymore or whatever the fuck, or you could never run in the first place. Guess what? In your universe, you have your own version of running. And that's kind of like a dark idea because it's like, come on, man. But it's like, no, you get to create in your mind, like in your universe. This is what, even like every single human from one person to the next, all of our notions of running is different anyways, right? Because we don't all run the same. We're not occupying the same body when we run. We're not moving at the same speeds. We're not running on the same surfaces. We're not running the same type of way. We're not running for the same reasons. And we're not, obviously, the big one, which kind of shuts it down, is that we're not all running from the same exact position. We can't occupy, two different people can't occupy the same space physically. Thus, their typical conditioned notion of running from their own experience is different, one person to the next. So someone who was born a certain way who never ever will be able to run, they can conceptualize running and use it in their imagination. Thus, they kind of create their own definition of running, like we all do. Like way too. I kind of made that too complicated than it needed to be. When Hollywood tries to cover politics, it's terrible. Agreed. There's certain cases where it's interesting, but it's usually like conspiracy theory style. Right? It's usually conspiracy theory or some big corrupt action that someone's doing. Those are the political, but if it's just straight up like typical politics, Try this one. It's from the Foundation of Shamanic Studies, founded by Michael Harner. Te amo. The Way of the Shaman, the work of Michael and Sandra Harner. Who's he stalking? That's not an eagle, bro. Is it? Oh, that looks like a hawk. What happens when you give Sigmund Freud and what is this? Oedipus? A bunch of cocaine. Mother freaking awesome party. What's Oedipus? I have problems with the notion that shamanism can be taught. It either comes to you or it doesn't, and could care less about your aspirations. That said, I can see where shamans can teach each other. I disagree. In fact, your willpower to become that thing is you like learning the lessons via shaman, right? Quote unquote shaman. I mean, I don't really agree with the notion of a shaman in the first place, but I get it. I mean, I would say truly learning how to learn is one, going through the steps to become a quote unquote shaman. Really like learning how to learn. Not, oh, I learned how to build a table. You do step A, B, C, and D. No. How do you actually, like, what's the care? What's the dedication? How do you intake information? How do you critically think? How do you also learn how to discern between correct and incorrect? Like, on and so forth. That would be the process of anything you want to do. That's right. I'm the only guy. I'm the only one that does this. Perhaps by what he means by echo chamber. Okay, we got through this. Imagine complaining about America and then watching people try to flee Afghanistan by grabbing onto planes. Did you have questions about that, right? That'd be. Well, it's weird because half the news is saying, not news, but half the content I've seen. I was scrolling through Twitter. It's like part of it is if the Taliban are like, they're reforming themselves, they're reforming, and they're gonna install women's rights now, and right, they're gonna have women's rights. They're gonna be a lot more secular in regards to rules and rights in the region, all that shit. Another side saying they're gonna do 9/11 again. They're gonna do it again. We must go back and fight. Only some people are meant for that path. Oh, okay. Anyway, I'm out of left field. Not sure what we're talking about today. I'm answering everything for some reason. I just stopped my video, what I was watching, like 3 minutes in, and said, I'm just going to keep answering all these questions. I do want to see that movie video, though. Oh, we have plenty of time. Imagine being the agent of Satan when the people wake up to your game and you would rather fall off a plane than face up to your evil. That wouldn't make sense, would it? Well, it wouldn't make sense because, well, you'd die. I'm just gonna hold on to a fucking plane. Not an action movie. Okay, thrown out versus, okay, Schro's explaining it like it's desperate to get out of there. They're willing to like hang on to the wing as it's flying away. Yeah, it is. It's not an action movie. It's not gonna happen. So it's like you're afraid of dying, so what you do is you certain death. That'd be a little weird for me. I might have to check this up. I have to check this out. Then not saying conspiracy or anything like that. Just I like to think. I like to not worry about what. Many Afghans see the U.S. as evil and the Taliban as good. I'm sure. But I would call them more like sympathizers in reality. Not all of them. Sure, some are straight up like loyal or whatever, but then like, oh, you are in the Taliban. But I think a lot of them are sympathizers in regards to, oh, look how these guys treat us and look how these guys treat us. Right? Now, if they're doing the typical dumb shit we see here in this country, where it's like, this side worse than this side. These guys good. They're doing that shit. Or the U.S. is so bad that these guys are now righteous and good. Right? That for sure can happen. It's spooky to me. Oh yes, the ego definitely has structure, lots of it. Good. Know thyself is the only advice that should ever be given. True or false? True, but not really, because I would call that I wouldn't call it advice, because in my woo sense it'd be someone leading themselves to that question anyways. Right? What is it? Oh, and don't worry about the vase. What vase? How did you know? Like, yeah, that shit. What's really gonna bake her noodle? Right, with the door sign it says "Know thyself" above it. And so, I guess in a typical social language way of advice, I would say so. But then it's like, what does that mean? That's a whole other rabbit hole. All worldviews contain assumption. It is hubris to think you have the totality of the universe. All worldviews assumption. No. Kind of simple. For me, it's simple. It's I know this versus I believe this. It's essentially saying, and all right, put it this way. I know this versus varying degrees of I don't know. Whether it's I truly believe this, but that's essentially saying I don't know. Or it's not, it's unconfirmed. Or I guess, or I think, or maybe, or those are all degrees of I don't know, or point blank, I have no fucking clue. The ego, right? As opposed to the nonverbal aspects of yourself. Say the words, I don't know. And there's your varying degrees of I don't know-ness. The point blank, I don't know, is probably one. I don't know if I don't know. It'll end up in that, like, reverberation or a circular thing. It's actually a assembled Freddy swing entire fucking video. Look at that. Close to what he does in fucking real life. And when he swings in the game, like a normal swing, it doesn't look like that, right? He has like a chop fucking. Yeah. Mechanically, not the greatest thing. But it's just, I still like cool to look at. Anyways, the guy, YellBRo is the only one, see? Right. Well, I haven't found another YouTube channel 10 to 12 hours 10 to 12-hour videos each. There's another realm we're winning in. If you are doing that, can you talk about UFC and Carl Jung in the same show? We're winning. Then play 50 Cent before your show starts. I know. The agents of not for me. And the comics Trump stuff. How far back am I? Oh damn, Shro, thanks for the $3, bro. Excuse me. Google thanks you for the $3. Nah. Okay, I'm getting there, guys. A lot of people talking to each other. What's the psychology behind America, creative bankruptcy, and constant remakes? Oh, creative bankruptcy and constant remakes. I've had conspiracy theories that they're doing it on purpose. Further reinforce this materialistic mindset of, you know, it's where movies become good based on character went from A to B. Instead of here's A and subsection A, subsection B, like all that shit. Where there's subtext and subsections of each point of plot throughout the story. Just narratives on top of narratives on top of narratives. Instead of giving you such bad movies, like as far as just going from A to B, to where you start begging for movies that just make sense. Granted, like I said, I watched the movie Free Guy. Okay, it's cheesy. There's an element there. My opinion. When your ego be like, ah, fuck. I'm gonna get food soon. I can feel it. Anything can be porn if you try hard enough. I can't disagree with that. And that's scary. I was like, huh, I can't disagree with that. And I thought about like Barney. Yep. Yeah, I can't yeah, it gets a little dark there. A little bit. A little bit. Your donate to me link goes to Red Economics Cash App. Is that intentional? That's my secondary donation spot. What? Aaron Hicks? Get on the fucking field. Coach, I have a tummy ache. You sure? You ever really have a tummy ache? Aaron, get over here. Go show him what a tummy ache is. I know. Horsemen play dirty motives. Dirty boobies in their heads nonstop. Possibly. I wouldn't say nonstop. But it happens. So does my foot getting ran over by a car. I don't dwell on it. Unless I want to. I imagine there are some who thinks circumcision is art too. Yeah, a ritual. Art is very ritualistic, I think. 3 homers? Porn is a sad alternative for learning how to dance. What? Porn addresses the male need for ultimate access, unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. Women watch porn too. He's W me? What? A clan meeting? What? I'm so late in the comments that you know what's up. I personally am uncertain. Okay, Tro. Too much information. Something about a friend who I've known for a long time that I planned on never knowing. I now know. You can go to the chat. You can go to the chat replay. Find it. When I was younger, though, my God watch flying to what? Thanks for what? What? I'm just lost. Lucid dreams are crazy. I remember waking up thinking I was about to get the chair for killing these guards and cops to break out before my trial. Jesus. I was so scared for 10 seconds. That's kind of a lucid dream. Is that... that all depends. Is that what you wanted to do? Is that what your conscious ego mind wanted to do? Because lucid means a lot more like, I know I'm dreaming, and thus I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want. Which case I would say, you don't need to kill anyone, just fucking float through the wall, fly away. What? That one was weird. I've had lucid dreams before where a succubus seduced me, so I guess I'm doomed. Or you're just having a good time, Tony. Be careful of the sea hag. Through lucid dreaming, you are all powerful. Yeah, like, yeah, like you're in control of everything. You know you're dreaming, and then you're controlling that you're dreaming. Oh, hey. Exactly like Hermes Trismegistus. Hermes Trismegistus. I don't know the seven. What was it? Seven hermetic principles. I think he was saying. Heard of Thoth. Supposed to be the reincarnation of not only Hermes, but also Jesus. Name Amen Ra. The universe is not concerned whether we see it or not. Humans are so self-important. We are the universe. Of course it cares about seeing itself. Unless we're from outside this universe. We gotta hook Peaches up with Colby Covington. Now even Colby would slap this guy. Bro, Stryker posts dick pics even. I wouldn't go that far. He doesn't do dick pics. He does dick movies too. He does it all. He's like, hey bitches, I'm back from vacation. He tags everybody. I'm back. Oh yeah, because Dan's story with Israel. Does not make sense. And he actually argues the Christ. Like he's not like disrespectful about it. You would think, but he's very. Oh, you mean him debating Red Sea about these things, right? Yeah. I don't think he's that disrespectful considering what he does. Right? Okay. You sure? Sure he wasn't called something first? The duck would do. Alright. Dude, I saw it as you fucking it. Yeah, too many comments. The Hermetics have a lot in common with Gnostic Christianity and alchemy. I would think so, right? I would think so. Or like at least where I've heard the notion of like Hermes Trigonosis, whatever his name is. Wherever I've heard that conceptual or mythological name, yeah, you could definitely see something similar. Alchemy, I don't know as much about, to be real. Most black people don't even vote for One Peaches, being led astray by people like Cornel West and Ice Cube does the rest. America is rigged. Maybe. That's why Kubert left. There can only be one. Dubs is it. Black people are perpetual victims. Well, that's actually true, Peaches. Not me. I wouldn't say it's easy being poor, but it's not easy being human. 60 the den. Oh my god. I'm so late. They went all the way back to politics again, and I missed it. That's when I started just skipping down. Like, yeah. Did I get food? I don't know. Random question. Do you guys trust someone until they've shown you otherwise? No. But yes. No, as in, well, first of all, I leave open. I'm not going to dictate the other person. They can dictate themselves who they are. I try to do that. I try to do that mentally. Like I try not to let my imagination even go there. But like, you ever have those thoughts? Like, I bet this asshole would do this, and your mind wants to roll there, but you stop yourself and say, like, oh fuck, I don't know. But I could make my guess and assessment. I won't ignore that. I won't ignore my faculties, but at the same time, I'm not gonna be like, this asshole would do this. Wouldn't he? He's gonna do it. Ah! Yeah, I defend them in my own mind first. But that's also not being like, he's a saint, she's a saint, automatically from the jump, without even knowing. I'll find something. Oh, look at that hair. She must be an angel. So I give them room to show me, to give them room to express, I guess express their trustworthiness. Or do you not trust someone until they show you they can be? Like I said, yeah, I want to let them express their trustworthiness. Go late in the comments, you might not even be listening as I say these answers. What about people you actually know? Oh, yeah, same thing. What I do is I just, my natural inclination is like smile and be nice. And from there, right, I'm just leaving, no, I'm just being me, allowing you to be you. And whatever happens, happens. All right, I'll try to read something if something comes off like it might be a clash, but yeah, I try to, even though there's conditioned aspects, right? Sometimes somebody, there's one dude who caught me off guard once, just walking down the street. I don't know the guy. I just walk past, like, hey, what's up, man? He's like, like, no, did I say what's up? I said what? Something like that. So yeah, I said, what's up, man? And he said, I'm me. I'm me. Kept it moving. I'm like, did I steal that? Thinking to myself, do I steal that? But no, it was a very confident "I'm me" type of statement. Taught himself, like that's what you either someone taught him or he taught himself. Like this is what you say in response to that, right? Placing value on yourself. Don't Peaches. Okay, you're talking to him. Now people on YouTube that you've never met. We're in a whole different era in regards to meetings. Right, one doesn't take precedence over the other, in my opinion. Obviously, there's something to meeting someone in person, to different form of stimuli. But if you have two people being blatantly honest on the internet, it's actually having more of an effect than two people that meet each other face to face but fake shit. Trust me, that happens a lot. Right? Sometimes you'll see on the internet, you'll get someone's real expression. I'd beat the shit out of you, little piece of shit. Fuck you. Fucking kill you. If those guys actually met in person before that, like paint the same scenario, but they meet in person, they'd be like, hey, man, I don't want any trouble. Hey, what's that? Hey, man, what's up? Big smiles. Hey. Physical consequences click into the mind a little more. As opposed to on the internet where you can be like, fuck you, little bitch. Fuck you. Just saying. People have to pass my vetting process, more intense than getting a job for the federal government. As that random dude on the street would say, like, I'm me. I got tired, like, there was a point in my life where I got tired of trying to please people in regards to, I mean, I'll do it for me, but not like, if they're like, fuck you, I'll just do it for me. Too many moments of like, hey, yeah, did you steal this? No. Like, you've never talked to me before in your life. I don't know who you are. I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, hey, I'm Jordan. What's your name? That's not your name. Oh, okay. Not. Okay. Ah, college. College. Ah, fuck. Comments jumped. I still have some textbooks. Like the teacher gave me it. Gave me his personal textbook. I just kept it. Miss any. Because you're all talking to each other. That's what I like to see. Less work for Jordan. Basically the same rules for online, and it's easier and harder at the same time. Pause. People you know can trick you because you trust them. People online have to be good at acting. Huh. That's interesting. I just think there's a lot more, like, think about online, like, from text to text, right? That persona thing could actually, like, leave the fucking room. You don't even need it there. The initial thing that people meeting in person usually find themselves with, that persona, that mask, doesn't mean evil. It means, like, you're somewhat concealed. The idea you want to portray to the world. Hey, I'm nice. Hey, I'm happy. Hey, I'm sad. Whatever the fuck. Mask you put on. Because obviously your expression cannot fit the entirety of you. Your physical expression. So when you're happy one day, there's still aspects of you that are more connected to sadness. Expressions you have. And they're just not showing because feeling in a happy mood, or you're pretending to be happy. Porn industry would go broke if they relied on women to pay for it. So people don't pay for porn anymore. What do you believe? What do you believe porn is evil? I'm confused. What's so evil, bad about it? I don't think porn's evil. Yeah. Like I said, two, or not, it doesn't have to be two. Multiple people. for the extra dirty freaks. People who choose to record themselves because they actually enjoy doing it, like they truly love doing it, but also they get paid on the side. I don't mind that. Oh, Michael Jordan truly enjoyed being a psychopath playing basketball, and he got paid on the side for it too. Meaning, if you got rid of the money, still be doing this. Meaning it's like an expression, thus making it what? Basically artwork. That type of thinking would require a lot of, I guess, social condition breakdown, some taboo broken down. Play it safe and find couples porn. Or multi-couple porn. Or make your own. Perfect. But you know it's safe. But yeah, there's a lot of shit out there. It's like, no. Like, that doesn't look safe at all. I know. Actually, this is weird. Like, I used to watch, like, just watch porn uncaringly as a teenager or whatever. Like, whatever. Like, not even thinking about anything. No deeper thinking. At my dad's black box when I was telling you. I like Playboy and all that shit. Like Playboy channel. Wow. Yeah, at like 11, 12 years old. I'm sorry, it's just my life. But I'm sorry. But oh. Even though I don't watch like porn stars, I still like porn stars. Something about like their personality or something like. I'm never gonna watch their fucking movie. Like being real. I've seen plenty of them do like podcasts and interviews and shit. Certain personalities, not all like, up. I need to do fucking, 3 vials of fucking volume or something. Get by, and PTSD. Some are just straight up like business ones. Just for money. That's it. I don't like that. Something about the personality. Yeah, he's extremely talented, though. Circumcision is a human rights violation, period. I can see how someone makes that case. Unless we're psychics and can read their future or whatever. That'd be different. That's like a pimp suit, bro. Oh, he's got a slip. Most lucid dreaming is in sleep paralysis, and it sucks. I have fun with sleep paralysis. I really do. That's when the creepy, dark things from your psyche associate with fear or horror pop up, and I'm just like, I've been waiting for. I just mention it because I find some of the traits to be spot on. It's funny how people assume you believe it to the millionth degree if you mention it. I'm lost on context. Or do you mean, I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you're talking about. Who's this Colby guy you're trying to hook up with? Maddie Huntress. What the fuck outside of body pillows and 2D girls? We're not allowed to cheat. Oh, it's so disrespectful. Yeah, he's a UFC fighter, Colby Covington. I'm of the belief that we just don't know, and I'm fully okay with that. Take ideas from whatever you resonate with. I'm kind of like that, except nah. I guess I'm similar to that. Yeah, there's plenty of things I'm content with not knowing, now that I think about it. If you have an infinite universe, there's infinite things to know, like, we have infinite things that we don't care to learn. Oh, I don't want to say we. That's how I feel, at least. There's plenty of things that I like cursory want to know, and hate when I suck at it. Like Call of Duty. The Egyptian Thoth, Greek Hermes, Roman Mercury. Okay. So you've listened to that shit or read it or something. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth, that weird shit. Don't ask me how You just have to listen for key words and phrases. Getting people heated exposes them the most. I don't agree with that. You really have to listen for contradictions in their logic and morals. Most important to me, morals. Okay? Hey, that's your method. Maybe you have 100% success rate. I don't know, though. In order to unite the tribes, we must first gather the tribes. Us? More black people don't vote than vote for either party. I know I don't vote. That guy stole that probably. Ooh. Also very true with people. I guess you mean the persona thing. I'm still hungry, by the way, guys. Jesus. I want to get through. I want to reach the bottom. Pause. I can't say that word. Familiarity. Yes, familiarity. Fuck it. Family irrity. It's true. It's the true path to immorality, as we remain as a model in the minds of those who knew us best. Fucking poetic, bro. Familiarity. I think I said it right. I probably disagree, but it sounds very poetic. I like the way that sounded. I suppose I should clarify. I mean talking with one another. Okay, in regards to talking, yeah. I truly think it's up to the people's intention. Now, what could be more of like a social lubricant for someone talking to each other? It might be, the internet might be better too, even on voice call. Or even Skype. Something like that. Maybe the mask slips a little bit more because you realize, you know, you're in Alaska and this other person's in Chicago and you just talk all the shit you want. How they're a little snail. Yeah. Stay in the windy city, or we dust you with salt. I can say shit like that because we're on the internet. Nothing they can do about it either. I can talk all the shit I want. But that's weird. That can be tough because someone's throwing their face and their voice, so they're probably picking up definitely some of the social cues. His motion looked like he should 800 miles an hour. Oh, yeah. How violent it looks. Oh, you're throwing 200. I know, he's like. Oh, yeah. He's literally just throwing BP. But, it all depends. It all depends, man. You have alcohol to count into it too. Like if you're out at a bar or something like that, maybe it's easier to like. I guess for me, the mask would become. I don't know if it slips down more or if it's just more comfortable. I don't know. I should know this. If I really thought about it, I can give you an answer. Coming from like a neurotic type of person, very introverted type of person. I almost made it. Talking with one another is the best way out. Oh, I get this for her. Things come up in I'll read it anyways. Things come up in conversation, in casual conversation. It'll take a while, but not too long, depending on how much and how long you talk. Yeah. There's definitely that persona thing. And obviously more so present when you have your voice, face online, just like when you're in person with someone. Now, some people don't give a fuck. Be real. We know these people. We've met these people where there's no filter as far as like I'm holding back something as I'm meeting a new person for the first time. No, there's people out there like, yeah, fuck it. I don't give a shit. I admire those people. I truly do. Granted, there's moments when I have that, but that's usually when like something's like on the line, right? Where it's like, okay, I'm gonna do this, as opposed to I'll be the quiet guy over here. You guys go do that. Call him Manny. Oh, Devers. There's a philosophy that say we all have three faces: the face we show others, the face we show ourselves, and our true face. I've heard that. I've heard that before. It's like a poetic. It's very poetic. I think the thing that really happened. I think our ego sometimes, our ego and our superego, like coordinate and coldly calculate sort of face to put to the world. Right? There's that, especially with the more neurotic types. Myself, or at least the way I used to be. Now I'm very comfy with being neurotic, so I'll just say shit. What's up, ICU? I mean Mona. I mean ICU. I mean, who are you again? Fucking around. That's actually a really good point, and you know how goddamn stubborn I can be. Stop asking questions. It's divisive. Listen, just because you have C in your name doesn't mean Moses can. Think you're Moses, huh? That was the worst joke I've ever said. Thank God I'm erasing this live stream after it's done, so no one can say they have evidence. There's no receipts left. Exactly. Exactly. I said it too quietly. Up, the stream's breaking up. Oh, I can't see over here. Oh, is that water on my computer? Anyways, listen. This African thinks she can come to our country and divide our left. Stop dividing the left. I miss scrambled porn. I am from that era as well. Remind me of something. You know how many people have not seen the show Black Bush? Pause. I played that the other time. What? What the? Step back, blown away. All right, peace out, Tony. Have a good night, Tony. Hopefully you heard that. A little slow on the comments, forgive me. Basically ditched the videos. I'll get back to videos, possibly, maybe. Kind of early. Yes, the Emerald Tablets singular. Tablet singular is what was translated by the likes of Isaac Newton. Ancient tablet made from emerald. Emerald tablets are a modern creation. Okay. The thing I saw, or I was listening to like an audiobook. I just found it interesting. And they're saying they released all the tablets except one. There was like one special one, the last one. I want to know. I don't wanna know. Some song of the century. Sin, what's up, Sin? Oh, damn, I almost made it. Almost there, guys. Then I can finally eat. I gotta get my syllable filter back on. What are you, a rapper? How you doing, Sin? Just talking woo-woo. How is that woo-woo video going 2 hours later after playing 3 minutes of it? It sparked a conversation, did it not? Look where we ended up. It really did spark a conversation. I wanted to say that I truly appreciate all the viewpoints of this chat, and I very much appreciate King Squirrel. For facilitating all of this. It's all good, Trent. Welcome to YellBRo. Nah. Trust me, this is an awesome group of people. But people will butt heads. Some people will troll. Some people will make fun of you. Some are going to say nice things all the time to you because they're fucking nice people. Only warning I'm giving you. It's the internet, basically. I feel like I have to give warnings like that because sometimes they're gonna run into Matt Hunter at some point or a Muay Thai or something like that. What you condone around here? It's like, I guess. I let them talk. They don't spam, so I just let them do what they do. Oh, they gave him his closing job back? No, that's not a safe situation. One day, Jordan will read my paper and I'll have shitloads else to say. I'm so sorry, Az. I could link. Or if you want to link it. I know it's pinned in, Woo, woo! Well, maybe as long as I get to hit it. What the freak? That's your guys' business. How many outs did he get? He was safe. Looks safe as fuck. I'd replay. Oh, I guess they just... He's slow up at the end. Fucking sick. Don't slow down, just let it... They had to have reached. Kind of safe there. Autofill. Trait neuroticism is one of the big 5 personality traits. Big 5 personality traits. I don't know what that is. Is that this shit Allie had us do? Or we, like, when... My thing was called, I guess my archetype for that website was meditator. Even though I don't do too much, like, at least leg folded in meditation. Like in the shower, I'll think about shit. Or when I'm shitting, I'll think about shit. Seriously. Can't help it. Oh, there's no stimuli. I'll think about something. Oh, good. Sorry I wasn't great before. If YellBRo actually played the rest of the damn video, it's kind of helpful for not having a good day. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Alright, let me read these and then I'm going to play the rest of the video. ICU doesn't stab me. And put me in the ICU. Scale of neuroticism is said to be from anxious, unhappy, prone to negative emotions, high in trait neuroticism, to calm, even-tempered, and secure, low in trait neuroticism. I've probably been on both sides of that. But I still feel this. I still feel the same feeling that like your heart's moving. I still feel it. I just don't. Like, oh, I just sit in it. Like a beanbag seat to me now. Just like sitting in it. Pause. You can hear his neck move. Pause. But yeah. Kind of like just sitting in a beanbag chair, chilling. No Discord tonight? Maybe. It's early, man. For me, it's early. Let's see. Almost there. Why is my name calling any worse than that which I'm called? Because Emblem seriously has a crush on you, and I think you have a crush back. That's why. Alright, I'm gonna go. Matt, do you think anyone would do that with you? Unless they saw something from you first. Just being honest. Emblem did not start off that way with you. I'm gonna put it that way. Wait, Cannabis is leaving? Oh, gotta get ready to go to bed. And great stream. Pause as always. Never cross the streams. All right, have a good night, Cannabis. Boston. Fuck. They lost, right? Yeah, they did lose. That's why the Red Sox lost. All right, guys, I'm gonna play the video. I'm gonna get food. See if it sparks another conversation. Where did I put it? In fact, I'm gonna rewind it so we don't miss all the content. Here we go.
What you repeatedly imagine, you will actually create. Tomorrow, it will be there in your action. It's just a question of time. Because human imagination is very powerful. We have been given tremendous cognitive capacity, the human brain. And what you will imagine there.
Is who black?
Today you may feel it's just an imagination. In a few days it will be your action. Look at the things around you. All the things that are around.
Actually, hold on, because I want to listen to it. I'll be right back. All right, I'm gonna play this and I'll be right back. Oh shit. I'll get it. In my line. All right, I'll be right back.
What you repeatedly imagine,
Enjoy this though.
you will actually create. Tomorrow it will be there in your action. It's just a question of time. Because human imagination is very powerful. We have been given tremendous cognitive capacity, the human brain. And what you will imagine there, today you may feel it's just an imagination. In a few days it will be your action. Look at the things around you. All the things that are around you, just take a look. They were all thoughts in somebody's mind at one time. They were repeated, they became intense, they had to manifest. That is why. And they became objects, they were created. So what you imagine intensely and repeatedly, you are going to create. So beware, take charge. What you think, you will become. What you feel, you will attract. And what you imagine, you will create. So how important is your thought process? Everything begins from within yourself. Please grasp this. The outer world, Vivekananda used to say this, it is the world of suggestion. It arranges itself according to the intensity of your vital energy, whose expression is thought, whose most obvious expression is your thought process. How intensely that took place, what went on there, will create, like a jigsaw puzzle, it will create the situations of your life. It will create the ambience around you. It will bring the people, the kind of people you want around you. It will draw minds to you or repel minds. You create the initial situation within yourself, and accordingly things are arranged around you. So understanding this, become positive. This is the most important thing you should do in your life in the current situation. Don't dwell on any form of negativity. I have already. This is the most important thing you should do in your life in the current situation. Don't dwell on any form of negativity. I have already, I think many of you have seen that small video which we created on positive thinking.
I play like Tissaran like a counter to this. Because I get it. I mean, dwell on negative and a whole lot of definite. I gotta give her a chance, so I'm gonna give her a chance. Play it through.
Situation. Don't dwell on any form of negativity. I have already, I think many of you have seen that small video which we created on positive thinking, miracle of positive thinking. In that small video, you will find affirmations for positivity. What kind of affirmations? Which I told you just now. All is well with me. All is going to be well. Let this be the constant kind of dialogue in your mind, the monologue which you have. It should be of this quality. All is well. Look at the bounties of my life. All good has come to me. I am so thankful and grateful. I am a child of God. Everything is working for me. If you get used to this,
that is, for me, as far as I understand, that is true. All is well. Guess what? All of it. Once again, I think I said this on Franco's thing. Or no, I was kind of echoing what Stevie was saying, and it's like, hey, if I break my bone, I kind of want to feel pain, right? As like a notification of something's wrong here. Saying. Speaks about the law of attraction, in my estimation. It sounds sounding kind of like that. At least as far as like, just think positive, think positive. All negative thoughts, forget them. It's like, that's called repression. You can't forget them. You can't forget them. What can happen is you repress them. They're still with you though, because your ego is not the king. But I don't want to hear this and then hear transcend the ego 5 minutes later. It wouldn't make sense. Because by telling yourself be positive, that's your ego doing that. It's not a transcendence of. Hey, here we go.
You know, a whole lot of positivity will come into your own mind and you will radiate it around you. Let me tell you a wonderful story here. This story was told by Sri Ramakrishna, but we will draw a whole lot of things from it. See, it is the story of a woodcutter. At one time, you know, this was a regular profession in villages. So the woodcutter would go to the forest and cut wood, and you no more have it like this because we have very little forest cover. But anyway, they would go to the woods, cut down a whole lot of trees, bring them down and bring the logs of wood and sell them in the village marketplace. So this woodcutter went one early morning and he worked till the afternoon and he was quite tired. So then he rested under a tree and then he suddenly thought, oh my God, this ground, it's so, I wish it was a little smooth and soft, it's so hard. And wonder of wonders, you know, a royal couch came up there, a beautiful couch. And he thought, what is this happening? I just thought of it and it came. And so he lay down on that and he was very happy and well rested.
We didn't say forget them.
And then he thought, I'm so thirsty. I wish somebody brought me at least water. And you know what happened? A whole array of wonderful, both food and drink came in front of him. All sorts of drinks, wines and fruit juices, everything that he would want. And a whole lot of dainty dishes. Now he was simply delighted that something very magical is going on. Then he thought, oh, my feet are aching. I wish somebody pressed my feet while I ate. So he lay down and started helping himself to the dishes.
Chop wood, carry water. After
a
enlightenment,
few girls suddenly came and started pressing his feet. So then he thought, what is this? Whatever I'm thinking of.
Maybe.
See, I got this couch, I got food, I got drink, I got maid servants. Whatever I'm thinking is happening. Then, well, my thought, what if I...
Well, perspective can change on it, right?
Now, when I'm enjoying myself like this. As soon as he thought of a tiger, he heard a growl.
Imagine you love video games.
Fear created more thoughts of the tiger.
But there's a weight on you.
So repeated thinking and the tiger actually appeared, pounced on him and ate him
And then
up.
you're playing video games.
Because he didn't know he was sitting under a wish-fulfilling tree, what is called a kalpataru. In Indian mythology, you know, you find this kalpataru many times. So this is the tree that grants anyone whatever they wish. Once you sit under it, you can get whatever you want just by thinking about it. Now what is this wish-fulfilling tree in your life? It's your mind. It's your mind. Whatever you think there, repeatedly, whatever thoughts you encourage there, you repeat there, that is going to become your experience. That is going to come into your life. You attract that situation into your life. You attract that energy. Thought is energy. You energize things. Isn't it? Thought is a manifestation of energy. So depending on what is the quality of your thought, your energies manifest. and the thought will manifest as object. So the story has to do nothing with a wish-fulfilling tree in a forest, but with your mind. How you dictate and manipulate the thoughts in your mind, that will show how intelligent you are. Everything is done by the power of prana, vital energy. That she is Shakti in our system. Her expression is your thought. How you handle that thought will decide your success or failure in life. So when we are not being positive or not thinking too much about this, we are only being stupid. We create situations unconsciously. And we see the final result, we don't see the causes. There's a cause to every effect.
Courage.
If you are intelligent enough, you will trace the cause. Silently, maturely. The cause lies in your thought process. So change that. Learn to change that periodically. You know, there is this true story of a doctor who was, he was an exceptional man because throughout his career, he helped a whole lot of children, young children who were in dire straits. He helped them with education. He made sure that they had, they were able to not only educate themselves but sort of help their families, and as a result help them get jobs as a result of their education, and made them stand on their own feet. And he helped a whole lot of orphan children, attended to their medical whatever requirements, and he helped a whole lot of poor people, never
I don't
charged
think
them
she
for
has
anything.
worked out why
So
it
he led a
works. It
wonderful
could work,
life.
but this sounds
And
like
when
pure
he was
will and
old
magic.
enough, the whole city, all the children whom he helped, all of them became like sons and daughters to him, and he sort of radiated positivity. Everybody found him to be such a wonderful father. So when he was 80 years old, and if anybody asked him how he was doing on any particular day, he would say, मैं तो बहुत अच्छा हूँ, बहुत खुश हूँ, आप कैसे हो? So this was his normal way of speaking. He would never talk about his problems, even his physical problems or anything negative. It was always a very positive radiation from him. मैं बहुत खुश हूँ, आप कैसे हो? आपका बोलिए. He would always say this. So it so happened that when he turned, I think 80 or something, then suddenly one day he passed away. And everybody was plunged in grief because it was such a great life of contribution. So all his sons and daughters, some of them were doctors now and following his legacy, they were sitting around him shedding tears. And then when the post-mortem report came, everybody was so shocked because it showed that cancer had spread all around his body. And for a few months, that was the condition. They never realized it because he was always so happy. Nobody understood that he was sick. His organs, none of his organs were functioning properly. But his mind was so beautiful. His mind was so positive that he never even felt his pain. He never felt the cancer, in fact. And I have actually seen people like this who don't feel the pain in their body because the mind is at such a level of positivity, it is at such a level of spirituality.
What's up, Amy?
That they don't feel the little irritations of life. Nothing irritates them, actually speaking. And look at the mind of a person who has not gone into this kind of positivity. Everything will irritate you. Everything will make you feel bad, feel low. Because where have you kept your vital energies? Where have you kept your mind? So the essential thing is to be able to condition or restructure the mind, the cognitive process, so that you are able to establish yourself in these states. They don't depend on the outer situation. It is the inner color that you have given to your mind. So because this doctor always said that he was happy, he remained happy. If you constantly keep saying, I'm stressed, you will remain stressed. If you constantly keep thinking the other person is the problem, the other person will become a problem to you. You create the situation through your thought process. Please understand the immensity of this law, and it will change your life.
Hey, there's something to that, perspective-wise. We are quite creative. We definitely create narratives in our mind and place them onto other things or people or ourselves. Yeah, there's something to that. I'm not so sure she's talking about law of attraction as much as a perspective to stay at, regardless of the circumstances. I mean, I don't mind that. To maintain a certain heart, regardless of circumstance. But that takes a lot of work. I would think it would take a lot of work. Meaning, you're going to have to go to the dark side. Stay in that type of light side. Right? You're going to have to walk through all your baggage to get to that point where it's like, I face my own shadow. Who the fuck are you? The dark stuff. Where you end up becoming other people's dark place. Just by proxy. But, yeah. That sounds, that's what she's saying. That's on point. Just the work stuff. Work stuff must be done. Big dark place. Now no worry about any face. I don't know, she do videos on it? Take a peek. Gosh. I mean, excuse me. I mean, bless me. Bless you. Being and become. Give it a look. Fuck it. It's only 5 minutes.
Once Narendranath, who would be the future Vivekanand, he was sitting at the master's feet in Dakshineshwar.
Kavani.
And Sri Ramakrishna was sitting on his cot. He suddenly turned to Naren and said, Naren, won't you plunge into the ocean of immortality? Huh? You will get everything when you plunge into it. Suppose you were a fly and I gave you a cup of syrup to enjoy. How would you enjoy that cup of syrup? And Narendranath says, why? I would sit in a corner at a particular edge and I would stick out my tongue and sip a little syrup. Because you see, if I went far into the cup of syrup, I might drown in it.
As long as it's not prop syrup, we're good.
Then Sri Ramakrishna says, Nare, not like that. This is the syrup of immortality. Satchidananda is the ocean of consciousness. How can you become unconscious by plunging into consciousness? How can you drown in it? You will become immortal if you plunge into it. you will become only more fully conscious, isn't it? If you plunge into consciousness. So, the state of Brahman is to be entered into. This is knowledge according to Vedanta. Brahman is to be known only when you become Brahman. Then only you can know it. Brahmavid Brahmaiva Bhavati. It is, consciousness is to be entered into. The essential unfoldment happens in our own awareness. It opens into full consciousness. It becomes fully aware.
Sounds
Pure
awfully
awareness, because it is conscious by itself. The only thing which is self-luminous by itself. So it is called consciousness. So the more you plunge into it, the more liberated you will become. Immortal you will become. So this beautiful description is there in Vedanta. It is called Tatastha Lakshana and Swarupa Lakshana. It is so magnificent. You see, this is how they illustrate this particular point. Suppose you were standing on an ocean front, on the beach, and I asked you to describe the ocean. Now you are standing on the Tata. Tatastha means this only, standing on the bank of say a river or the ocean. You are standing on the beach, and I ask you to describe the ocean. How will you describe the ocean? Oh, it is so vast, full of water, and it reaches out to the horizons. You can hardly see what is beyond it. This is how you would describe it. But suppose I told you, now you enter the water and describe the ocean to me. When you enter the swarup of water, the feel of water, then how will you describe the ocean? You will say it is warm or cold. The feel of water, what it is like. This is how you will describe the ocean. So you describe Brahman, you know
Yes, that
Brahman
is basically
only by entering into
She's
it.
part of the yogic culture.
Is
They
not
believe
another
in working
vritti in
at
the
transcending
mind.
the linear line
It is
of
only through
thinking
meditation
and
that you can
elevating your
plunge
thoughts
into
to
it,
another
enter into
plane
it.
so
That
that
is how you know
nothing
it.
gets to you.
So all these beautiful descriptions are there in Vedanta. Parallel description you will find in the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. Once Sri Ramakrishna tells M is again sitting in front of him. Sri Ramakrishna turns to him suddenly and says, you know, a man gets one kind of knowledge by reading in the scriptures. He gets another type of knowledge of God by practicing sadhana and meditation. And he gets a still another kind of knowledge, a totally different kind of knowledge, when God himself reveals himself to him. Then he says, just like how if you enter a room, a dark room, and you light a matchstick, as it dispels darkness suddenly, so also God lights up the human heart with his knowledge. Then you know him best. So you see such profound expressions of the highest. You will find it all in the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. That is one book you shouldn't miss. It will make life worthwhile. Just reading and contemplating on the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna.
Interesting. What's the ideology? Is that a Devon? Devon? Is that her name, or is that like the... It sounds awfully a lot like the Gospel of Thomas. Or of the Gnostic Gospels. Very similar. Lady's name? No, her name is Diana. Like an ancient... I'll look this up. Have you ever looked into that ICU? Say like the Gospel of Thomas, the Gnostic Gospel of Thomas. Say you. Sorry, Skyrim. What say you? Filthy milk drinker. Supposed to be like mouth breather. Say milk. If I am the ocean, I would no longer perceive the ocean, but immersed. Good for a while, but I can't hold my breath, my breathing for very long. I'm gonna play Tommy's. They say his name, right? He wants me to play this for 10. There to trigger you, bro. It's a trap. It's a trap. Gnostic works can be quite hard to find. Agreed. At least the Christian ones. I mean, Thomas is probably the most complete. I think after that would be Philip. After that would be Gospel of Truth or Gospel of Mary Magdalene. My honestly, my attraction to those things were strictly like, this sounds cool and cryptic and mysterious. I just looked into them. There was this Indian dude who would, back on the old YouTube, you just read all of them and then give his own explanation of them. See, what Jesus talk about here is being once born versus being twice born. Jesus was twice born. Man is once born. I wish I could remember the guy's name. I would just sit there. He'd have like 4-minute videos where he'd just read a passage, explain what he thought about it, and keep it moving. I must have watched like a bit ton of them. More so to hear the text or whatever. I do better hearing than I do reading. But also, I don't mind hearing perspectives on it. Oh, you have checked it out. Okay. Please post any Gnostic works that are meaningful to me. And I go with the first. These are also in that movie, Stigmata, with Patricia Arquette, where she starts getting like some normal early 2000s chick, but starts getting like Jesus holes in her hands and feet and shit. But what was happening was she was being possessed by this preacher guy, whatever I guess you call him, father guy, being possessed by him because he was killed. So he possesses her in order to like uncover these texts that were supposed to be shown for everyone, hidden by the other creepy church guys, I guess. And it was like the Gnostic Gospels. It was. And randomly, like, and this was in your. Now it's like nothing. I just seeing like split the piece of. I'm dead. Might work. Okay, I'll go with this one. I don't even. Howdy ho. Anything that's heresy to read is always on my list. Well, I like this lady, like a scholar. Fuckboy. Hinkle's live. Vote lies and sneers. Main page. Believe she considers it possible that these texts might have been written prior to what we call the New Testament. Saying that the Gospel of John, whatever it is, Revelations, whatever the John one is, that it almost sounds like a response to the Gospel of Thomas. Eggs. I don't know if this is the right. I'm not gonna play it. This one. I think this lady became like a fucking pastor or something after studying the text for so long. Huh. I found her on the fucking Colbert Report. How you say his name? Colbert Report. I found Elaine Pagels. She's also in a movie called Mary. I'm telling you, Hollywood used to make some shit, bro. They don't do it anymore, but they used to. Movie called Mary, where there's this actress who plays Mary Magdalene. Like in the movie, she's an actress playing the role of Mary Magdalene. Right? Yeah, Mary Magdalene in that movie. In the movie. And like I guess they're in like a foreign set, and I guess she feels like she becomes possessed. And all of a sudden she spitting all this woo-woo shit at people. You got for me? Prejudice by Tim Minchin. I doubt I get away with it. No, I can't get away with it. Prejudice taken from the Australian ready for this DVD. Not a fucking chance. If it was audio only, probably have a chance. Hidden teachings of the sex, manifestation, consciousness, and oneness. Powerful info. I hope they didn't take the language and flip it. What's up, Rob? Okay. The quotes she read, though, ICU, were like very, very, very similar. Elaine Pagels is the author of the Gospels, which I just found. She's not the author of the Gospels. Gospels are supposed to be from like, was it 300 AD or something? 13. That 10. This is Greg Braden. Told you I'm real woo-woo, bro. Got the real stripes and everything. So, yeah, like the guy like this Aaron's gonna right in college. In New Agey stuff. Lane Pagels, an editor of Gnostic Gospels. Nah. No, she did not write the fucking Gnostic Gospels themselves. I'm sure she wrote a book about them. Not the editor either. Those things were written on fucking Coptic paper, bro. Like you look at it funny, the page tears. That's how delicate those, like, old and shit. I know, where am I going? Let me play my woo-woo real fast. Matt Hunter, then I'll play your Tommy Sotomayor. All right, here we go.
Verse 106. Look at what the Lost Gospel of Thomas says. It says, when you make the two, thought and emotion, one.
He implanted thought and emotion there. Not what the fucking thing says. That's something I don't want to see. You could say, I call this, well, maybe he did. There's a good chance he's like, this is my interpretation of it, and then we're in the middle of his presentation after I already said, this is how I do it. You can't insert, say, you make the two one, the two meaning thought and emotion. Like, that's implying, that could twist the rest of the fucking thing.
Two, thought and emotion, one. So the Gospel of Thomas is talking about thought.
I still don't even think that counts either.
It's saying when
she did, you shouldn't take credit for it.
And your emotion, one, look at what happens. You will say to the mountain, mountain, move away, and the mountain will move away. It's saying that when you can marry your thought and your emotion into one single potent force, that is when you have the power to speak to the world. Secondly, when you make the two one, what are they talking about? What are the two?
Yeah, that would make sense.
Go back to our image.
Mary Magdalene.
The two, thought and emotion.
Method actor.
When the two become one in our hearts.
In the movie, she doesn't become possessed, really. It's more like she's possessed by, I guess, a feeling or an emotion, or like, wow, it's like I lived her life. Oh, fuck, I get what she's been through, or something like that.
We create the feelings in our bodies. When thought and emotion become one.
Photoshop the context.
You'll see how to do that in just a minute.
Like little kid's birthday party.
Let's go back to the Gospel of Thomas, another verse. Now this is verse 48. It says almost the same thing. This was so important that it was recorded at least 3 different times in the same Gospel. Look at what this says. If the two make peace with each other in this one house.
What?
When Jesus is talking about the house or the temple, what is he talking about? What is he talking about? Precisely you. You are the house. You are the temple. If the two make peace with each other in this house, if thought and emotion become one, if they make peace with each other in this house, look what happens. they will say to the mountain, move away, and it will move away. He's telling us again, in a completely different verse, how powerful it is to marry thought and emotion. But they still haven't told us how. How do you do this? That's the next piece.
You remember that part where I was talking about certain things? You don't want to win on. Remember what I was talking about earlier about certain things that, like, it reaches a level to where it's less and less like rational words like start working, like where it's almost like it's almost like where you need like something like artwork to represent it, because it's going towards the abstraction of your vision, of your perception, right? It's trying to go at that rather than, oh wait, man can't fly, so dismissed. So there's a reason for that. And what I remember Braden doing was more of trying to make the abstract rational.
It is to marry thought and emotion. But they still haven't told us how. How do you do this? That's the next piece. In the early Christian Bible, your Bible today, there is a passage. How many have heard, ask and ye shall receive? Have you heard that before? Ask and ye shall receive. Have you heard that? I know people that ask and ask and ask and nothing happens. Because the asking is not done with the voice. The asking is not done.
Gnostic Gospels were not originally written in English, so any translation we have from Elaine Pagels over this guy and that makes some editors. Okay, yeah, I agree with that. Just like any other ancient text.
And a language that's meaningful, the field doesn't recognize our voice.
But I wouldn't call her the translator. I'd say there's other people translating it into English, and then she just took those words and went with it.
Magnetic waves.
Oh, these are the most accurate words for this time, or whatever the fuck.
So when you create
I don't think she's an actual, like,
in your heart, as if
translator or anything.
your prayer is already answered.
Don't think she can write Coptic.
That creates the electrical and the magnetic waves that bring that answer to you. In the Bible that you have today, the King James Version, John 16:23-24, what you have is the condensed version. You have the edited version. The edited version looks like this. This is the edited version. Whatsoever ye ask the Father in my name, he will give it to you.
Social con.
Hitherto have ye asked nothing in my name.
Matt Hunter, gotcha.
Okay. Ask and ye shall receive, that your joy may be full. Okay, this is the edited version. This is so amazing to me because they took out the two sentences that tell us how to ask. In the 4th century, when the edits happened, they took those two sentences out. Would you like to see those two original sentences? Okay, we'll go back into the original Aramaic, and we'll look at a new translation. This is the original Aramaic. It begins, it looks very similar. So this is the retranslated version with the missing pieces. All things that you ask straightly, directly from inside my name, you will be given. It says, so far you've not done this, because if we ask with our voice, we have not done this. Now here's the piece that was edited. Here is what was lost. Look at these two very powerful sentences. Ask without hidden motive and be surrounded by your answer be enveloped by what you desire, that your gladness be full. Look at what it's saying. It's not saying to speak a word, it's saying to be surrounded, to feel as if. If you are surrounded, you are feeling as if.
Now to add something here,
your answer has already happened.
I think Elaine Pagel's a lot more academic about it.
If you want,
like she's trying to go straight up, like, what did this word mean in this ancient time period in this book?
In the body of your loved
This guy
ones,
could, or he may or may not be adding words to it. Like, this means thought and emotion. Like,
be enveloped by what
if it says wheat,
because
let it be
that
wheat.
is when your
Do
thought
not add
and your emotion
your shit to it.
become one. You think the thought of the healing
in Coptic,
in your
this
loved
word
ones,
means wheat.
and you
Maybe back then
feel
wheat
the
meant
love
emotion,
of
but
that
let's
thought.
fucking
They become
not
one,
add our shit.
and that is the language that this field recognizes.
Hey, I
Does
got
that
a
make
mountain
sense?
here.
Are you okay with
I'm not
that?
saying he's doing that in this passage, but the one before
You're gonna
that,
see an
I
example
don't like
of this,
that.
Another example here in just a
For
moment.
me personally. Hey, I got a
Ask
mountain here.
without
How about
hidden
this
motive.
guy
What
comes
does
and
that
moves it
mean?
for me?
Hidden motive.
Annoying
Ask
and in
without
the way.
judgment.
I'm sure he can fix it. Sure.
This is precisely
Yeah.
what the Buddhists are telling us.
I also believe he will
Ask without
charge
the
a shit
judgment
ton, run away.
of the right or the wrong or the good
I don't think
or
he,
the bad.
well,
Ask
I don't know
without
what
the
he
ego.
means, but I don't think
Ask from the heart.
the Gnostic books are talking about actual mountains.
Is this meaningful to you? Is this helpful at all? Let me give you an
He
example.
might mean actual mountains. I'm not sure.
Because to be, if it
I
says
believe his
be
background is
surrounded,
physics.
that
I remember
means
correctly.
to feel as if. To feel as if. Now, if that sounds too religious, because it's from the Bible, we spoke this morning about Neville, the philosopher Neville,
assessment.
early in the 20th century. His book, The Power of Awareness. Look at what he says. It's the same thing. Neville says, you must make your future dream
Guy is so
a
out of
present
date. You gotta
fact
say
now
quantum these days.
by assuming the
We'll say
feeling
quantum,
of your wish
I think.
fulfilled, to come from the place that it's already happened. Now, this
Sounds
is
like an
what those
evangelical
practitioners
preacher.
did with that cancerous tumor.
Kinda.
I want to just elaborate on this a little bit. When those practitioners
It has the aesthetics of it.
healed the woman with her tumor this morning,
But he's going to translate
they
this
did
to
not judge
fucking
the
aliens,
cancer
to
is wrong
law of
or bad
attraction,
or
to
right or good.
ascending,
no judgment.
all that shit.
They accept that
This guy,
tumor
yeah.
as a possibility.
I ran into it.
One of many possibilities.
I've seen at least 2 or 3 of his
Because in the
lectures.
quantum world, all
Telling
things
you.
are possible.
Spent years like just fuck.
So they didn't say bad cancer, you must go away.
Study, study, study,
Or we're
sleep.
going to
Study, study,
operate
study,
on
study,
you. Or
sleep.
we're going to use radiation.
It all
on you.
paid
They
off,
didn't
right,
do that.
YouTube?
They accepted the cancer
all my
as
hard
it
work.
was, without hidden motive, without judgment. And they said, now we're going to choose a new reality by feeling, assuming the feeling as if the woman is already healed. So what they did was they felt the feeling as if the woman was fully healed, fully enabled, fully capacitated, already happened. And the chant that they were using, wasa, wasa, loosely translates into the words, already done. Already done. And then when they got excited, they said, mate, 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 means now, 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 not a year from now, not a month from now, not 5 minutes from now, now, in the quantum world, now. And her body responded. It must. Physical reality must respond to the language that it understands. So in the Buddhist traditions, they are telling us the quality of the feeling. And in the Judeo-Christian traditions, they are giving us the instructions to be surrounded, to be enveloped, how to create that feeling. And when you put those all together, it's something that happens in our hearts, not in our minds. Feeling
Yes, he did.
as if the prayer is already answered with no judgment and no ego, and feeling
Eliminate
from
the
result.
ego.
Feeling from the result as if it's already happened. Are there any martial artists here in the room? Karate experts? I
Moving
studied
to
martial arts
Reiki
when I was in my
principles.
20s and 30s, a little bit in my 40s and 50s. Have you seen martial artists when they demonstrate their focus by breaking a concrete block? Have you seen that? You've all seen that before, right? Okay, here's the secret. Here is the secret to breaking that block. When the martial artist is focused on that block, the very last thing that they are thinking is about their hand hitting the block. Because if they think about that, they know it will hurt.
He was a preacher, not a money-grubbing, hustling, and evangelical.
So they
Preach
focus
prosperity, God.
on what happens after their hand has passed through the block, as if it has already happened. They focus on a place below the block and feel the feeling as if their hand is already in that place. That is a metaphor. That is an equivalent for what we're doing with the power of emotion. Feeling as if the experience has already happened.
The Gospel of Thomas represents our connection to consciousness and all that is. It is the knowledge that liberates man. If a person does not experience this higher consciousness, they believe themselves to be separate, alone, and simply a victim of circumstance. To break free from any manifested reality that does not serve what a person desires, the false image of the self must be replaced with the true knowledge of who and what we each are, and the power that we each possess.
Yeah, you see how it's like, yeah. But you see how, like, I wouldn't think that a quote-unquote teacher would fucking give the answers. See, what you're doing is you're losing the vibrations. You're using the wrong vibrations. Use these ones. Use mine. Do you see them yet? No, like this. Like this. No, like this. Like this. They make poses. Right vibration. Right here. Right vibration. Right here. Oh shit. He's talking about energy flow. Sure. Like I said, I've watched it. I think these are very interesting texts that resonate with people, both scholarly, I can't say that word. Scholarly, whatever. Both academic, scholar. Yeah, that would be it, right? Scholarly. Whatever. I spent 10 seconds on that. But yeah, it can be appealing academically. It can be appealing artistically. Be appealing fucking woo-woo, new age shit. Gonna curve back. But actually, one of the places where it's probably not appealing is religions. Or, no, Christianity in particular. They don't want that shit getting out. They do not. Muslims love it. Muslims love the Gospels, the Gnostic Gospels. Because it doesn't deify Jesus. It makes him a prophet and like a philosopher, but it doesn't make him like, you are the Son of God. You're the one and only. That's why Muslims like it. Judaism, I don't know how they feel about it. I don't know. I don't think they believe it. They don't believe in Jesus as a deity anyways. That'd be interesting. Right? But yeah, Christians are probably told to stay away from it. Humpty Dumpty. I think I had a bigger point, just forgot it. Forgive me. Alright, what am I playing? Oh, I was gonna play, I can't wait. Am I playing this for, Matt Hunter and Tenderlungs? Gnostic Gospels are heresy. I think they were like buried and hidden and shit. Yeah. But it's just supposed to be the same time period as the New Testament. New Testament is what? 300 AD? Gnostic Gospels are like 300 AD. Similar time, but very, obviously, give or take. Evangelicals at least sold 1909. There's before that. There's plenty before that. It just had a different name. Or were you like literally? You read the Bible literally. Right. But there's like the further you go back, the more extreme it is. Because we're progressing. That's why. Poor people got tired of this shit. Doing something else. I'm gonna go devolve in another category. Next venture, science. All right, here we go.
That they are raised by some of the worst women on earth.
Viewer discretion is advised. So probably.
Somebody sent me some video of a woman say.
So probably get Matt Hunter to wish that someone gets triggered by this.
Somebody sent me some video of a woman say spazzing out on CPS workers. I don't know exactly what's going on.
I know.
Chris told me to check this out. Let me see what this is.
I'm your soulmate. Listen, I got videos to do.
Chris wants me to take a look at something. So let's see what this is I'm about to take a look at. It's 5 minutes, so apparently we get to watch it together. So it's only 5 minutes. And I'm going to try to keep these videos.
I'll give you $5 million and never say anything. Never talk about this
so
shit
let's see
ever
what we
again.
got here.
What do you
take
take
a look
it?
at what we have here.
Or is it about principle?
To look at.
Gnostic Gospels are several centuries older, at least in my research. I believe some can date it in the 300s. I believe so. And that's through Elaine Pagels. Or she said it was originally dated. What she said? 400 something AD?
Wig. Oh, they're stealing from the wig store, I think. This one done lost her shoes.
I don't know.
I don't know what he in there for. The only one with his own hair, though. Hair on the ground.
Fad. Man, they beating the fuck out of that man in the middle of the choreo. Where he at? Ooh!
Oh, shit.
If you put that type of power to move by your own will, then are you not a god?
Jesus Christ.
How would you put it to
And
move?
this bitch
I
done
don't
put
know.
the wig right back
It
on.
tells me when
Jesus Christ.
you do that thing of knowing yourself to where you could
This is
even
a sad group of women.
do this type
And
of
people
expression.
had the nerve to tell me I was
like, you
wrong
wouldn't even
for
care
saying
to move
something.
physically
Yet
move a
everything I
mountain.
said has come true.
Unless
It
it's
gets
about to,
worse.
like,
It doesn't
fall on
get better if
someone.
you allow bad activity.
And even then, you'd still relinquish it. I truly believe that. I think most people who know themselves, like, yeah, I don't want to control everything and fucking you. Right, oh, I freely give my power away.
Ooh! And she landed that shit!
Wow.
Ooh! And she landed that shit!
She done spit on the woman in front of the cop, still no arrest.
Word.
She spit on the woman in front of the cop, still no arrest.
Word, word.
The cops, who all these Negroes are afraid of, have no fear of these same cops while the cops are there. But they're afraid of them.
Word, word.
And you hear the glee in most black women's voices who are recording it when violence is going down.
He's suspicious as a grin on his face.
Oh, God. Y'all see this? The cops are there and it does not stop them from biting, and it's all women.
Why would this be Brian Aguilar's video?
Too much spitting.
They got the best bodies in the world, though.
It's Matt Hunter's.
Ooh, they throwing shit.
He's such a little shit. Matt Hunter's like, I love you.
Ooh! Ooh!
Like,
I see why white people call us monkeys, apes, and anything else. Listen to black women when they fight, and all you hear is, ooh, 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 ooh.
Ooh, she finna throw that thing.
Meanwhile, no one's being charged with any assault.
Oh, she ran up. Look.
Meanwhile, nobody's been handcuffed. 3 cops now. And they will not stop fighting even when a cop
the
is
Mayor is
there.
real.
Jesus, see how they keep spitting on each other? Did y'all see that? That one spits on them. What? Black women are disgusting.
Oh, don't get hosed at third. Oh,
Watch how she spits on her.
Why is it like? Where is this? Atlanta? Why is it like 10 on 10 or 5 on 5 and shit?
4 police officers now. Still no arrest.
Hey, look at all 12 of them. Told you, on average.
Best bodies in the world.
How do you not see? Something's off here. Now, something's off here. When you see, how many people is that? They're all in the little crowd fighting. 13 people.
After being spit at,
they're all wearing similar
this one
outfits.
Starts twerking.
Like it, sorry, similar style outfits and all that shit.
That shit came from
Just
under the
saying.
She's still running up though.
They have them call car after car after car. And
Fuck.
what will be the next thing that black
Out
hoes
of
will
here,
start
Tender.
yelling?
A lot of these kids. A lot of these kids.
They didn't have to send out them polices. They didn't have to send out them polices for us. They just did that because we's black.
Oh, they popping up. All right, okay. You know how to back up. When the backup comes,
I'm lying.
they locking up motherfuckers who ain't got shit to do with shit.
You tell me.
They locking up motherfuckers ain't got shit to do with shit.
No, but why I thought this girl with these wig braids was the other bitch. She's finna get her ass beat from the back. Ooh, ooh.
Told you.
I know her. I fucking know her. Hold on. Ooh. Okay. How they stay letting her walk up though? That girl steady getting through the police. How? They out here playing.
That girl steady getting through the police. How?
They got her shit. They got their wigs and everything.
Her phone dropped when her phone dropped with her shit everything.
And then they start right back dancing. Niggas are a shit race.
I know the one with the red tank top. She my favorite. Get the white one. I used to go to school.
And it was only 3 of they ass. Yes, I'm telling you that this motherfucker black
This
girl.
girl in this black was beating up everybody in the store by herself.
She kept grabbing bitches. But they closed this girl in this orange shit.
Who?
And the girl in the orange, they closed her. Hey, yes,
Black women on a Friday night shopping.
And she in this Jeep, y'all. She got this
Gonna move.
so yeah.
I swear this the kid
They still
that Hunter swears a child. This dude's taking advantage of it. He doesn't know it. This dude's taking advantage.
They gonna shoot the fuck out of her.
For that reason. He doesn't know.
Stupid assholes.
Fuck out of here.
They choose violence every day. Black women are the only women I know of that go through all of that to look good, to then go out to fight. They spend hundreds of dollars on hair just to then go take the hair and have it ripped off over a fight about nothing. That when you see them, the black girls are all out in like groups of hundreds. No men around. and they egg on fights. They run towards fights. They don't try to diffuse.
Those were totally not prostitutes.
And we don't think something's
totally
wrong
not.
with
Your average black woman.
I'm Tommy Sotomayor. Thank you guys for joining me on the show. If you are a fan over on OnlyFans, got good stuff over there with you. The story.
OnlyFans, huh? I bet I was confusing some early Jewish text. Thanks for pointing that time difference out. Now, it's like alleged that it's like possibly early as 100 AD. Well, we watched all that, and it's no argument there. Just a guy asserting things to make money off of Matt Hunter. No, these. Are we doing this? Pause. Are we going King Swag? I'm gonna save this one. Not yet. Okay. Prop still alive? On. Yeah, I guess not. I have to listen. Dr. Disrespect cuts down request to appear on Joe Rogan's podcast. Good. Might be a joke. I don't know. Are you going to join the Champions Club? What are you talking about? Click it. Click it. Click. Come on. Now you want to do it. Click it. Click it. Don't be shy. Click it. Oh, this is the Ed video. Big Tash. That's. I can play a segment. Something else I wanted to play. Of that. Austin bitch. Tenderloins says those were just normal black girls in the hood. Think they were prostitutes. No offense, yes. No offense, and yes. That's what average woman just walks around wearing. Because they don't care. It's like cavemen and cavewomen. Like they don't get tattered clothes. They don't know any better, so they just walk around like that. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm not talking about movies. I'm talking about actual, like, what happens in neighborhoods, actual neighborhoods. Like, sorry, no. All fighting over a weave shop at 2 in the fucking morning. Come on, bro. Don't call me, like, you're calling me stupid. Yeah, they're not walking out of a bar and then going to or walking out of a club and raiding a weave shop. No, I see type of outfit. I'm telling you. All right. Yeah, your best hope would be in the South. Best hope. Even then, it's like no. Sorry. I can play this. Yeah, I'll play this for a minute. Never seen this before, but I'm sure it'll trigger him. Why are you being sexist? Women have the right to dress up like cave women if they want to. That's common in the U.S. among black women. Fuck you, Alaska. Where the fuck do you live? Live in a TV, bro. Those weren't hookers? Beef shop would be closed by 10 to 11. Yeah, well, I don't know if they were in there already or if they broke in. They broke in? Like you're telling me. YouTube after videos after videos. Of what? Of what? People fighting? Like with no context, just people fighting. Come on, man, I swear it's right. You've seen 200 people fighting in Sacramento. A super duper rare occurrence. If that. There's crimes committed. But as far as like, oh, let's all rob a weave shop every time. Fucking crazy. Gangster shit is why they were fighting. Fuck out of here, bro. It's a new era, man. Fucking shoot. Fuck. If there's a problem with another, like, fucking crew of people, fucking shoot. Yeah, if it's like, you know, over money or something. Let's see what Matt has. Let's see it. Giving you one.
Local 10 has the dramatic surveillance video of two women going berserk inside a beauty supply store in North Miami Beach.
But if you can believe it here, only the store employee who was being attacked ended up being charged. Local 10's Parker Branton explains in our one and only exclusive tonight.
Look at this.
And this.
So two women go into a store, rob the place or something. They're shoplifting.
After doors open Thursday, the salon specialist working says two women, a customer and former employee, were stirring trouble inside the store when they were asked to leave.
So a former employee and another woman with him probably have a beef with this lady. She's like, you know what? Fuck you. I'm going to fuck you up. So what? Look, see? Look at the gunshots all over the place. Where you live in a fucking TV, bro. See what else you got.
New tonight, a beauty supply store out of thousands of dollars. Authorities say two.
Yes. Duh. Steal from here, you sell it at a cheaper price. I swear this kid, dude, you are from a movie. It was Antifa riots. Yeah, they're fucking busted the weave shop. Antifa. Matt Hunter, how old are you, man? Be real. Are you like 16 or something? Be real. Be real with me. Are you like 15, 16 years old? I know girls fight, but come on, bro. Look, there's no context reading in the scenarios. Clearly, the last one, the last chick stealing those weaves so she can sell them at a cheaper price on the street, or whatever, or maybe who knows? Maybe she got a business. Does like home visits for doing hair and shit. Could be a million different fucking things. Says nothing. Doesn't say anything, bro. Okay. He stole it. He's fighting for those weaves, but throwing down for them. Alright, I played 3 of your fucking videos, bro. You're a fucking child. Oh my god. Like, these things happen every day. Look at all these videos. And he sends me 3. I watch them. I'm like literally no context. Of them. Oh, 2 women going to fight this one. Heard the news lady keep going. It's like, one is a former employee. The other one is like, the other one's her friend. It was like, yeah, they probably have a beef right now. Got fired, or this chick did something. They know each other personally. Oh, I must we've fucking. I'm like, this is when I asked Matt Hunter, like, how old are you? It didn't hit me till now. I'm like, Matt Hunter, how old are you? Are you like 16 or something? I think you might be a 16-year-old that lives through movies. My fucking head's broke. You just exposed yourself by accident. Like, how'd you not pick that scenario? Expert. I do forensics on these. Might be a 16-year-old. Training day left. I understand it. I understand it now. Nah, bro, it's over dramatized. Movie. Yes. So yes, the lead character goes from one crazy event to the next crazy event to the next crazy event to the next crazy fucking event. It's a movie. Granted, that can happen in real life too, but very, 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 very rarely. Like the guy who ended up in both Hiroshima and Nagasaki fucking bombs. Like, that can happen, but how rare is it? Well. Yeah, you never mind. We can live in our dreams. Here we go. Trigger man. How'd you do that? Oh, I think and shit. You're now just gonna let it slide?
Welcome to That Dang Dad. My name is Phil, and
you play that?
Tonight's gonna be kind of a rough one. I think it's time for me to talk about a time in my life that fills me.
Oh, geez. I played oldies. I thought Qbert was 14. I'm 32. I heard his voice. I already heard his voice. I knew he wasn't a kid. Sounded like Default. Nothing left of him but a body outlined in. No, I didn't even get the pleasure. Okay.
me with a lot of shame, a lot of regret.
This guy's a former cop.
Hey everyone, welcome to That Dang Dad.
He doesn't
My name
look
is
too much
Phil,
like
and,
Johnny Bravo, though.
Tonight's going to be kind of a rough one. I think it's time for me to talk about a time in my life that fills me with a lot of shame, a lot of regret, a lot of self-loathing.
I smoked a
normally
shit
I'm
ton of
content to just kind of keep quiet about this stuff, but recent events in 2020 make me think that I might have a responsibility to say something about my experiences, to, I don't know, sway public opinion, or help stop a brutal machine from ruining more lives. I don't know. I feel powerless. I feel helpless. I feel hopeless.
What video's
so I
blocked?
guess I'm just trying to do something, anything that feels like it might help.
Oh, you tried sending a video?
Tonight I want to talk about the fact that I was a police officer for almost 10 years.
For robberies.
And specifically, I want to talk about the way that police work taught me to dehumanize people. I could talk for hours about the profession, about how complicated but ultimately toxic it is. But after the BLM protests and the Kenosha militia murders, I think zeroing in on the slow, seductive process of dehumanization is
relatively
maybe one
normal.
of the more important things I can talk about tonight. So, no true cop can resist telling war stories, so I'm going to start with one. So there I was, fresh off of training. I had just gotten hired. I was on patrol with my FTO in our city. Our city was a dense urban area, predominantly low income. First and second generation Hispanic. And because of that, the city was full of people who were driving without driver's licenses. And they were driving cars that had broken headlights, broken taillights, that kind of thing. So one day we pulled over just such a car, and it happened to be driven by a single mother with 3 children in her car and about 20 bags of groceries. And because she was driving without a license legally, we were allowed to tow her car as punishment. And so when my FTO told me to call for a tow, I felt kind of bad, and I said, "Sir, we're only like 5 blocks from our house, and she's got her kids and she's got all these groceries." And he cut me off and he said, "I don't care. Fuck these people. Call for the tow." And so we watched as her and her 3 kids unloaded the bags of groceries onto the hot sidewalk and started making phone calls trying to figure out what they were going to do to get these groceries back to their house. And I gotta be honest with you, that image of a mom and her 3 kids standing on the sidewalk surrounded by groceries,
I thought it was a different
it's burned into my brain as
that's the
deeply as
fucking,
any murder scene that I was ever on.
That fucking
I just
sports
felt like
stadium
such a
shit when
tool doing that
take, like,
to
5
her.
errors
And my TO saw that I was perturbed, and he pulled me aside and he said,
That was that other shit.
these people think that they can just break the law and nothing bad will ever happen to them. He said that unlicensed drivers, crash into people, kill people, and that if we were to let this woman go and she crashed into someone later, we'd be blamed for it. And so he said, I've got no sympathy for her. And I would hear versions of that a lot. We were out on a call once where a young teen gangster was shot at a family party, and he was bleeding to death in front of his family. And I turned to the officer next to me and I said, "Man, that's really messed up, bleeding to death in front of your family." And the other cop turned to me and he said, "He's just a gangster, fuck him." It happened when a homeless person would overdose in an alley. They'd be like, "It's just a transient, fuck him. It's just an addict, fuck him." Just to really skeeve you out. One time one of my FTOs put it this way. He said, You know, these people come up here from Mexico and they think they can just live like they did in their little villages with no rules. Well, I'm not going to let them turn our city into Juarez. So, do you see the subtle or not so subtle ideology at play here?
Juarez.
People who break
Respect
the
that.
law don't deserve sympathy. We should make law breaking as painful as possible to teach them a lesson, to dissuade them from committing more crimes, or to prevent them from turning the city into, you know. I want you to put a pin in this concept that breaking the law should be as painful as possible. I'm going to come back to it.
Not gonna lie,
'Cause
I'm gonna
next
turn
we
the
need to
speed up
talk
just a
about
bit.
using force.
He's a slow talker.
When I was in the police academy, I would say about 40%
slow,
of it was learning legal
but
codes
compelling
and procedural
talker.
stuff, and about 60%
Be real.
was physical toughness, use of force, and officer safety. You know, early in the academy, they would sit you down to watch lots of dash cam footage of police officers being murdered, police officers being ambushed, police officers being shot to death on routine traffic stops. And it would be drilled into you. There's no such thing as a routine traffic stop. At any moment, somebody might run up on you with a gun, and you've got to be ready. And once your head is full of cop death, that's when they start teaching you the boxing and the wrestling and the judo and the aikido and the firearms training. That's when you start learning the laws about when you get to use force and how much
And
force
so nothing
you
with
get
spicy
to
mustard?
use. And I'm being precise on that last part. I would say most of the use of force instruction that I received was on knowing what was the maximum amount of force you could get away with.
If brown-skinned women
You know, the
don't
court
need
case,
a
Graham
driver's
versus
license,
Connor, that was like
why
our mantra
should
that we
anyone?
learned.
You
What
already,
would
you already
a
pivoted?
reasonable officer do in this situation?
No way, Matt.
You
No
could
way
also
you would do
learn a
that.
court case like Tennessee versus Garner, which says that you get to shoot a fleeing suspect if you have probable cause to believe that they will present a deadly threat to other officers or the public. So, without getting too deep into the weeds about reasonable officer standards versus probable cause, I want you to imagine this for a second. You've got a bunch of fresh-faced rookies who've just spent hours watching cops murdered by members of the public, and then they get told that justifiable use of force revolves around the officer's perception of how dangerous members of the public are. You know, and this indoctrination continued onto the streets when I finally got hired. FTOs were relentless about officer safety. Every traffic stop, every ped check, every call for service. They were constantly pointing out what could have happened.
Human trafficking in general.
You know, somebody could have popped out of the trunk with an AK-47. You know, he could have had a gun in the glove box.
Probably
she could have stabbed you in the
prevalent.
back when you turned around. You could have been
Around the
ambushed when
world,
you went around that blind
honestly.
corner. And it may sound silly or dramatic to you, but to be fair, police officers do get shot. They do get stabbed. They do get ambushed sometimes. And so the training teaches you to be ready to kill. It teaches you to want to kill so that you don't become a victim. And so again, if the legal standard for use of force relies on what a reasonable officer would do in that situation, what is a reasonable response to years of training that says that everyone might try to kill you? Let's put a pin in that idea. And now let's sprinkle in a landmark essay from Lieutenant Colonel Dave Grossman, a law enforcement trainer and combat researcher who is a hero to cops everywhere. I've seen him speak live. He's like a rock star to cops. Grossman divides the world into sheep, wolves, and sheepdogs. The sheep are members of the public. The wolves are the bad guys, and the sheepdogs are the cops. The sheepdogs protect the sheep from wolves. But the
American
sheepdogs
Sniper?
are not sheep themselves. And according
That's
to
exactly
Dave
from
Grossman,
that. The dad?
sheep distrust the sheepdogs because they kind of resemble wolves, and
Yeah,
the
that's
sheep
the dad speech.
don't like being told what to do. And I know it's supposed to be a cute metaphor or whatever, but think of the messaging at play here. Cops are not members of their community. They are above and in charge of that community, and the community rarely appreciates it. All the sheepdogs have is each other. Pin it.
Did from what?
All right, so let's review what we have pinned in the brains of cops. Cops are fundamentally separate from members of the public. Members of the public might try to kill a cop at any time, and breaking the law should be as painful as possible to deter crime. If you're a regular, nice person who, let's say, is getting into law enforcement for all the right reasons, mentally, what must you do to hold these 3 lessons in your head and still feel like a nice person at the same time. You pretty much have to begin dehumanizing the community in your mind to be able to do what's necessary to be safe, to prevent crime, and to protect your fellow officers from being murdered. You know, and to be clear, this dehumanization didn't make me like snarl at children or be awful to members of the public all the time. I was a nice cop most of the time. I was the funny cop. I like to make people laugh. I like to make them smile. And I worked with a lot of guys that were very funny. They were charming, you know, and they were helpful a lot of the time. However, when someone disrespected us, when someone refused to comply or did not sufficiently honor their friendly neighborhood sheepdog, it was very easy for me to slip into a mode where I made life very difficult for people. The rule in training for dealing with people was, you ask, you tell, you make. We had a lot of ways to make you do stuff. Sometimes we could make you do stuff by beating you up. Sometimes we could make you do stuff by towing the family car. Sometimes we could make you do stuff by arresting you and your friends on flimsy charges. Because we knew that even if they didn't stick, you were the one stuck in jail all weekend. To be clear, many times I personally shoved someone into a cycle of debt and incarceration that they might still be dealing with to this day. I firmly believe deep in my heart that I have personally ruined people's lives, maybe permanently because of my choices, and choices that were legal for me to make. And yeah, visiting all manner of hardships on a community of low-income immigrants feels pretty bad at first, so you have to harden yourself. They're just illegals, fuck them. They're just addicts, fuck them. They're just gangsters, fuck them. So when you see Officer Tim Lohman shoot 12-year-old Tamir Rice after 1 second on the scene, when you see Officer Derek Chauvin grinding George Floyd's neck into the pavement, when you see Louisville Metro Police Department botch a raid and gun down Breonna Taylor in her own bed, when you see Officer Rustin Shesky shoot
I
Jacob
like
Blake in the back
someone
7 times in front of his
to
kids,
feel bad if
when
they
you see
feel like
Kyle
they did something
Rittenhouse
wrong.
take a rifle across state
I
lines
don't want them to
gun
just
down
adopt a
BLM
new
protesters
narrative
20 miles away from his
to replace the old narrative.
I want you to understand what's happening in their heads.
Signs
They
of
have
a man
ceased
of the
to see some
times.
people,
Want you
mainly
to be
black
better
people,
than the shit
as
you see
humans
around you.
worthy of dignity and respect.
Not ingratiate
They see
yourself with the
themselves as
opposite
separate
team.
and above the public, and they believe that the only way to
Dark?
keep order
Yes.
and to prevent the city from turning into,
Yes, I'm sorry.
you know, is
I
to
feel the need to
violently
say it.
punish people, to convince the rest of us that deviation from social control will be painful and maybe deadly. I mean, you see it in the way that police across the country are torturing protesters and shooting chemical weapons at members of the press indiscriminately. Remember, the protests are about police brutality, and the only response from law enforcement is to up the brutality.
People are
Why
really
would they
coming
do
up
this
in
unless
there
they have completely
still.
dehumanized the public, and that they believe that only
Oh,
fear
yeah.
and pain will dissipate civil unrest? Now look, am I saying that all cops are bastards? Let me start over. Am I saying that every individual cop is privately waging a racist crusade against black people and that they harbor a deep festering hatred in their heart of hearts? No, I'm not saying that. But if you've watched any of my recent videos, you know that I'm not interested in individual actions. I'm interested in the ways that structures and systems and unjust hierarchies harm people. So it's irrelevant to me what's in this or that cop's heart, because the system encourages cops to dehumanize people. The system protects cops who do it, and polite white society applauds them for keeping a boot on the neck of, you know. So why am I telling you this? Because I think you need to know this when you read stories of police violence and watch footage of the protests. I think you need to know this so that you don't dehumanize your fellow human. I don't want you to say, they're just thugs, fuck them, and avert your gaze when your fellow human is tortured by the state. Many of the people murdered by police are in some kind of crisis. Maybe it's addiction, maybe it's desperation born from poverty, maybe it's a mental health episode. You know, many of the people murdered by police are disabled. Many are poor. Many have been traumatized by past experiences with authority. As someone who did the job for many years, I'm telling you that the majority of people killed by police deserve help, not death. And if you believe me when I say that, I want you to ask yourself this. Are you sure you'll never need help one day? The people who are killed by police are people like you, Sometimes they're people who made bad choices. In the case of Tamir Rice or Breonna Taylor, some of them are people who've done nothing wrong. Is that the kind of world that you want to live in? One where you could be killed for one bad decision or simply because a bunch of cops got the wrong address? When you watch the protests, when you see them get rowdy, when you see it get heated, I want you to remember something. The protesters aren't just protesting for George Floyd or Jacob Blake. They're protesting for you. For your right to be alive, for your right to need help sometimes, for your right to be human in the eyes of the state. If we can make police stop murdering black people, it makes all of us safer from unaccountable state terror. You know, and do I have some ideas about what should happen to the police as a state function? Sure, but I don't want to get into that right now. We have lots of options, and besides, you should be listening to Black, Indigenous, and people of color about what they need for their community, not me. All I want you to do is to think a different way about the images that you see on social media, and I want you to soften your heart. I promise you, I know this from experience. If you dehumanize people long enough, you won't like who you become. Anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for hearing me out. Please share this video with people that you think need to hear it. Appreciate you joining me, and maybe I'll catch you next time. Have a good night and be safe out there.
Breonna Taylor lives with a man who got drug dealers in their house. So? So what? Breonna Taylor lived with a man, drug deliveries at her house. So what? So it was a drug raid for a cop. Is that the healthy way to go about society? That can't be the right way to do it. No way. I thought your principle was live and let live. Someone chooses to do drugs. Someone sells drugs. I'm not saying those aren't dipshits. They're corrupt. Like, they don't go in there with the fucking 9th Brigade. Right? Roll them. Okay, Amy, your notion, now your logic's messed up again. Logic's messed up right here. Not mess with drug dealers, otherwise, as the person you're near as a drug dealer, you get shot and killed, so don't mess with drug dealers. Think about that logically. Think about it. Could be spreading the virus. So we should kind of make. Oh wait, they're gonna write it in law, so you're gonna have to do. They kick in your door because you didn't, or they don't let you go to work, or you get fired from work. Whatever. It makes sense. Your behavior allowed a legal warrant. Like certain scenarios, not a lawyer. Certain scenarios, very weird. Seems like it kind of Doing the culture warrior shit again? Or are you being real? I think that's the best way to handle things. Be real, Amy. Is that the best way to handle things? Regardless of what the books, laws say. Amy, don't Matt Hunter me. Did I say they just went into a house just to murder a black woman? What am I saying to you? Think about it. That's what I'm saying. Not make believe Jordan. What is real Jordan saying? Eagle eyes crack, Tyrone Biggums. I don't think he would. Yeah. That guy seemed like a narrative spinster. Whether it's creepy motives or altruistic or benevolent, whatever. Regardless, like, everything you're saying sounds borrowed. Be real with you. Oh, look, other side. I didn't say it, but many people have. That is the point. Look at the full, sad story. I was talking to you. I thought it was me to Amy. Tell people not to call the cops on people. Good reason. If you can in any way avoid it. Not want. Even that. Really look at that. Really look at that. I bet you would agree with defunding the police. Not outright all of it. You'd agree with, like, it's a bit militarized, isn't it? Maybe we could take it back a couple notches. I think you might even agree with that. Kyle Rittenhouse shot a person aiming a gun at him in the arm. Very nice shot. I think it was by accident. He was kind of falling back, leaning back. To be real with you. Also, you're walking around with a fucking, what was it, AR-15? Yeah, you're probably good. Why can't we call it that? Hey, that's probably fucking stupid to do. But someone shouldn't run up on you and try to shoot you, either. Not hard to do. Culture war. Tenets of culture war says pick a side. Stick to it. I'm joking. I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm just thinking it as a possibility. Hoping you're not. Jordan, they want to defund the local police. Talking to me though, Amy. Allow chaos to ensue and bring in federal police. COINTELPRO and stay careful what you wish for. Is that my argument? Or is that their argument that you're saying I'm arguing for? Did you hear my argument? I'm asking, like, hey, wouldn't you want to take it down a notch? Maybe not outright defund the entire police department, but you know, maybe they don't need, you know, military tank style cars and shit like that. Maybe they don't need like straight up military shit. You're always on the silent side. I'm a balancer. This guy might lean towards what you've been saying. I see 1.13 million subscribers. Are you silenced? How about Ben Shapiro? Is he silenced? Crowder? Is he silenced? Simple. Is he silenced? Jack Puss. Is he silenced? Oh, we didn't even get the Fox News yet. Are those guys silenced? Okay. Don't make that argument with me. You don't gotta warn me of the nuances. I think you know that already. What I say, just in case someone doesn't realize how bad this could be. But I recognize Jordan already understands this, at least to some degree, based on everything he's been saying this entire fucking time. So maybe I'll just give my straight up real answer. No need to defend a narrative or fight a narrative. Amy is not the worst person servers at all. He gets caught up in the fighting narratives thing. Kind of like Default. Default does that too. Where he could not allow China to be responsible at all for anything in regards to the virus. Could not have it. Yet he blatantly said he's protecting a narrative. Anti-Asian racism. Don't blame Asians. That shit. Alright. I like to do full assessments. Think yeah. Just my belief. I think Amy dives into the culture wars. Maybe even gets caught up in it. Who knows? It's up to her. But there is nothing person malicious or intentionally bad person or anything at all. I think she gets silly here and there. Meaning well puts you on even playing grounds with everyone else who means well. The not meaning well, for me, doesn't put you below. That's you putting yourself below, in my opinion. Bless me. Michael Moore may have become a gatekeeper. I think that was well established already. That's well established. You haven't seen the Canadian documentary, have you? you go, Swag. For you, Swag. Some say this was made by right-wingers, but I don't think it was made by right-wingers at all. I mean, these are people that are quote-unquote to the left of Michael Moore, and they happen to use some right-wing examples just for their information of them saying, oh, Michael Moore lied about this. Like the bank in Bowling for Columbine. The bank scene where he opens an account and gets a gun. Right? They set it up like a movie scene. Oh, your gun. Told it in his movie like, you can just open a bank account, get a gun right away. Lady like, oh, he fucking played us. Yeah, the real vault is whatever 1,000 miles away. Locked up, everything, all the guns are locked up and do background checks, all that. But he made it seem like America is gun crazy. You can bank account and get a gun. Like, needlessly. Made by a right-wing retard. Made by Canadians. Made by Canadians. In fact, they have him screwing over Ralph Nader in here. Ralph Nader, some right-wing ever.
He was saying that Ralph should retire, that Michael was the new Ralph, and that Ralph can go off to pasture. And that's when I felt like it was Dr. Frankenstein creating this monster. Ralph trusted him, we all trusted him, and then all of a sudden it was like, who is this guy? And I'll never forget the phone call after Michael's movie came out, and I said to these people, I said, how about going to the annual meeting next year with Roger Smith and bring up this? I said, just let Michael Moore go. He's the great savior.
You purport to be a supporter of Flint, and yet you made a mockery in the film of a couple of fundraisers that put more than $75,000 back into this community. What are you going to put back into this community?
So apparently he lived outside of Flint, or the rich part. I can't do it. Ralph Nader's not right-wing. That's what I heard. Let's see if I can find that part. Right-wing, but Garoppolo's. I will always love Jeannie. Where's the speech where he tells Ralph Nader to go away? Oh, Noam Chomsky's in this? Right wing. Full-blown right winger. Not made by Ralph Nader. No, it's by some Canadian filmmakers who question his style of documentary shit. Means he like kind of fabricates stuff in order to. To turn it into like a pop entertainment. There's the lady.
On you, then we would send your gun to a licensed firearm dealer. And he was very adamant about by a gentleman.
America is causing a stir in the conservative media. Wilson talks to the people in the bank who
that's
gave
a
Michael Moore a
right-wing guy
gun
who
in
made a
Bowling for
documentary
Columbine.
about Michael Moore.
Just showed up at your
Confusing
bank
it
one
with that.
day and opened an account and got a gun that you happen to have hanging out in the vault.
No, that's not exactly the way the story went. I was contacted by a gentleman in the Traverse area and said that he was doing a story on unique businesses across America. I told him that you would have to come in, we would have to do a background check on you, then we would send your gun to a licensed firearm dealer, and he was very adamant about getting the gun that day.
He said to them, if you want to be a part of this film and sort of get this publicity for your, for your bank and things like that, we really need to be able to show on film that you do get the gun. And they said, well, I guess we could have it shipped down here.
They spent 30 days setting this up ahead of time, having meetings with the bank president and the people that were going to be involved, and laying out how they wanted it to go.
He came over and he did the filming, and he was with us
on paper.
Probably an hour and a half, I would say. He staged it where he went up and said, I want to open an account. He said, well, how many guns do you have in your vault? And I said, well, I think we carry around 500 guns at any given time in our vault.
500 of these you have in your vault?
In our vault.
Wow.
300 miles away. And he was told that.
Okay, thank you very much. Wow.
He probably wanted people to believe that any one of the tellers in any of the 26 branches at
copyrighted. Well, gotta stop it here, guys. You get the point. I'll link it again. Watch the whole fucking. Also, I wouldn't care if it came right wing. That's just me, though. I understand why people are hesitant. But yeah, I wouldn't give a shit. So, yeah, gatekeeper, very possible. Very, 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 very possible. All the fervor he builds up before an election, take all that popularity he gets for cheering for the right guy, and send it right to whoever the Democratic candidate is. Take all his Ralph Nader things, shoved it right to John Kerry. Take all his Bernie Sanders things, shoved it right to Hillary and Biden. That's how you define gatekeeper? I guess I would call him that. I mean, is anyone going to question that there's access to firearms and to break? Yeah, but is that not dishonest what he just did? Is that not dishonest? Or because firearms are so easy to get, we're okay to make these people right here look bad? Or is that okay? For a documentary film. Not a fucking fiction guy who, dramatized something based on a true story and dramatized it. But no, those are actual people, and you use them. Make them look like gun nuts. He actually did it to Charlton Heston, whatever the fuck his name is. Did to him too. Where he portrayed speech that Heston gave, portrayed it as if he did a speech right after a little girl got killed. But really it was sometime after and they didn't even know about it. But he made it seem like the NRA was rolled up into town. Wait, you're gonna stop guns because of one little girl? Yeah. Meanwhile, this disheveled old man had no idea what he was talking about. Like, you can call that like he's bad anyways, but doesn't that make you them? Doesn't that make you the bad guy? Are you not behaving like the bad guy? The Q-Port's arguments. Well, he called me this, so I called him that. Justified. This isn't like, I don't know, for me, in my mind, I'm like, this is difficult. Just be aware that all documentary shows are manipulating narrative, all of them. Agreed? Well, I believe so. Unless it's like No, even that. Even if there's no narration, it's just images. Clearly, there's things that you're cutting out. So it could be the preference of the director, right? Could be fucking a wildlife documentary. I want to see the lion beat the shit out of this sheep instead of just grass rolling in. I want to add names. I want to give them names. As Neela saves her cub, right? Mom looks weary. You're adding all these human characters, like. Make that. Go there. Interviewing. Eddie. Dante. Oh, I can't wait for this. You know, I love my movies. I think I'm going for it. You think we would have gone to war in Iraq and Afghanistan if Gore won? Yes. Yes. As incompetent and creepy as George Bush, all that shit. So, like, you don't think 9/11 would have happened? You don't think they would have? Both sides 100% pushed Afghanistan. That was like, didn't even really declare. Just, yeah. Can we go into Afghanistan? Yes. Go ahead, go. Iraq, they put on like a show debate. Word Fugazi. Some bullshit debate that weighing the options here. But they're going in there. They know what they're doing. Come on, bro. For sure they were going into war. Yeah. Or would have been crapped on. They would have put a fake right-wing popular. It would have been Donald Trump just a little bit earlier, though. Trump would have been the 2008 winner. And Obama after that. Actually, maybe Obama would have won. I don't know. Obama probably still would have won. Said all the right words. Not Iraq? Are you sure about this, Uncle Drew? Voted for Iraq. The Democratic Party, Uncle Drew. Think about it. Iraq was Bush's thing? No, 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 no. Do I need to play the Joe Biden fucking straight up selling the shit out of that war? Hillary Clinton said yes. A lot of Democrats said. A lot of big name Democrats said. Just saying. Now, if you look at it, 2008 presidential debates, John McCain, Barack Obama. Obama was arguing to stay in Afghanistan and leave Iraq. McCain was arguing to stay in Iraq and leave Afghanistan. Obama became president and stayed in both. Come on, man. Come on. I'm not going to fool myself here. You tell me. You tell me. I'm not an expert. You tell me, though. What, I'll give you this. What Bush and Cheney and Rumsfeld and Wolfowitz and what they did to build up the Iraq War. Afghanistan, it was already foregone conclusion. They're already in there. They're like, yep, we're going. We're in there. Right? Invaded in 2001. In the 9/11 year. Iraq, though? Oh, you should have. They were crude. They gave zero fucks in building that war up. In real. I promise you, we would have not gone to Iraq with Gore. That does not make sense to me. I play the microvel. Oh, he's guaranteed in favor of the State Department. I hired left-leaning generals. What's up, Occupy? I'm saying that as someone who doesn't like Gore. I'm telling you, Uncle Drew, they are. Like I just said, Obama didn't vote for the Iraq War. Argued to get out of the Iraq War when he became, or as he's running for president, and stayed in Iraq anyways. Go on. Now Gore has, as far as we all understand, on paper, Gore does not know anything about 9/11 about to happen during his presidency, and the whole like, hey, Saddam's like, wreck him right now. I think it would have been sold differently, because those fucking neocons did not give a fuck. They did not give a shit. New axis of evil. They did not give a fuck. They did not care. Like, we are here to wreck these motherfuckers just outright right in front of you. Gore would have presented it as like strategical, right? See, Saddam has weapons of mass destruction, and well, what if Al Qaeda gets them? Come on, they're a stone's throw away from Iraq. Guess what? Saddam hates America. Al Qaeda hates America. What if they work together? Now they have nuclear weapons. Come on, bro. They would have sold that. Heartbeat. Exactly, swag. Neocons would just, they didn't give a fuck. We're going or we'll shoot you. They don't care. neocons infiltrated both parties over. That'd be out of my the early 1900s. Well, like Wood fucking Wilson or something. Woodrow Wilson was 100% a warmonger. 2 billion% warmonger. 2 billion% warmonger. In fucking Mexico. Things that weren't even on paper, like big wars. Wrecking the world. And conveniently, World War I. Robert Mueller got us into back war. Played a role, large role. He went on national TV and said, yes, we definitely believe about in 5 minutes after it happens or something. He's us. That forensic shit. Second Bush was a puppet. He had no idea. Elected. Maybe. Sometimes I get conspiracy realm where it's like, I just play stupid. Yes, Dick Cheney's smile was the rest of him. The rest of him is also on context from Woodrow Wilson, a Democrat. Yeah. Right? I think so. Wouldn't matter to me. No, for Dubster it means something. Keep seeing the same actions from regardless party over and over again for like for a century. You might be like, might catch on to it at some point and be like, hey, all creed. Leaders in general are usually very possible. JFK assassination, then 9/11, then COVID. Yeah, I went to college with Bush Jr. Seen Skull and Bone. Maybe he was actually dumb. I don't put that out of the realm of possibility. Some of the shit that that George W. Bush has said, like just the way he says it, it's like. But I know. Never dumb, quote unquote dumb doesn't make that type. Not being able to say words and shit, not making. Someone can trick you into going to work. How you have to be. Yeah, that was the line back in the day. And our president is a C student. Yeah, at fucking Yale. Probably cheated, lazy, didn't give a fuck. Still doesn't make him so incompetent that somehow we could just trick you into war. Yeah. If you're talking about Afghanistan, yes. They don't need on the ground. At the same time, I'm weary. Dipset, Taliban. Flores. Or who? Bogan? Reporter? Boots on the ground doesn't mean that. Nation war. There's that, but then there'll be actual war there too. All Daesh is gone. Pakistan right there. Still affiliated with the US. I mean, come on. They're probably gonna Taliban's gonna be stuck probably fighting, if I had to guess, faraway distance, not a foreign policy expert, just guessing. Something tells me that maybe some U.S. allies, or even the U.S. themselves, will be funding some of these nefarious extremist groups that will continue to keep Afghanistan destabilized so that Russia and China can't just go in and make deals. All that shit. Like Syria. Yeah. Be the Taliban. So I was saying, you know, play in terms of supply chains, etc. Yes. And if the U.S. and China are actually beefing, it would suit the U.S. to keep Afghanistan destabilized. So there is no calm time to sit down at a table and draw up deals. Work on infrastructure, and I scratch your back, you scratch mine, baby. Come on. Is the Taliban CIA or not? Yeah, you could be. If I had to guess, probably just a. Yeah, they have they have the advertisement of being like, you guys are like 11 guys. They have the advertisement of someone you want to use, big bad boogeyman. Right, and now their army probably added like at least 35% to their army as far as size and number. What was the Afghan army before Taliban moved in? What was it, like 300,000 with an air force? Now the Taliban has an air force because if they're controlling the Afghan government, they now have an air force. And there's already soldiers already working with the Taliban from the Afghan army. They're already working with the Taliban. And how about any more that are like, you know what, fuck it. Do I want to be on the run, or do I want to say, fuck it, I'll just join. Same shit anyways, fuck. Just join that. And U.S. allies, bolster Daesh and extremist groups in the country, keep the Taliban constantly fighting. Means what? Harder for China or Russia, willy-nilly style. Oh yeah, they don't want there to be any kind of unity. Seeing America ramp IP arms sales to Taiwan, and they're going to pressure other allies near China to do the same. They don't like how women are seen under Sharia law. Who doesn't? They're going to claim uplifting them while sexual. Whoa, I don't know about any of that. Oh, that's the critical drinker. Which had a mission accomplished banner behind him, but wasn't. Yeah. I mean, we're training soldiers in African countries too. Oh yeah. Oh yes. Look at Obama if you want to understand Biden's foreign policy. I thought it was super weird though that the optics Biden were so isolated. What do you mean? Like kind of like one narrative about it? What do you mean? You got like 800 military bases or all that shit like that. Oh yeah. Party hard, man. Keep on rocking it. Oh wait, that might get copyrighted. Let me not finish that line. Fucking freedom fighter. Fucking savage. I don't think Taliban is gonna be worried much by Daesh and ISIS. And they get bolstered. You send guys in from Syria. Like I said, numbers-wise, no. Not numbers-wise. Like, they're not going to be defeated by Daesh. But can they destabilize enough? And can they help create a narrative there as well? Sort of like, look, the Syrian government should be able to run over these, like, moderate rebels, right? Militarily, she'll just run them over. They have an air force. They have all this shit on their side. But what happens is, or what happened was, you have Syrian government pushing them back, right? Pushing them back. And then have like a random chemical attack. And then that allows, and Trump will bomb them or whoever the fuck bombs them, right? And then all of a sudden, it's like the moderate rebels who had no crazy resources like that. Now all of a sudden, it's like they have an air force. That's enough for them to start encroaching on territory again. Or you have an ISIS spotting, like, oh, we found ISIS over here. Here comes the drones. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, it's like they have an air force. So even though they don't have an air force, it plays like they have an air force. Once again, not an expert. Yeah, it just makes sense to me. I don't know. We were also given these government officials much credit. This is the era of governance. Are you saying things will calm down and then they'll use that as a way? Get some other creepy shit going. I'd be like, keep that other shit in the back pocket. Gonna be a creep about it? I mean, let's be real. They are the Taliban, right? They have the brand name of it. I had to stop drinking my Oregon starter. Jesus. I think Biden is doing a controlled demolition of the U.S. What do you mean? He's destabilizing us through whatever they're doing overseas. Can I get a show of hands of drinkers in the chat? Not right now, but Biden helped write the crime bill and the Patriot Act. He is fascist. Love with using our police and military against us all. You could say that, but I think he's a little more cold. A little more, I need this to get. I'll do it. Instead of, I hate these stupid citizens. Let's kill them all. I think he's more, I'll do this to get this done. And it's not even, he's a part of it. I definitely think he's a gamer. He's into it. Like the business dealing, wheeling and dealing shit to make the world a worse place. But he definitely has a crew to do that with. As far as advisors and all. Like, he usually has his crew with him. Oh, you mean like on the, on the like, as far as making public statements. Biden does what he's told. Maybe now. Media is usually kinder to him. Feel they're setting him up. Gone very soon. Possible. That's possible. But nothing past these motherfuckers at all. Where's Kamala? I don't actually believe any of these people, but typically the optics are very predictable. I don't really hear or see much from her. For real. Granted, I don't pay that much attention to the news. No one wanted Kamala, but there she is. According to TYT, it's because she changed her Medicare for All planner. That's why. It wasn't Tulsi wrecking her on national TV. About her not actually being pro-black, even though she sold that. Answer nuance. Screens, guys. A little faster. Do you really think Biden is deciding anything though? Yes, to some degree. I don't think well, not whatever decisions are happening are not some one person thing. That would be an illusion. That'd be any president. That's from Obama to Trump to any of these fucking guys. It's all team choices. They may put the the figurehead out there, but yeah, I don't think I do. I just think we're be there forever through proxies. That's what I think. And yes, extremist groups count as proxies because of how they're going to be funded, how they're going to get weapons, on and so forth. You ever feel like Graham Elwood is seething with rage underneath the nice guy vegan thing? That's a random question. I don't watch enough of them. I've heard that from people, but I honestly don't watch enough of them. I'm in the monk branch, celibacy. Oh, you're talking about? Oh shit. Graham blows. Pause. You're drinking half of one of those a night? Jesus. I don't even really like Jack Daniels. Oh no, Biden doesn't decide shit. Dude can't think straight. Might be struggling with like being able to put words together and talking shit, but I'm sure he can read memos and write shit down on like, national TV cameras on me way. Probably talk to people. For sure, his faculties are diminished severely. Seems like, but you know, I still think he's playing a role there. He steps down. I think be a part of him stepping down, or it could be some weird plan. So, creepy plan. I think they're doing a controlled demolition of all small businesses globally. For sure, that's considered. Highly considered. Thus, actually, if you put it on like a more global scale type of thing, it actually looks like there's more diversity in business. So instead of like 7, probably less than 7 now. Well, let's just say 7 major companies controlling all the media in this country. Well, now it's 800 news stations worldwide. It's like, yeah, the entire Earth? Not a lot at all. And you translate that into other businesses. Hey. Once again, not an expert. Trying to use logic. Trying to get my Ryan Dawson on. Biden is making the U.S. look completely incompetent and vulnerable, doing CRT training in the military and political purges. I think that's a distraction, Amy. I would not get caught up in that. Pay attention to it. I would pay attention to it as like some sort of extra narrative fucking thing. Wow. I saw that, yeah. Yeah, as like a narrative thing, yeah, I'd pay attention to that, but ultimately be a distraction for other shit. Right? Like how a guy like Tim Pool will pull his audience towards that shit when there could be like serious stories out there that are not being covered. Biden, Cuomo, possibly Newsom, all fall men. Well, they take up headlines for sure. Above should read U.S. milk. Yeah, I figured that. Comments jumped. Buying all the farmland as well. Well, they're encroaching on in several, well, it's multi-directional as far as the encroachment. So when you start paying attention to here, the left hand's down. Yeah, when you both the left and right hand, you can't see what the foot is doing. And small businesses won't be able to comply fast enough. Guess what? If everyone banded together and fought that one thing, other things would have been going on the entire time. You ever heard of Vietnam? Fought the war, took down the war, we stopped the war. While all this other shit was actually happening simultaneously. But yeah, you got us out of Vietnam, but now, this in here is here. People got us out of Afghanistan after 20 years. Got people. Did it. I just tried thinking what we can do about it, and my head started swimming right away and said, nope. It's not going to be any type of easy fucking, you know, hold hands, skip along fucking thing. And I still honestly believe that thing will shift overnight, but it would require a hefty, massive, almost like a fucking super event. Yeah. I've always spoke about just Jesus floating down, but nah. Forget about Jesus. I mean, like some sort of information thing that comes out to where it's like it's undeniable. Oh fuck, these guys suck. It's so obvious. There's no fucking mealy mouthing around it. It's just they suck so bad. Yeah, I know. Because you're right there. One guy. I'm saying right there's just one guy. Guy's statement. Let me ask that. Let me ask the chat. What would happen, guys? Some sort of event where it's undeniable. Let's say it's like, forgive my language. I'm not saying anything about Pizzagate being real or not, but let's say it's like a Pizzagate come true, like 100% proof. We had them all on videotape, all that shit. They're all caught, from politicians to head military leaders, all that shit. What do you think happens? What would you do? What would you do, and what do you think the populace would do? I mean, it's like, well, you hear people like hearing about like, oh, the Empire's fault. Like, what's that really gonna look like? The brand rep, the people change, but the structure of the system, all the same creepy type of individuals, right? Ban slavery, but there's still fucking people essentially in slavery. Debt slaves, or, you know, paycheck to paycheck motherfuckers. It's all out there. Mexicans will stay in business. They'll just do cook food, cut grass anyways. The girls, nanny, and always statues of. I think I triggered him. I told him to give his number for justice. I don't even know what you're talking about. Biden doesn't decide anything, but they will make intentional sabotage look. Oh, the old man. That's possible. Someone tells me Biden's a guy who would be semi in on it. Yeah. Proxy armies equal mercenary. Essentially, but not as direct as like on paper mercenaries. Yeah. Contractors. Our federal government is a system of bureaucracy. When you add more levels of bureaucracy, freedom, because you have to pay those people security, paid for by taxes. Yeah. Gotta have those creepy people that'll enforce it. Like that. Not even think about change. On and on and so forth. Come on, man. Even if it was like a weak sauce fucking proposal of like a eviction moratorium, even if it was weak sauce and shit like that, like it still showed like, wait, you guys can put rent on hold? You guys can federally put fucking rent on hold? So what else can you fucking do? Yeah. Well, it's like, if you could just do that, then you could do a whole bunch of other fucking things. But I doubt people wake up to that. Sorry, but Biden needs to go, so does Harris. We have a long line behind that, Brian, of names. You have a long, long line. Get rid of Harris and Biden. Who's next? Get rid of them. 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 Who's next? On and on and on and on and on and so forth. Yeah. I think it's over. It's in the 5,000 plus range. Maybe even more. Because it's not even... Think about people who aren't even in government who would be next in line. Right? I'm not even saying like officially next in line. I'm saying like would prop themselves up to be next in line. So it's like... nip it in the bud. It's the only way to do it. And no does not mean any type of violent revolution bullshit. It means like the pop's like, no more. We're done. That requires, seems like some heavy lifting. Pick yourselves up by the bootstraps and be righteous. Yeah. Bruh. The direct action we need at this point is people going and destroying sensors on streetlights and shit. And to be real, oh yeah, they would definitely retaliate against that shit. Yeah. Then it's like, well, more important than the cameras themselves, who's behind the fucking cameras? They'd probably much rather have the low-level security guy or whatever the fuck. Rather have them just not flying. Then again, that comes off as far-fetched. Yes, they want to get rid of small businesses, including small property owners. Yeah. Once again, yeah. I'm not sure. I'm so worried for people, including loved ones, who got it. Oh, I don't know. You're talking to someone else. I ate eggplant tonight, James. That's from Uncle Drew. Not from me. Where? Uncle Drew. Media is, I believe, down to 3 companies. It was 6 in the year 2000. Well, what they've done is they've kind of monopolized by companies selling aspects of themselves to different companies. Like, you keep the news one, we'll take the sports one, you take the movie one, like that, sharing them amongst each other. So like, so like, Disney will take Fox, will take 20th century Fox take their fucking entertainment wing, right? You give me that. You guys keep sports and news and blah 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 blah. And they're just shifting, you know, the backroom aspects as opposed to the faces. Faces stay the same, like some sort of Mount Rushmore of creepy companies. Then Blinken. I guess would he be next? Secretary of State would be next. The Vice President. Go and call Kiefer Sutherland. Need to figure this out. No. Call him. We'll figure it out. He knows. Knows the show, so he knows who's next in line. We'll ask him. Is anyone working on things to mitigate some of the things we do know happen from mRNA jabs? I can't imagine it's easy to get research funding to work on something like that. I don't know. Vaccine stuff, I'm pretty fucking ignorant on. Why? We are so fucked. We can't win. We are so fucked. Taking a black pill, huh? Oh, I've said this before. You can become like Nostradamus and wash your hands at the well. Well, everyone loses their minds. Hail Satan. Welcome back. What do you mean? Tim Pool is one of the hardest working journalists. I work 16 hours a day. Choosy, welcome back. You still at it? I already went to bed and got up again. On a Tuesday. Girl in the cloud sheet Tuesday. What happens over here? Where are we on? We're on 7 hours and 18 minutes. Nah. I do not think you understand that critical race theory, an authoritarian indoctrination program. It is not diversity training in any sincere, respectful way. Yes, I already understood that could be a bit of a distraction for other things. Because the issue itself I care about. I care about selling narratives and shit like that. And advertising. Go here, choose it. Who said Tim Pool worked hard or at all? He did. That's enough proof for me. I am a Tim Pool fan. And requiring service people to be indoctrinated when they signed up to serve, protect rights is bad for morale. Bad for morale for what? Then you should be cheering it on then, right? See why. Alright, do you consider that it could be a distraction for something else? Amy? Tim Tool works hard at grifting. He doesn't even do that. Mariana, you get him too much credit. That video I did where I played that clip, he does not work hard at grifting, bro. Yeah, he's terrible. He's so super duper transparent. I wonder what country we will invade next. Whatever we quote unquote invade, it won't be on paper. I don't think it'll be on paper like that. The next on paper war, if they are gonna do that, would probably be Iran. Let's be real. But as far as wars that are like the continuous wars that are still going to happen, that are still happening right now, be real, no one gives a fuck about Africa. They're going to fucking do shit there. Or to, continue doing shit there. So DiCaprio will make Blood Diamond 2. Everyone will be like, hey, it's just, it is what it is. Should have listened to the Joker, man. Should have listened to the Joker. Truck full of soldiers get blown up, and no one cares. So you hate video game apps. I fear that people are missing the bigger picture, though. I'm impressed by the action every day people are taking here in Illinois to fight their school boards and such, but let's apply that energy everywhere. Once again, well, I'm still late in the comments, and I asked the question. I'll ask it again if I have to. Let's say there's some sort of smoking gun thing that happens, and it's like, straight up, you guys are caught, point blank, all that shit. What do you think people will do? That's why. Batter interference. He kicked the ball. Okay. He kicked it. No. But yeah.
Make sure to subscribe to the Progressive.
Progressive Voice. Yours best friend, Grandma with off. It's time for the little guy to win. AKA the evil empire. Hey, because how many will die without it? Talking to anyone? Oh, you're talking. No matter if the soldier is actually an economic hitman for corporations, if he or she thought it was them, this moralizing. Hey, Drew's. I talk about this? I could play it later. Maybe. I have so many videos up there. My cousin and his kid, this was like a talking show today. AKA a talk show. My cousin and his kids aren't taking it, and he works at their school. They gotta get tested once. Yeah. What's the question? What do we think people will do? There's like some sort of smoking gun type. So it's I'm basically just trying to depress everybody. Basically. Like, what do you think would happen? Let's say, right, if we talk about people banding together and all that shit, what happens if it's just a smoking gun of corruption? Like, everyone's caught. They're all caught. Everything's on paper. So, I don't know, fucking WikiLeaks releases all the fucking information on all of them and shit. They're all caught. Everyone trusts WikiLeaks all of a sudden. And, yeah. What do you think happens? The mass murder in the streets? The LA riots? They pull the fucking whatever judges out of their chambers and beat the living shit out of them? Or would they calmly say, all right, guys, leave? Or would it be like a mixture? Would people start turning on each other? What do we think would happen? Our nation revolution? Wait, so if Pizzagate was true or something, like Pizzagate was true. Or something like some sort of like smoking gun thing. I know I'm late in the comments, forgive me guys. So it wouldn't change the populace will be everything. Really? Everything they're told and deny till they die. No, I mean like smoking, like it's on YouTube, viral everywhere. It's open and shut case, Johnson. It's just there. Yeah, it's just, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. Viral, on the underground, it's in the mainstream, middle class, grandma knows everybody knows, like, these guys did this horrible thing, and it's all documented on paper. Where there is no wiggle room, no suspension of disbelief. I had to do it. None of that. And they're all caught in tape saying, yeah, I'd do it again. Yeah, I'm not saying not a people issue. Oh, no. I wasn't. My point is not to, in the counter argument, my point is to just ask you, what do you think? What do you think would happen? There's someone. What do you think they would do, though? I think a lot of people just stay home and watch the rest go run amok. Right? Because I'm saying like something to where the military is just like, we ain't fucking with you guys anymore. Stepping aside. What is white advocacy? Are you talking to someone? I think mad at me too, specifically because about some guy talking about his balls. Talking about Graham Elwood. Try this. Carnation Revolution is the black and white answer to almost any question you can think of. It's also the funniest punchline to first jokes. So I guess I was getting down to where people would a question I threw out there, but come on, give me more detail. Give me a little more. Give me more. These are products specifically for balls. Okay. All these rich fuck pedophiles and babysitters and shit. And they, brother. Oh, they're gonna get lunch and details I'm asking for. Everyone band together like, everybody, all these guys, they leave and we restart government with no corrupt people. Would that happen? Or would it be fucking tearing buildings, tearing the whole fucking Capitol, White House down, and what do you think would happen? Remember, the military stepped aside. The average, everyday Joe, National Guardsman, Army, all that shit, they all like, yeah, they got caught with that. Maybe some high generals go down with them, but answers to no chat. No. It jumped on me. Alright, I'm up to Hail Satan. There. There you go. Let me do it. Arrested Franco tell you not to talk about Carnation Revolution? Or was it hopelessly off topic? Carnation Revolution always gets lost in the damn shuffle. I put money on it. Choosy, you chooser. How come you don't pass on my messages to Squid? Only Uncle Drew? Unfair. Freak you, duck. You have plenty of time to talk to your precious squid. Yeah. Got anything for me? I think all I got is tender lungs. Donald Trump paid his audience when he came down the escalator. Stay mad. I guess you're talking to someone. Oh, you're talking to Trump fan. One and only Trump fan. Maybe some people that tolerate him. You're the only fan, Dubster. Embrace it. Embrace it. I think Dubster needs to watch this video again. Oh, Hopium. There it is, Dubster. We watched that whole thing. I liked it. Yes, Corbett, dive into my room. Dare you come here? Do it now. China's the next empire. It's kind of obvious. Possible. China plus Russia plus Pakistan plus Iran. I think Pakistan would have to fall for them to be in there. Otherwise, throw Syria in there instead of Pakistan for me. We were talking about like that region of the world. Throw Syria in there because of how important their country is as far as regards to moving resources. Right? If Syria holds up, then Russia is basically running unchallenged through Europe with natural gas, I believe. Not an expert, just my opinion. Some shit I've heard. Who knows if that's even correct. I mean, Trump was trying to sanction, too late, sanction a pipeline from Russia as he's funding rebels in Syria. That no one talks about. No one talks. They only talk about it in regards to Obama. Right? Like doors. Look what the Democrats did. That's funding them too. Straight from Rand Paul's mouth. And no one cared about that for some reason. I don't know why. I'm like, holy shit, they're still doing it. He stopped for a bit. I believe in the beginning of his bit. Stopped for a bit. Then he bombed Syria. Then the what was it, $800-something billion NDAA, right? Remember that? Huh? He basically helps Saudi Arabia do it. There's no such thing as a smoking gun for people in power. They own the media. Twist any story whichever way they please. So you're telling me if let's say Epstein stayed alive and named everyone and all their crimes and it was happened to be the entire US government and some generals and shit like that and all the CIA and all of them. You're telling me they're going to get away with that? Media will just tell you nothing happened. Like, you sure? At a certain point, I mean, let's go Game of Thrones style here, bro. I mean, let's go Game of Thrones here. They might. Oh, these guys are fucked. Our bosses, the guys that we're supposed to be working with, they're fucked. So let's skedaddle. In fact, their defense might turn people even more against them. Wow, you guys are in on it, aren't you? Nobody likes snails. They're icky and gross. So you know, okay? Not a you problem, it's your slime problem. I think you should open Discord only to women for once. Like a ladies' night. James, you're out. You're up. You're up, buddy. Good ladies. That kind of immediately. Took you long to process it and shit. Yeah, upgrade RAM sticks, bro. Upgrade RAM sticks. I would give one of you guys my stream. Fucking what? Gotta be 8 hours long, but gotta keep up. Freddy's jogging. Nope, that was him sprinting. Freddy can fucking dance, bro. I saw them fucking. It would be a mixture. I can hear that. You woke or broke? I'm totally racist towards Virgos? How dare you? That's calendarist. You hate calendars, bro? You hate parts of the calendar? That's weird. Who does that? We're back to zodiac signs. I don't know how people still defend Trump's foreign policy. You ask anyone who has known me for a while, I'm spicy. Pause. But hey, that French dish. Yeah, spicy. But I'd say comes through more in person or on camera versus written. What is the real big picture then, Jordan? I'm asking you guys. People would shit. It wouldn't be what I would do. It would be what the people would do. Demand justice. Lots of opening. Okay? So like what? The already existing thought leaders would pop up and assume command. Jordan, what does it all mean? Well, you got it right there. The last two words, dear leader. So probably just stay home and say, actually, I'm going to need a statue built for me. Statue. Make it the biggest one in the world. Put it in front of the new White House. We're going to call it New White House. And I'll be your dear leader. Not accurate at all. So, yeah, pretty easy. Everyone who knows me thinks I'm an asshole. Common theme. Oh, stop it. Fucking this. U.S. Empire is Achilles' heel. Barbaric race. Oh, that's what. Of course, we know what you think. Damn it. Fucking jumped. Sorry, Amy. I'm actually pretty convinced. I think there's a big plan, but they have various operations to bring it about. I already agreed upon that. I was wondering what would happen if. Let me ask a weirder question. What do we think would happen if some sort of mystical, moral guy floated down from the sky who was like invincible or something? Like straight up, like benevolent. Like we just know he's good. What do you think would happen? What would you do? Everywhere. We are all so desperate collectively. Name one or two people or group. We have all contributed at this point. Agreed. I'm just looking at how people might typically behave. Scenario where mask comes off completely. There is no mystery about it. There's the bad guys right there. Looked up the Little Rascals, that poem episode, and found 11-second YouTube video, and yes, it looks like Butch with his back turned fishing with the pinwheel baseball hat. Learn that poem. Wait, what? That could be the most random shit ever. I can't make fun of Valley for being nice anymore, I guess. Party pooper. Nah, you could do that. Don't worry about it. Listen, snails are so slow to react. You'll be fine, buddy. Right? Really didn't talk about foreign policy in Trump era. I feel like on the mainstream, unless it was a story about him deciding last minute about Iran, blah, blah. Well, they were okay with him killing Soleimani. They're just upset that he didn't inform Congress before doing it. And there was no mention of him informing Israel first. Why is MAGA attacking me for speaking truth about Trump's shitty foreign policy? Lord. Upster. He's beyond MAGA. I don't think MAGA would take. Also, I was fascinated how when he went to North Korea, they just like didn't show it at all. I don't even remember what the mainstream news was showing. Remember the narratives in the indie media of won't give Trump credit for anything. Come on, that's better than what Obama did. That unless you were on the other side of the fence, and a different story. Look at him buddying up with. Which wouldn't take any of the fake fish, fake crap. He wouldn't be calling for Carnation Revolution. Usually you are confusing the shit out of me. I'm bad to be the bad guy for the mainstream media in both parties. Usually the Dems pass things the Republicans can't. But with Trump as the enemy, they could pass the largest transfer of wealth in history. Proud of it, too. Yeah, okay, you're talking. All right, peace out, Trent. I don't know if you left already or not, but peace out, man. See, I'm very slow in the not covering foreign policy because it would show all the things that he said he wanted to end. They covered foreign policy because I think it was just business as usual. Real with you. Fake diplomatic missions that end up just arming more people. Obviously, Africa's not talked about. Syria, he followed through with Syria, both overtly and covertly. Obviously ramped up things with Iran, China, and Russia, to be honest with you. Continued in Afghanistan, continued in Iraq, Yemen, obviously, Lebanon, Palestine, on and so forth. So foreign policy was just straight up continuation. You didn't start any new wars, though. I have a really, really bad remix of Marvin Gaye's What's Going On stuck in my head. Play some Metric and fix it. Someone make it stop. Play some Metric. It'll help you. I hate Greenwald too, and Mate and Taibbi, and a lot of people. Oh, you're talking to Stubbs. Quack. Jordan, I feel like you're trying to get off the phone with us. No, what are you talking about? I haven't even got the movies yet. Yeah, I'll admit I don't factor Syria in enough. That I'm not proud of it. That's something. All the shows, the less. I hear that. I get that. Must become strict and stringent. I'm always curious what's not being said or what else is going on. So much so that I lost track of what's going on. That makes sense. That makes sense. Can't cover everything. All these things definitely connect. Oh. Pause. Pause. Judges say, pause. Pause. Guy knows how to wear a marks. Oh, I see. Oh, he's making a hammer and sickle. As a hammer. Give him the hammer, Robert. I want to talk movies, though. Maybe. Why am I a liar? Because Trump paid his audience. Did. Apparently, he did. Ornithopium. Correct. Trump was a faux vaccine salesman. Whoa. That? And then there's a whole lot of yang. Your audience going on YouTube. Looks to me like there's a whole conglomerate of Opus Dei operatives passing money upwards. Possible. Damn near. Not all the time. He just gets on my nerves a lot. I think he's does this thing where he possibly, if he's not a nefarious character, then he's probably doing this thing where doing the like the I'm rational guy, and where you don't realize, hey, there's room for things, room for people to lie, there's room for a whole bunch of things. You can't just, here's what's reported, here's what's proven. There's nothing wrong with saying, hey, maybe something like this, but I understand these guys get get taken out of context and it'll be used against them, but at the same time, it's like, I'm not going to let you in anyways. Like Mate, as strict as you covered Syria, is it being covered? It's not even being covered on like TYT. Could throw some maybes out there. We may all be glad to have snails to eat before long. Why wait? All it takes is one little like nudge off the counter, some salt falls out. I mean, how easy is it to kill a slug? Oh, excuse me, snail. Excuse me, glorified slugs, aka snails. One tablespoon away. No to snails. That's right, Anthony. Snails will prevail. Right into a frying pan. I guess the ladies' night might trigger the MGTOWs. Maybe. A lot of money coming. TYT and damage report. All the TYT conglomerates. Those people can order more than 3 syllables at once. They have no content or subscribers. Opus die. Right, escargot, that's right. Like Keenan from all that. But yeah, escargot. My fans can't utter more than 3 syllables at a time. Subs means by retraction, I think. What? Escargots make their own butter. Yeah. Soft in the middle, that's why. Look at the payroll on this shit, meaning a number of people in one department. Donde? Stop shilling out classified documents. God. Oh, page 5 of 6. Ever think this shit is purposely like complicated? I know, just say asshole 1 here. One phone for 10 people. This chat, I suspect the ladies' night would more trigger the conservatives. Oh, right. Reaction is a word with a definition. Get up 10. Track them down. Phrasing. Now you're on a list, Daly. Congratulations. Officially on a list. I hate when he reads these 20 minutes later because I'm trying to read everybody. Even worse when comments jump. Oh damn, I am far away. Damn it, Choosy. Help me out, bro. Derek Rose? Oh, Derek Bros. Like that. Oh my god, I am so fucking far off. Even worse when you 25 minutes behind the stream from Blob and on Google Mic nonstop, which pauses the stream. Yeah, he missed one of my punchlines like that. What do you want me to do? Only one man here. I don't have a Jamie. It's me here while James watches fights and plays video games. What do you want me to do? We can open up fucking Discord. Ender buns. Pause. Like an alien or what? Right, so how do you know for sure this piece or that piece is a distraction, such as CRT and the military? I don't know if it's a distraction, just seems like they would use something like that as a distraction. Seems like that. Like an alien reptile. Are you into David Icke? I've seen plenty of his work. So you can call that a distraction, but it's like, would that be targeted to? Underground, watching weird YouTube video people, as opposed to the masses. Right? And all these young people are being brought up on culture war shit. If I was Derek Bros, I would just tell everybody, look, I'm looking for concubines. Can you get tattoos on your butt that's Carnation Revolution? Damn it. You're in the band. Hey, Derek Bros. Dare you. Promise you, one and all, I have more substance than Derek Rose. Even though he's got way more bees. Beekeeper. Derek Rose is a rich, famous basketball player. Plays for the Knicks. Formerly Chicago Bull. I like snails and we'll save them from the lawnmower or whatever, but fuck a slug. What do you think a snail is? Just has a shell on it, bro. What were the narratives? Oh my god, I'm so far behind. Alright, what I'm going to do, I'm going to reset. I'm going to read the highlighted comments. I'm going to just jump right to the bottom, alright? Way too far behind, and you just retype, alright? Don't be lazy. Like me. How can someone hate the juice, but then love Trump, whose best friends would be... Oh. I truly read that as juice. like snail juice? Ew. Yeah, I mean... Come on, man. One of your biggest things about Israel, yet the president who's been the most cozied with fucking Israel gets by for you. Then you cry anti-war, but then when he kills Soleimani, you're like, yeah. Unreal. Reading highlighted comments till I get to the bottom. I think I made it. He is from Chicago. Derek Rose. See, what happens is, go on my long, brilliant, spectacular rants / observations. I just mesmerize myself and I get lost in the sauce. Uh-oh, who triggered Dubster? Quack. Cancel culture is censorship, which I am against. Yeah. Right, snail juice. I just saw a tweet that said, and I quote, if you have problems with the Taliban, join them. What? Change happens from within. No, it has to be a joke. It has to be a joke. Let's change the Taliban from the inside. Great, I just got a tornado warning. Oh, fuck. Be safe, Choosy. I don't know where you're at, but be safe. Why are we saying the Taliban is based, though? Because what they did was they went in there and they scared the U.S. off. Right, Hinkle Boots? Yes. Now watch me flex. I'm not saying they're what the government says they are, but like, what? Agreed. It's just like the fucking China thing. Actually, it'd be a perfect storm. If no fucking crazy chaos happened and China rolled in there and started making infrastructure deals and all that shit and won them over, people are going to tell us, well, some of those same guys are going to be like, yeah. See, this is what communism does. We get into all the extremism. Communist Taliban, the communist Chinese. We're doing it. We're doing it big. And then the counter to that's gonna be like China bad, China bad, China really bad. No, Russia bad. And they'll both say Iran bad. Boom, World War III. Yeah, I knew I shouldn't have said anything about panties. What? Is that a real thing? I saw a tweet where we shouldn't pop the bubble wrap because it was made in Wuhan. That's funny. And they're so addicting too, you can't help it. You're gonna want to pop some of those bubbles. Yeah, but I really fuck with you, so okay, you're talking to someone else. Are you? Oh, ladies night hater. Shit will be dope. And you guys can have the stream. For one night only, and you have to go at least 8 hours. No pause. I can't stand what someone here say at times, and I haven't blocked or muted anyone. Censorship is bad. Okay. Not even, it's a joke. You see what they're doing, like the culture aspect of the Taliban? It's just wild, that's all. Oh, it's very wild. Scary. Oh no, I'm falling back again. What's gonna happen? Seems like it. Seems like that team playing thing might be not good. Good morning, Ed. Wakey wakey. Guy doesn't give a fuck if women have rights. Agreed. Iranian guy said Taliban have evolved and Iran is talking to them again. Heard about Ethiopia's northern faction, similar position to the Afghan intern government. I started looking more into after learning more from Red Sea. Huh? Taliban, Trump, and Putin and Xi made a deal to fight CIA-backed ISIS in Syria, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. The reality. Word. And you say U.S. bad? You have nothing here. Yeah, no, you have nothing here. Trust me, YellBRo is pretty much a free speech absolutist. However, cancel culture causes self-censorship, and that doesn't bother him much. What are you talking about? Like 2 back-to-back comments placing something on me that isn't really. Like Phantom Jordan. Fuck yeah, China doesn't even pretend to care though. Oh, they're doing those business deals, bro. They're looking at the economic angle. Look, they bombed and depleted you. We love you. Work together. I'm not sure if this Ain't nobody got time to write no names. I expect the Carnation Revolution after party to look like Mardi Gras, with lots of feathers and scalloped panties, and Carnation Revolution on everyone's. Jesus. Seriously, I pray I don't get tornado. I pray you don't get tornado warnings wherever. Yeah, it doesn't sound good, man. I don't hate paleo people, but if they ask me for diet advice, look out. I have a lot to say. Appetizing at all? Yeah, nothing at all. You mock those for saying China bad, for saying Russia bad, for saying communism bad. Why don't you ever mock those that say American bad, for saying Nazism bad? No, he doesn't listen. He accused you of censoring people, and that is not my experience in Discord. Who accused me of censoring? Yeah, fuck tornadoes, bro. Killed my my other wife, the Wicked Witch. Why doesn't the State Department mention the Taliban, but they mention Al-Qaeda and Hezbollah, etc.? Why is the Taliban not mentioned? We're like, oh, it's CIA, blah, blah. It's called reverse psychology. Everyone hates America. They'll favor the Taliban in order to make the Taliban look bad, that they'll cheer on the U.S. invading them again. Or, you know, continuing. Tornado in Trenton. Trenton, Jersey? Was the CIA? Oh. Want to go to Oz. We only accept minorities here. Oh, wait. We only accept people here, not gingers. But if that's the case, then what is Taliban making alliances for? Certainly the greater powers wouldn't just fall for that nonsense. Just a question, that's all. Questions, that's all. Did I read that? Fuckers type too fast. Because they know they can't just, well, first of all, let's say they are all legit against each other or whatever. They wouldn't be able to just do that by themselves. Hold off that shit for that long. By S&D. Because they mention ISIS too. I mean, yeah. And ISIS is just, now they're just a brand name, let's be real. Like Al-Qaeda was, but different groups with different names that basically represent the same thing. Now, my guess is destabilization. With yes, special operations. I won't deny that from the U.S. From like for the outside going in, but expect a lot more chaos to kick off as far as groups there and shit. Yeah, it's a good idea. Oh, yeah, for sure. I guess I mean, I always pay attention to who is. Yeah, we probably all should. Oh my god, I fell back that far? Oh shit. Type so fast. But that's not working. U.S. stopped backing the Taliban in 96. Directly, at least. Well, on one side. There's someone argue that Mujahideen, right? And Mujahideen is not the Taliban, bro. Just some of the Mujahideen leaders are the Taliban. Started the Taliban. Okay. They're showing Taliban fucking dance videos and workout videos. I'm like, what is going on? Swap the first and third letter of that. What? God damn it. Damn it. Okay, now I get it. Now I get it. Between me and you, though. Area champion? What's up, area champion? How's Clarissa Ward being left alone by the Taliban right now? Clarissa Ward, the journalist? Right? She's the... I don't know. Who is that? Is that the journalist with the hijab? Like, now we're here. You see ISIS in the background? Or not ISIS. See the Taliban in the background? They're all celebrating. Yeah. Wait, lady. CNN lady? CNN lady, right? Why do people not care about the Americans stranded there? We won. See, the Taliban is anti-imperialist. Why? Because they shot guns at the U.S. They're the good guys. Barker thinks he's sneaky, bro. Zoom in on. It's going to be a long 3 years. And like you and others were saying about, will Biden make it 3 years to where kind of preserve some form of legacy that he got us out of Afghanistan, but when blah 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 took over, got really bad again. Not to mention the other countries currently fucking around. There are 20 million Taliban in Pakistan. No fucking way. Where the fuck did you get that, Dubster? $20 million Taliban in Pakistan. What are you talking about? They would have kicked the U.S. out of there a long time ago if that was the case. Yeah, let's just stay in Pakistan. Watch from a distance. Next year is going to be people seeing more and more shit because they're doing the same thing over and over, but people are moving too quickly now. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I suspect shit will happen. Definitely suspect that, but I don't know exactly. Taliban prefer Nike boots. Come, Mr. Taliban, Taliban. Regarding people seeing shit. What? Oh, okay. There are several crises reaching critical mass. Not look good. It never looks good. I think my brain is glitching right now because I'm trying to understand how they'll go about the rate of war thing with all the tech changes ahead. Well, they'll keep the focus on the war stuff then, right? They'll still get away with it. Much to cover it all. Agreed. Well, it's not that, as much as it's too much, it's not enough people into it or looking at it or even caring about it. Right? The whole Afghanistan thing was like, yeah, okay. I got work tomorrow. See you later. Oh, yeah, I think so. They kicked out Georgia. They kicked me out. As I agree with them. What? Like Eastern European Georgia? The Iranians are now working peacefully with the Taliban, while Iran has announced they're going to 60% uranium enrichment. Ah, so you are going with the... I mean, yeah. That was another thing. They started doing that like as like a fuck you. These guys were cheering that on like they hate to do it. To do it. Like Palestine got no way me thinking that this is the case, but if like oh, Palestine got like a nuclear missile and shot it at Israel, killed a shit ton of people. I swear you'd be hearing like, I don't agree with, you know, what they did. They have a right to defend themselves. It'd be on repeat on Twitter. No. Will they get away with it, or are we looking for someone to tell us what to do? Because it's very overwhelming. Because that is understandable. I mean, I would use the word overwhelming. The word's overwhelming, but it seems more like, fuck this. It seems more like that than overwhelming. Overwhelming would be like, I'm trying to research all this shit, and then, damn, I just get lost. That'd be overwhelming. I mean, it's just like already a tap out. Hey man, my wedding's on Saturday. I get it, but at the same time, it's like, it is what it is. Other people are recognizing it more now. Still nobody knows what to do. So nobody does anything. We're all deer in the headlights. They're a little more aware, but that fervor, that thing that gets someone to care about this, seems more like, which is why I asked that question about like, hey, what would you do if they all or what would populists do if all these guys got caught with whatever the fuck, right? Caught red-handed out with some shit. Like, the righteous fervor, which drives them to like, fuck, I need to care about all these issues, and I'm sorry if I missed some things, but I'm fucking putting my heart into this. Or is it just deep-seated rage that's ready to blow up if shit hits the fan? Must ask the question. I think the masses are basically deer in the headlights, frozen, waiting for the collision. Well, I think that's what happened. I think that's what that is. It's fuck the government. That anger, that rage is there, but the ability to move on, it's just, Cheer, partake, but you won't be able to focus on it when everything's proactive versus reactive. We have flipped the global power back to national sovereignty. That is what happened Monday. New World Order is done. I disagree. U.S. Green Party U.S. kicked out. Georgia Green Party. Green Party kicked out the Georgia Greens over the trans issue. Really? What side of the trans issue? Like they're not in favor of it, or they don't consider it to be their biggest important topic or something? So some Georgia government advocate for it. I'm like, okay, there's money here. Here's the answer to your question. Some people will face it, but it'd be hard to do something about it. Well, I guess that idea of collectivizing was the way to go then, right? Or, what do they call it? World politics. As the White House lays in smolder, Jimmy will rise from the ashes and say, "Join me. Movement for a People's Party." Others will not want to believe it. Will not want to believe it is true. So won't because they want to keep trusting our leaders. Others will see and believe, but be afraid to do anything. Yeah, I'm saying like a scenario where it's red-handed, caught, videotape, transcripts. Everyone agrees on it. They admit it. How about that? They admit it out loud. Maybe Pritzker is already invested in so many women-owned businesses. Oh, that's the that fuckboy. Sounds like a hero to me. Keep him. We should convince him to join our team. That's why I'm more interested in sharing the systems and how they apply to people's day-to-day rather than the people. Oh, talking to someone else. He's a piece of shit. Chicago is too cynical and drunk or high on their own delusions to pay attention because the bar for a good politician is pretty fucking low here. That was harsh, but I suppose I'm a cynic. Call it being honest. I accept that too. It's about trans in sports, pre-op trans in women's prisons. Of course. Georgia Green Party adopted the Declaration of Women's Sex-Based Rights for things like prison. Okay. Repeated what he said, basically. Or, basically said the same thing. I mean, I'm pretty sure if I actually thought about it, there's easy solutions to this stuff. but it requires too large, well, socially relative, too large a transformation. Be real, seem very incremental with all of it. Something that like I look at, I'm like, man, we should be able to clean this up in like a day. Reason want to take decades. If you're nervous about calling for Carnation Revolution specifically on via name, just picture your audience will all wearing scalloped underwear. I am also anti-porn only because I think most who end up doing it don't get paid very much, coerced. In a healthy society, maybe it would be okay if someone truly chose to do it, but in current one, nope. I'm probably there. It would require, for me, like individual by individual, like interview or some shit. But I am a dirty freak. Forget that either. Mark Fisher on why modern life causes depression. Mark Fisher. A lot of videos, I assure you, are not going to get played. Only 3 minutes. Maybe I'll play that. Get after it. Some will refuse to admit it because they do not want to face the evil. It happens all the time. I mean, the thing you're calling that's like blatant to you, it's not really as blatant for them because of the suspension of disbelief. There, sorry. Not only is the narrative of conspiracy theorists there, but also the narrative of you have money, that means you're more trustworthy. Let's be real. A lot of people behave that way. Be real. A lot of people behave that way. They don't go individual by individual. They look at maybe social circumstances, say, okay. Make judgments like that, and then they see guys, rich suits, big college. Say, no. More trustworthy. I am not wearing scallop panties. Weirdos. All I can do is learn, but I know you'll look into stuff more if it interests you personally. Seriously, if you ever think. Oh, you're talking to someone. Scallop panty. Freak you. Check out that video. I got it. Ready to go. Short one too. Seriously, what? Be more fun calling for a Carnation Revolution ball. Scallop panty audience. Nada. Nunca. What qualifies as porn? I don't know. Probably called Black Widow. They tried. Being real. I've seen too many movies, man. Problem is there is no tolerance for even the discussion, which is odd since the Green Party is based on consent process. You could be thinking or like, you know, there's a new audience coming in. We read the numbers, new audience coming in. Need to be able to work in this direction. Once again, I feel like that could be clearly be a distraction. Being real. Like something to me. Porn is a fucked up industry. I watched a documentary almost give it up, almost. Jordan is into granny porn. I know for a fact. Freak you, Uncle Drew. Some Greens are willing to discuss and Green parties based on consensus process, but some find power in saying their way or the highway. Be any organization, right? Should have checked those leaders before they even got there, bro. Got to be a point where, you know, something like get money out of politics isn't good enough as an answer. Or I support the environment, it's not good enough. We're having plans for the environment. If MVP petitioners tried to do this versus starting a new party, they would get ballot access, etc. real quick. Did what? Oh, take it over? Force it a certain way? I don't know about that. Isn't that like infiltration? DJ, are you female? I never knew. Ed? Ed is Ed. Porn is a super fucked up industry. It can be okay for some, but it is just another exploitative industry for the most part. Agreed. Probably more so like the industry ones as opposed to like independent. It seems like all the industry ones are trying to make enough money to go independent and make their own fucking thing. But I was talking about like independent, where they're not like, they're not hiring crews and shit like that. Just some random couple with a phone or something. I know too much. Still don't understand how sex can be regarded as work. Well, you can say the same about sports, video games, or whatever. The whole way we allocate resources is fucked up in the first place, I think. What's the best joke in it? Yeah, my eyes are like flickering. Alright, I'm gonna play that video. That'll be the last thing I play, and I'm out of here. We're all carnation revolutionaries, regardless, is the main thing. I only want the best for my friends. Aww. Tuesday. I feel... Huh? Yes, I feel as though you give a piece of yourself away every time you have to do that. I don't know. Maybe not in the moment, but I wonder if looking back people regret doing porn. Oh, I'm sure it's a mixed bag. Sure it's a mixed bag. From straight up traumatized to straight up like, I got paid. Another one. I don't judge them at all, but agree as fuck. Agreed. Not treating. And the social gun in your back of you gotta pay bills and all that shit. We do it to it. The winners are so loud. The rest. It is what it is, man. People are ready to swallow this. Oh, rather than face unknown problem. Is that you? That might be considered work by. Get that. Yeah, but I think the bigger thing is like, what's the best idea? What would be the better or best idea to roll with? I go with people who would be doing this regardless of camera or no camera, or would be doing it on camera for themselves personally, or whatever. Give a fuck. Even sex education, on and so forth. Fucked up industry, girls get scared because and they will only get hired. Yeah, shit. Yes, agreed. And once they put their face on camera doing that, you could definitely be fucked. Probably almost like having a record, bro. You're tired and been fucking all day and you don't want to do it anymore, but you forced to continue. That is work, even if you make it go hard. Sex is. Yeah. Well, by today's society and all that shit, yeah. Oh, YellBRo, we are the Greens. It would overgrowing the corrupt Greens, not respect 10 key values. Rules on top of rules on top of rules that apparently just can be broken, right? They can be broken and they can shove you out of the way because they can have a very charismatic leader who follows your rules for 5 years and works the next 5 years kicking you while pretending to follow those same rules. Pretty easy, probably. Where am I at? Damn, I'm at far behind. Not the girls' fault. They're 18 and hella easy. 22-year-olds are easy. Fuck them in it. Work on that human problem then. Sex is a transactional commodity no matter how you slice it. Going to pay for it eventually. Hope not there too. I still yet meet the person that proves me wrong, maybe after a Carnation Revolution. They are adults, it is their choice. Yeah, but there is coercion and shit like that, bro. Can't deny that. I would never ban porn or prostitution, but I advise the wise to go there. That's where I'm at. Unless I read that they're truly like this. But a documentary, they get talked into shit they don't want to do. They're young and easy to pressure. It's damn near rape. Or the amount of coercion, the amount of pressure, amount of influence, the drugs, on and so forth. Definitely fuck with people to get them to do whatever. That's any age. I don't need porn anyway, just let imagination think about it next time. I would not ban porn or prostitution. Not for criminalizing people more. I don't think prostitutes should be put in jail ever. I'm against prison, period, but yeah, I guess you would call it prison. Actual. And you're sick, bro. Go to sleep, all the best. Rise the big operation. One that wants to humanize us all and get us to accept trans and surveillance. Get him, Amy. I don't believe anyone should really be out in jail. Honest, it's not helpful. That's another conversation. Agreed. 18 is still a kid. I could talk an 18-year-old into a lot of things. Stereotypically, sure. Should be legal and regulated for everyone's safety. Unregulated money always leads to harm. Well, harm can happen regardless. Oh wait, Amy, you were saying you were leaving? Okay. This is a Drake shout out right there. Hey, Carrie, you see that? Drake fan. Peace out, Amy, if you're leaving. Have a good night. I'm going to peace out soon, but I'm going to play that video first. Arguably, there is likely to be a time in almost anyone's life where some kind of push might be a useful tool. For one thing, it's vibrators for men, emotional intelligence for industry, so that can be changed. Porn is regulated and women are still abused. And laws on top of laws are not gonna deter certain people from doing certain things. Still, sorry, no one. For me, it's like no one left behind type shit. Like one case of abuse. What the fuck is going on here? How do we make sure this shit never, ever, ever happens? It's also about profitable industry. Or is the government too? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't think jail is a solution, but specifically about the prostitute. They should not be jailed. I mean, the most obvious thing is like nonviolent crimes. And by the way, I would consider like if a pimp is fucking like abusive, I would consider that violent crime. Basically, the lady or dude should be able to bounce whenever the fuck they feel like. And my eyes are hurting. Welcome to YellBRo. Throw a Vosh in the chat, I'll wake right the fuck up. Fuck. Skipped. Well, there's all these dudes who are hyped up about sex robots. I'm not thrilled. Well, hey, another rule to write over top of it. Who knows? Sex robots might come out and serial rapists might go up. Alright, I'm bored of this robot. Porn is regulated? Yes, state by state, or some states it's just straight up banned, right? And then I'm sure they have like condom rules, or I'm sure there's a whole bunch of rules that I'm even unaware of. And there's also like the basic human rights laws and shit that can definitely get crossed over. There's the over 18 and also ban thing, enough films, obviously. That would cross that murder line, right? Deregulate, unintended. If the government. Oh, what? Snuff film? Skywalker, you mean? What? Fuck. Alright, I'm about to play this video. Scallop out of here. Mark Fisher on why modern life causes depression. Here we go.
A lot of what I would call work in my job, the things I don't like doing, is simple simulation of productivity, bureaucratic simulation, created by kind of managerialists who, whose job, the kind of parasites of institutions, the real parasites, not immigrants, not people claiming.
Just peacing out. Good night, whoever's leaving.
Parasites of our society, the very high earners who propagate this stuff.
Google
to
scallop
keep us in a
panties.
state
Oh.
of panicked anxiety.
I want it to be a surprise.
And radical competitive individualism, such that we can't act together and gain a collective agency. And so the big lie that has been sold to us by neoliberalism is that if we withdraw security from people, we draw kind of social security, then suddenly there'll be this creative, this wellspring of creativity will just emerge. Okay, well, all that happens if you remove security from people is they get like I was when I was self-employed. All of that creative energy goes into how can I make money? That's the energy of the society. That's a stupid thing for people to have to think about a lot of the time. And look at all these great people we're supposed to admire now. Not that they've invented anything. Steve Jobs, he didn't invent anything. He's just a parasite. Simon Cowell, he doesn't have done anything. He's just a parasite. What are these people good at? They're just good at making money. And that's
Yeah. Simon Cowell, is that the fucking American Idol guy? Yeah, if that's the American Idol guy, it's like... Chip, you leaving? Whoever's peacing out, peace out. Yeah, if Simon Cowell's the American Idol guy, like, I have to produce a physical product, right? Regardless of, I'm not even talking about how good or not, I'm talking about just his occupation, what he does for a living. Nothing wrong with that. Play video games for a living? You're not fucking producing anything, right? I think it's valuable, 100% valuable. Valuable to the other aspect of it. Not just the material sense of water, housing, on and so forth. We also need to express, feel. That all goes into having a healthy society, in my opinion. I'm not going to look at it like a fighter and be like, you don't produce anything. Black eyes. No, Kramer, I said black eyes, not black guys.
Steve Jobs, he didn't invent anything. He's just a parasite. Simon
Steve
Cowell,
Jobs.
he doesn't have done anything. He's just a parasite. What are these people good at? They're just good at making money, and that should be enough reward, right? If you want to make, if that's what you want to devote your life to, just fucking do it. But don't expect us to also admire you and just you be the model for everybody else all the time. We shouldn't have to. Worry about making
I agree with that
money
part.
every waking hour of our days. That's a depressing kind of reality that has been artificially imposed on us. I mean, we can break out of that. Is this privatization of stress? It's normalized.
Simon Cowell was a Leech record producer. Oh, okay. Yeah, so it is the American Idol. Yeah, so yeah, I'm not even talking about the guy himself, but the occupation. Maybe he's not talking about the occupation. Maybe he's talking about the guy himself. It's just like a creep for money.
be the model for everybody else all the time. You know, we shouldn't have to worry about making money every waking hour of our days. That's a depressing kind of reality that has been artificially imposed on us. I mean, we can break out of that. Is this privatization of stress? It's normalized. Like, you know, the fact that young people are depressed, who gives a shit? You know, like this is the idea. Young people are depressed, that's just part of life. It wasn't part of life. Like, it was not part of life. The increase of the depression amongst young people is shocking. And, you know, that ought to be the biggest possible indicator on condemnation of the world in which we're now living. It wasn't normal for young people to be depressed in the 70s, let's say. We've got to start off from that heroic condition.
Insanity is a perfectly healthy response to an insane world, as Artie Lang once said. I'm sure there's another version of it. There's another version of it.
Conditions in which young people live is terrible conditions. Just really, really terrible conditions. You know, I just can't impress this. You've been deprived of things. You've been deprived of things, and the things that you've been deprived of are being sold to you as benefits. It's a great new world. You've got all this stuff. You've got all this capacity to do things. It just isn't like that. And so for Baradi, the argument is, why did 90s was a decade of the emergence of cyberspace and of Prozac? And for him, there's two things that are totally related together. How did people cope with these new level of demands that were placed upon them? They started to take antidepressants, which are now very common, particularly amongst young people. Antidepressants as a hazing thing. Which you can hear this like this downer haze. That's why Drake is really interesting. The new Drake record, full of this kind of electro downer haze. Everyone's on downers now to cope with just cyber blitz, whether it's antidepressants or other forms of kind of self-medication, in order to cope with this.
Right, Drake is whack.
The thing is there's a breakdown in the end of the 90s, according to Baradi. There will be a breakdown. We cannot cope with this. We cannot cope with this.
Definitely worth paying attention to. I think it's not just technology though, or even pursuits of money, or strictly material. I mean, that would imply that the solution is to change the material and then all of a sudden moods will be better. Right? I think it's something within people that is not being expressed, and they're trying to artificially bring it out within themselves by getting fucked up or whatever. I get that. A lot of people do that, but when it's on such a collective, on such a mass level, that's when it's like really weird. What would the solution to that be? I mean, if I could really just go individual by individual, like, hey, why do you care to live? It sounds so depressing. But, you know, why do you care to be here? Why do you care to, like, wake up in the morning? Like, what's the point? Why do you care to do anything in the world? That same question can apply to older people too, but maybe older people feel more of a social duty or social responsibility based on their own conditioning. Thus, they're a lot more busy and don't have to sit around and thinking about it. Maybe we're all going through it too, not just young people. And you know, the allure of being the next Simon Cowell or Steve Jobs, for most of us, gets broken at a certain age, right? And it's not, I don't mean chemically, like chemically I grew up. No, I mean like just that logical realization that to be like one of these guys is so incredibly difficult. You gotta have some luck on your side. Like, it could be, it might not even be luck. It could be something like creepy for all I know. And And yeah. I hate to say it, but the answer to me is going to be existentialism. I could talk about that for ever. I just constantly go on about existentialism. From woo-woo to the practical, I can just keep going and going and going on that. But it's like, how about people in the wider realm? Right? But I have to talk about fucking Jimmy Dore and Kyle Kalinske and whoever the fuck over and over and over again, and build an audience, and then use that audience, and then or use that audience to get a bigger audience. Then I can start saying what I really want to say, and blah 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 blah. Like, it's such a it's difficult. Right? I don't know how many of you guys played sports before, but it's kind of like when it's like, you know, lose a game, right? And you're on the bus ride at home. The coach gets up and everyone's talking and shit. The coach and cracking jokes and shit. And the coach gets up and yells and like, "Hey, I hear one more fucking joke. When we get back, we're running laps all day long till the sun goes down." Right? Yell some shit out at us. There's that one or two assholes, like, there's like, "Fuck you, coach." They start laughing or something. Say something stupid, right? Some sort of sarcastic joke. "Was that a fucking joke, huh, buddy? All right. Everybody on the team, you can thank this guy for running laps till you fucking pass out." There's like, how could you fuck that up? All you do is be quiet. Be quiet and make your joke when we leave. You don't have to, but we're not responsible for your fuck ups. As a kid, or as a young person, I was fucking paranoid of being that person. I didn't want to be that guy. Caused harm to the rest of the group. And harm to myself while I'm doing that. I did notice that there's some people who just don't give a shit. They just don't care. Fuck it. Oh, fuck, it was worth it. Might be their own day-to-day lives, their own baggage. If they don't have anything to do after they leave practice, right? Or it's something depressing they're going home to after practice. So I can try to keep this thing going as long as possible. Feel for them. At the same time, it's like, shit. Your shit fucked our shit up. Like, fuck that. Fuck is that like? What are you guys talking about? More shit gets talked about in Discord than any I've been. I think we need to get more people in Discord and things like that. Focus on that. More shit gets talked about in Discord than any. I mean, we're kind of fortunate enough, or we're around people who are ready to just let it fucking fly. Right? Obviously, there's people that just sit, chill out, watch, and listen and shit like that. There's around plenty of people that are ready to just let it fly. There's like a clash of egos, which I'm like, I have no problems with that. I'm okay with that. Right? Not in a blood sport entertainment way, but in a what's going to happen, because you have different ideas clashing with each other. You have people recognizing with the ideas. Then it's going to end up in a clash. But if, like I said to you, Tender, where it's like, oh, we throw our punches. I get hit, you get hit. Well, fucking, all right. Then we go sit down at the bar, black eyes and broken noses, have a fucking beer, crack jokes. Oh, it's like you're still family. It's just fucking bumped heads. It is what it is. Maybe that's just like who we are, to where we could just do that shit. I think that's like anyone can do it. They get comfortable, like they recognize that there is no falling here. There is no like straight up like execution, you're done forever. There is like, if that's not there in the back of their heads, then maybe they'll let loose. Everyone can be honest with each other, talk shit with each other. Days when we're not clashing, we're fucking fun, cracking jokes, watching fights, watching movies or TV shows, listening, talking about each other's days. Maybe someone's sad. Maybe someone lost a parent or a sibling or a friend or something. Oh shit, I can go fucking talk to these. I hate that. Your internet fake life. Fuck that shit. Fuck that. Right? They won't have, which is why it's like, we have all these honest expressing people. Like, good luck saying that shit over here. Probably go over there, but you're probably bitter about something else. Right, Skeptical? Anyways. I mean, all you're talking about is doing a Jimmy Dore, the most popular leftist, does that type of thing a lot. Oh yeah. Often wonder how all of us here found this amount of disposable time to sit here all day. Are we the 1%? Fuck no. Probably can't see my eyes because I hide them. But, tired as shit. Physical labor to mental labor. Braves game. That's what I want to build, a radio station. Figure it out, I'll hook. Yeah. Do it all, man. I mean, what is radio? Like, you don't need to be on a radio dial. That'd be nice, though. Be like, do a podcast and you fucking throw it on radio, throw it on YouTube, throw it anywhere you can fucking reach. Throw that shit. Pause. I didn't think about that before. But yeah, it's, for me, like, the way I look at it, not only is it like, I think important, but it's also like fun. I think it's fun. Like I said, I have no stigmas about the fucking internet at all. I can genuinely like someone without ever fucking meeting. They're just, say it was like an automated message the whole time, like, cool. I was playing with myself the whole time. No pause. As people that gave up working to Rome have a lot of time on it. What have we left but liberation itself? Free your mind, the rest will follow. Reminds me of a Metric song. Like a mindful, intentional way. I get the blood sport is fun, but just for me personally, training. I'm not saying it shouldn't exist. You have some secret blood sport. I've heard you tap into it. Pause. I like this one movie called Whiplash, where the kid at the end, he's like a drummer, right? At the end, learns the entire spectrum of all the tempos. So now when the conductor says play fast, you can play slow. I can play fucking slow and basic. Also play the most complicated shit you can't even comprehend yet. That's the shit. I'll be looking here. That is not a, study this topic and get the entire spectrum. No. I already have the full spectrum, right? We have the ability to learn how to learn. Once we do that, you can take that any area you want to. Any area you want. And it can relate to everyone. Like, let's say you were just talking about Chicago only. You could take that and all spectrums of life. Rich or left, right. All over the place. Men, women, on and on. All the social constructs until people start breaking down their own social constructs. Hey, you're supposed to be a girl from here who only talks about this, but somehow talk to me who's in this thing over here without ever studying it. Learn the rhythms. I don't know that it is. Oh, no, I'm not giving Discord fucking credit. It's just an avenue. Saying, yeah, we happen to be around a lot of interesting fucking people, different backgrounds, and different ways of saying it. But we can all look at something. Yeah, that's fine. That thing, whatever that is, whether it's Biden, government, whatever the fuck, foreign policy, like anything. Pretty sure we all pretty close in regards to saying like, okay, that's fucked up. And then just from people being honest, they are adding nuance to the conversation. Just from someone being honest and other people listening. It's like you're the teacher right now. You're teaching a nuance that I missed. And now I can teach. Just from someone being honest. Or just having a position or thinking about it, caring about it, on and so forth. That's why we need more people in the server. Good people, though. Less Amy. Right. There's something with Amy that I think is worthy. I truly do. I just think she gets that intellectual pride shit pops up. Bad from that. You seem like a guy who's like, you don't fucking need that shit. You're right. You don't need that shit in order to recognize things. But sometimes you gotta be the teacher. Sometimes you gotta be the student. Learn things from. But if there's that fucking brick wall between you, all you're doing is throwing shit at it and bouncing back and hitting yourself. All you're doing is seeing yourself then, rather than hearing no. That's my. I retired from physical therapy profession way too long time, dude. Even though I was late starter, good 10 year wise. Bullshit. No. Will handle. Oh wait, let's edit this. Oh, okay. You know how you would single-handedly change things. I fantasize about having super. Not gonna lie. What if I could have super strength? Basically be invincible, but also fly and shit. Strength. First thing I would think of, I understand why it needs to be. At least I'll get my hands on the documents. But then I gotta be careful with the documents because release some shit. They might fucking raid Nancy Pelosi's house and fucking kill her, like Gaddafi her. So many things to consider. do that in your imagination. Consider the moral aspects of anything. Like I said, that is a perfect, suitable practice grounds for moral scenarios, right? Because you get to turn every scenario into objective, right? Because it's not happening out here where you're not in control of it. It's happening within your mind. Like, it's obvious that it's happening within. So you can set up a scenario where it's old lady crossing the street and a car's coming, and you can, what do we do here? The exact scenario, because I'm making it up in my head, right? I'm the screenwriter of this. I'm dictating the feelings of the characters. I'm dictating the physical scenario. To do with that. I thank the Ninja Turtles for having him. I was always a weirdo. So. I have really low threshold for intentional bullshit. Yeah. I get that. That's something, lesson I took from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It's okay to just walk away. If you're not sure about something, it's okay to say, I don't know, walk away. Or if you're sure about something, it's okay to walk away. Play the feminine role of stepping back, while someone else might take the masculine role of step forward. Right, Tender? Tender just walks out with a machine gun. Like, what, bitch? What'd you say, bitch? Yeah, I think so too. All the other servers are lib shit. I think a lot of people are doing their conceptualized best, right? As far as they can think in regards to best. I respect that. It falls on that spectrum of meaning. I respect. Side note, I just had the oddest exchange. How bad is he hurt? Be real. Don't snitch on yourself. Radio station. I mean, to be real, like, Allie has access to some people that can, like, really help out with that. So. High as fuck and stuff. What do you do? Hey, man, hand him a bag of Doritos and walk away. They'll appreciate it. DJ YellBRo, do Allie's thing. Pause, sir. I do my lease renewal shit soon. I want to say allergic to paperwork. I hate taxes, hate it. Any type of thing, hate it. Insurance, hate it. Everything, hate it all. Fuck, just shake my hand and say, hey, do this, man. All right. Just shake my hand and walk away. Oh, wait. If I knew when I was younger, I know today, go to my life. Suffering. I'd be in the major league. I would have been a savage 8-year-old. Fucking 20. Alright, look, hear me out. There are people that platform. There's a way. Lies. Oh, there's always better. Okay. You have something in mind? Want to sing the blues, you gotta So many awesome things, so many people who would love the job helping do the work, sift and vet. Whatever. I got you. We gotta make sure that fucking team. Oh. Not strong in the... Obviously there's the strong in regards to the efficiency, like how good are they at their job. But also there's the strong of character. That is, my God, that's number one. For me. But I don't work with anyone. No, I would work with people, 100%. But I don't expect to join any teams or anything like that. Comes the moratorium. Not that I'm grateful for my suffering, I just understand it was a process to come to the understanding and epiphany of the way out of this fascist burning theater. No, I get that. I get that 100% choosy. Like, I usually break that down in psychological terms. So it's like your mind in one state, call it comfortable, because guess what? You grow up in like bad conditions, suffering, things like that. That becomes the norm. Guess what? The mind can adapt. Or if it's always been there, it's like it isn't adapting. That's just what it is. And sometimes it takes something to fucking break that. It doesn't always have to be tragedy. It could be something beautiful that breaks the ego and it's like, oh fuck, there's more possibilities out there. And that's when you start considering things. I feel it's unique as a particular room, but overall I wonder if people are in silos. It happens. So I want a radio station that like connects it all. Oh shit. No. Okay, there we go. You mean our Discord's like unique like that? I mean, I think if people, like sometimes it's like, I was joking to James before in regards to the Discord. We're talking about the Q-port guy, right? Like, anyone remember that Reagan speech where he's like, hey, sometimes I think if we just had an alien invasion, people would come together to stand against the tyranny of the aliens. And like all of a sudden there'd be world peace. People would start working together just to take out almost like when 9/11 happened, right? Where it's like all of a sudden all Americans are like united against Arabs for some reason. No, but the Q-port like jumps in. He's just like that outside agitator that everyone can be like, there's the enemy. Everyone turns their focus towards this fucking guy. We can unite around beating the shit out of him. I'd rather it be just understand that, you know, ideas and egos are going to clash and be like, hey, I'm fine with that. That's okay. Right? I'm not going to stand at the altar of me and be like, no, my image, no. Like, oh, just times we eat shit, giving shit, times where two shits hugging it out. Right? I think it's decent ground. Oh, peace out, Oz. Have a good one. Gotta go make dinner, you Australian mother freaker. The man down under. Some fish on the barbie. That's all I know. Crocodile Dundee. I'm grateful for my suffering. Alright, I'm grateful for my suffering. I think someone got to go through it, can handle it, and learn from it, help some other people. It's worth it. Fuck it, Palestinians got it worse than me. I get that logic. I always live with the... That's why I hate that notion of punching up or punching down. Like, fuck that. Fuck that shit. No one above, no one below. Period. Look each other in the fucking eyes. Straight up. Look each other in the fucking eyes. Be real about it. Right? No one's fucking perfect, but... Fucking... Try it. Try to do it. Fuck it. Right? Treat everyone as equals, man. Shouldn't matter if you hear the idea from George W. Bush or just some random guy on the street. Like, well, he's poor, though. No, sorry. Your idea sucks, your idea sucks. There's a way to go about it without burning down the forest. Right? To where you can actually talk to someone. Rambling too much, aren't I? Maybe this is what happens. Oh, you're talking to us? Or like, I don't know, I'll tell you 10 things about whatever topic you want to talk about. See what you think and we'll talk. We could have completely different perspectives. Just of a concept of a show. Okay. Like, you'd almost be more like interview style. Talk to people like one-on-one. Then the next person comes in, talk to them one-on-one, and so forth. There has to be, for me and my idea thing, like sort of commonality, so everyone together. And I hope it goes beyond just, I care about this topic. I care about this topic too. More of like the why you care about it. That's the uniting link. That's the thing that could take someone who's listening but who isn't into that particular topic, and maybe they could see, oh, I see where I fit in here. They care too, but the thing I care about is over here. Maybe I can bring that to the table. Pause, I think. Yes, those are actual spatulas sticking up behind dollar store ones. Hey, I'll rep it at dollar store, bro. Well, my fancy guitars fully. I was in the business for a number of years after I quit my job. Sold 80 grand worth of guitars on eBay. One of my best years. Oh shit. Is that how you found Prop? He does that shit with guitars too. Yeah. I guess you both can make guitars. Jealous. I can't play an instrument. I snap my fingers. I can listen to music. That's why I'm putting the paperwork off. It's been sitting here. Is already. Paperwork period. For me, annoying. I don't even like talking to people. I wish you guys knew me in real life. Like, I walk into like a store or whatever. I go to the bank or something. Hey, how you doing? I'm like, red. Pain. Fuck. It jumped. I haven't listened to the new Nas yet. I know he dropped an album. He dropped an album or he dropped a single for the album? I don't even know. Haven't And there's something new from him I just haven't listened to. There because of things and help people, not be a pen dick. Then they ruin the field or undermine the really great one. Took them a matter of 3 years from what I graduated. When I graduated college, 92 to complete. Jesus. What was it, like contraptions and all these other recommendations, surgeries? I don't know. They water it down, must follow these guidelines, or you have the chance of getting sued, like that. Just renewing my lease and Section 8, it's hella shit to fill out. Like I said, I have until the end of the month. I'm gonna start it tomorrow. Section 8 shit. Hella. Imagine this. Is me and my friend got like a little side thing where we flip cars. Fucking Corona and shit. Trying to get your paperwork, the DMV, and then getting a response. Oh my fucking god! Like plan ahead. And I'm buying a plan ahead. That shit is. Got to get online just to hand in the paper. And then if you didn't fill something out, like you fucked something up, or you you misfill like a title paper, you're like, oh, you're supposed to have the other form for registration. It automatically gives you a title. Oh, this one's title only. This one's for registration and title. You got to do state taxes, and if you buy it from out of state, you got to consider those taxes. Like, fuck my life. I don't want to make no money. My section. Fuck all that. It'll be on blockchain soon for Section 8. Wait, what do you mean? Blockchain, like what? Crypto shit? Get paid in squirrel pellets or something. New cryptocurrency. Coin. I've 17 years of my career, pure torture. I wouldn't be able to do it forever in a matter of time. Gave it up completely. Yeah, man. And you didn't have anything where you could just do like a... Man, that'd be difficult, right? Private thing. Get clientele for that, because it'd probably be expensive. Private. Spring was a... Form bonds as normal people do. Not having. I hear that. All I'll add in, usually where people button heads. All I'll add in that recognize it. Hey man, you're always tapping your foot. Do I? Oh, I like it. I'm gonna keep tapping my foot. Or I'm gonna work on not tapping my foot anymore. My God, I was making so much when I'm so late off of it. Or they picked it. March 2020 to October. $900 a week? Really? Guessing that's circumstance. I don't know. Shit. Down to 186 a week. I was also working in. I know. Yeah. Recently went on, or not like last year, went on to Social Security and shit, right? And then she retired this year. Only work these hours, otherwise your pay is significantly lowered, or even like, yeah, it's significantly lowered. So it's like, yeah, she had to keep a schedule of like how many hours and make sure she take off so often. But they were paying her not to work. Like, don't work so much. Stop it. And it's like, I look at her situation and I'm like, you've been working your whole life since you were like 16. Fucking 65 now. But it's, they'll want you to keep fucking, bro. You look at the paperwork, and if you look at the, I'm not gonna lie, there's some decent financial help in regards to like health stuff. Right, she's on Medicare now, but she has to add a United Health like supplement with it. Medicine is for her shit. Fucking medicine. Oh my god, is that shit expensive? Never sees tax person. Please reach out. Might lose her house after unemployment savings. Won't though. We'll figure it out either way. I feel that. We're getting small business loans too. I know some people. Tender as long as we. Goddamn Carnation Revolution, cancel property tax. Everyone should get a check for like orders. You do it, bro. But inflation, man, we can't. It's always that one dude say to Tucker Carlson. It's always these rich dudes speaking on behalf of even richer dudes that advertise to keep. Oh, it's inflation. It'll make them lazy. What did Dan Crenshaw say on Joe Rogan's podcast? Said, in the Bible about suffering. It's like, whoa, holy shit, that's fucking cold as fuck. Got ratioed, but what does that mean? Being ratioed mean still a bunch of dick riders out there who don't even see that part, and will hold this guy up as like hero type. Guys who don't even vote or invested in. Watch like a fucking dumpster dude. Dude is not even dude does not give fucks about you. You don't live in his state. Doesn't know who you are. You won't vote for him, and yet you're gonna hold this little fucker up. It's clear shill. Sorry, but he's like transparently a shill. Opinion. Pathetic. Last year, fucked up. Tax return. Yeah, I'm almost out of here. Fucking shit. What happens on late night YellBRo? A few of us hanging out. All right, peace out, Grey Walker. A lot of people are gonna be fucked up. Those loans for real. Trust her. Remember, I had to take one out for college because I lost my scholarship. Fucking grades were dog shit. They weren't like I'm pretty good academically. I just didn't go to class. Baseball. Like I had this weird, dumb idea. I'll just go to school for a year and dominate, go to major leagues. Fucking it. Very first fall I was there. What? Wasn't going to classes and shit like that. It was like Brad was like, oh fuck, I have like no responsibilities. Fuck class. I want to hang out with friends and shit, or sleep or something. Fuck that up. Anyways, you got tricked into giving Social Security number to some guy he works for because the guy was like, yeah, just say you have a business. Let me keep $200 and I'll get you registered. You don't have to pay it back. My mom gets called for that shit all the time now from random, no Kramer, but all like Indian. I call up random phone numbers, calling her. We have your Social Security number. You owe this much money in debt. Must pay to blah blah blah. It's like telling my mom, like, don't talk shit. Like, she'll be like on the phone talking shit to him. I'm like, don't fucking do it. They're already scammers. Why piss them off and be scammers? But you know, she just fucking goes off on them. Like, excuse me. Mommy, no. On job. He's just, that's for it now. He's listening. Scammers are out there, bro. My coworker was telling me to file. I was like, I don't know. Never filed. Oh, for Social Security? Yeah, expect your hours to expect. This was happening for my mom's case because I've had to stay close to her with all the shit. And she told, it's basically like say goodbye to like, let's say you like enjoy like work and just keeping busy. And she seemed like more like that type, just keep busy at work, just doing stuff. Hey, I can handle more responsibility. But they were like, listen, you're basically, you know, out the door, part-timing. Got to get the new blood, focus on them. She's doing like some, what's the name? Like a law, like a secretary, law firm at a law firm. But what are they called? I forgot the name of them. I almost said taxidermists. Paralegals. There we go. Paralegals. They're auditing, and DOJ is hiring more lawyers to prosecute. Big PP. Hey, you got 3 Ps, man. Pause. Tried to get me to get one. I said, fuck no. Coming right after my. They did. File for a small money for that. Money. Yeah, I just got running like. Oh, they take advantage of old people. My old baseball coach, right? Like looking at his bank statements, and they start small. Start with like, seriously, start with like $1, $2 just to see like, okay, right? And he's like purchase in faraway state that he's never been to, or at least never been to recently. Fuck. They start with small money, things like that, then they slowly chip away, right? Because they want to keep it like under the radar. Yeah, it was like a racket type. Maybe $2,000. Jesus. And big money scammers. Scammers don't play, bro. Everything's a fucking scam until after Carnation Revolution. The only thing that is scam is Carnation Revolution advocacy. You and your damn carnations. So many people got into the scam of filing those loans. for people. You going to jail. Major racket, Florida style, the fraud capital. Oh shit. Wait, you didn't get the very first stimulus you didn't get? Jesus, bro. You're gonna just fucking backdate those taxes anyway. You're gonna fuck you later. I'm so far behind. Whatever, I just jumped to the bottom. Forgive me. You can handle yourselves, gentlemen. So many girls trying to get money on IG and even PlayStation Network. These fuckers is crazy as I like a thought on IG. And I get a sex app. Oh, you're gonna get viruses, bro. Telling you. Telling you. My fucking old coach got fucking scanned, bro. He doesn't know that they're fake fucking. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not even gonna say it. It's fucking hilarious though. I'm like, dude, this is the internet, bro. Can't be doing this. I like to believe that the internet isn't just a mousetrap. Still on not getting timely up. Yeah, meeting up is definitely smart and safe about it. It has to be very safe. Meeting online period is weird as fuck to me. Can't do it. Creepy feeling to me. Get it. Sometime before I got unemployment back in April, I swear to God, thing where you text and pretend to be whatever the profile told you. What? And you press enter and you never talk again. Poor men are just waiting for these girls who think they're the same woman. But I don't even know. Okay. The catfishing. My friend back in MySpace days used to use like the Fast and Furious guy Paul Walker as his profile picture. It like worked. I'm like, age boy, yeah. Dare you? Unemployment is meant to be a hassle intentionally. Hey, don't play with the government's money, bro. Get wrecked. Maybe it was a troll farm. I don't fucking know. Shady as fuck, but I was broke and it was a little extra change, but that was a wild insight into something I'd never thought about. Not even women half the time. But you could say whatever. It was really interesting. The mystery continues. I was naive as fuck. Ever letting gaslight everything I learned. Hey baby, I was thinking about you and I have to pick up where the last chick left off. Jesus. Wait, did I just like mix those comments? I did. I'm so tired. Oh my god. Like I was naive as fuck. Forever telling those mofos gaslighting. Everything I've learned has been validating. I can't believe I perfectly meshed those comments together. Learned has been validating. I cross-reference so I know it's not confirmation. Fuck meeting girls on the internet. I mean, user's choice. fascinating that someone is paying $12.99 to send a text message. They say, "Hey baby, I was thinking about you," and then you have to pick up where the last chick left off. Like a game of telephone. For sexual innuendo. I crumbled inside because I have done anything to get narcissist girlfriend back. I was flailing desperately to try to change myself instead of reinforcing exactly who I am. Life happens in life, as my friend used to say. Happen naturally sometimes. They choose a choice. Get the just character typing. Okay. Oh, it's on YouTube now. Oh, jeez. All right. I am out of here. Overstayed my welcome. Fucking wait. Not you guys, but my eyelids are like, fuck you. Happens. All right. I want to thank you guys for hanging out. If anyone actually reaches it to this point in the show, don't forget to share, support, hopefully donate to Devon's Journey to Recovery, helping victims of Africom, helping out Cohen Daly, the Australian boy. Also, TV, aka Red Economics, BJ, buy him a coffee. All links will be in the description box. With all that said, please give this video a thumbs down.
Say you wanna get in.